Hey, I'm ZSH Plays, and this is 100 Years of Building in Planet Zoo. We're building a huge, ultra-modern, realistic zoo, and we're building it in franchise mode because I am a sucker for punishment. So I have big plans for this zoo, but before we go any further, I just want to take a look at this. This is our drone cam, and this is going to be positioned above where we're building, and let us see what we have and where we're going to get to. So let's take a look at that now. Not much to see as you would expect, but at the end of the video, we're going to see this filled in with everything that we've built today. So what are we building today? Well, we're going to start appropriately enough at the entrance and then move on to our first habitat. So the entrance to this zoo is going to be a big concourse, 2 stories up in the air, which gives the guests a view over the whole zoo. Should look pretty spectacular if I can get this right. And then the first thing that they will see as they look down from that is a set of water terraces, which are going to have flamingos and frogs and various other aquatic species in them. I think that's going to look really cool. And then underneath the entrance, what I'm building here is going to be a transport hub, which is where the guests get into the zoo. So the first thing that I'm going to build is some lifts. It's probably not escaped your attention that there are no lifts in Planet Zoo, so we're going to have to make them ourselves. So what I want to do is have the guests go into a lift, and then a few seconds later appear out of the door of the top of the lift. So I'm going crazy with the pathing here to get the guests to come in and out at exactly the same point above where they went in, if you see what I mean. So it took some doing, so I thought I'd leave it in. Sometimes you watch YouTube videos of people building zoos and they just don't seem to have the pathing troubles that everyone else has. That's because we edit them out. So I thought I'd leave them in here so you can see how long it took to get these paths to do what I want them to do. But where you see those plastic blocks, those are going to be lifts. I might make them myself. I might use Shiftsy's incredible lift pack. I'm not decided yet, but guests will walk through those out of the coach that you see there. And then, as if by magic, they will appear in the top door of the lift a few seconds later. So that's the plan. We're going to hide the entrance spawners. I love the fact that you can move the entrance in franchise mode now. That makes such a difference instead of just having to sort of leave the entrance there and cover it up. I got really lucky with my last franchise zoo, Tecton Zoo. I made it during a patch where, for some reason, I think Frontier accidentally allowed you to not only delete the entrance, but get all the money for deleting it. So you could delete the 4 entrance spawners, get hundreds of thousands, and then just build like 1 or 2 new entrance spawners somewhere else and have loads of spare money to start the zoo with. Sadly, those days are gone, so I'm gonna have to do this one properly with $40,000, same as usual. So with that being said, we've got to be very careful with our money at this stage of the zoo. So what I'm going to do today is get the basics of the entrance built, get the mechanics of it working, like these ticket gates here, and make sure that guests are going to be able to get from the entrance spawners in the coach up onto the elevated concourse and then down into the zoo itself. And once that's done, we'll move on to building the flamingo pool. So with franchise mode, it's really important to get things right at the start, because once you run out of money, you need to open the zoo to get more money. And if things aren't working at that point, you're going to start losing money, and then you're going to be in all sorts of trouble. So we're going to build a path to get people from this sort of early version of the entrance down to the zoo itself. So I'm just placing these little bits of path slightly below each other, which we can then join up to get a path with a much more gradual gradient. We need to get some gradients that you could feasibly get a wheelchair down, and just in general you could walk up or down without too much exertion. So we'll put another one on the other side as well, so the guests have got 2 choices of paths to go down so we don't get bottlenecks. And then the bit of path you can see extended at the top is going to take us round to a monorail. That'll be something for a later episode. But yeah, that is pretty much the entrance done for the moment. Obviously that's just a path, that is not what it's going to look like. The whole thing will be covered in concrete and plaster and plants and things like that. But this just gives us the paths for the guests to walk around so that we can get them down into the zoo. We'll put the basic staff buildings in. I only need 3 really to begin with, and we can get away without a quarantine or a vet surgery to begin with, because the flamingos that we're going to be putting into the zoo are coming over from Tecton Zoo, so they are all in very good health. We'll go and take a look at that a bit later on and select a few to bring over here to start a new colony. let's move on to the flamingo habitat. So the flamingos are going to live in a big pool with an island in the middle, and it's going to be one of the first things that the guests see. So I want this to be really beautiful. And this is where the majority of our money is going to go before we open the zoo. So when we do open the zoo, I don't know whether the entrance is going to be completely finished. I doubt it, to be honest, with the amount of detail that I want to put into it. But I want the flamingo habitat to be absolutely perfect so that we've got something beautiful to see at the end of the episode. So we're going to be no expense spared here. We're going to dig out the terrain. I want a few different levels of the water so that the flamingos are walking rather than swimming for the majority of the time. But then it gets deeper towards the edges because this habitat is going to have no barriers. It's got this bank at the side of the water that you can see here. And with the depth of the water and the rock work that I'm going to put in now, that'll be enough to keep the flamingos in here. So we're going to do this by basically getting one of these aquatic rocks, getting the colour right, and then mixing some of the plant panels into the top of them so they're almost completely covered. And then we'll make a couple of variants of this and then copy it all the way around the banks at the side of the water. And when it's finished, it's going to look really nice and natural, but also just have that touch of sort of slightly zoo looking rock work, so it doesn't look like a pool just happened to be there. It still looks like a zoo habitat, but as beautiful as possible. That is the concept. So once I'm happy with this one rock, we'll make a little variant of it, and then we will start spamming this all the way around the side of the pool. We'll go about 2/3 of the way around and leave a gap at the back, and we'll put a shelter in there for the flamingos. We're going to have a waterfall and then some more extensive rock work so that parts connected to the land are still high enough that the flamingos wouldn't be able to get out. So let's get onto the shelter. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be one of my zoos without some white concrete in it. You know that. So that's what this shelter is going to be made out of. We're not going to be going for the sort of 1930s modernist Tecton look in this zoo. I'll tell you a bit about the history of the zoo in a second. That'll explain it a bit more. But for the majority of the zoo, we're going to go for an ultra-modern look, which does allow us to have some white concrete, which is nice. But it's going to be a lot more modern looking, basically. And yeah, while I put that shelter together, let's talk about the history of the zoo. So San Bernardino is a small city in Southern California. I doubt it'd be big enough to support a zoo of the magnitude that we're going to be building here, but I wanted to set the zoo in Southern California and I didn't want to put it in San Diego, so I just found somewhere else that was kind of suitable and I like the name. That's going to enable us to build a zoo with loads of nice foliage in it, not have to worry too much about it being, minus 10 degrees in winter and stuff like that, like we have to in Tecton Zoo. Much nicer weather in Southern California. This zoo will be very slightly inspired by San Diego Zoo, because I'm lucky enough to go there, and it is really, really scenic. And there's a massive budget, but there's not going to be a lot of influence in terms of architecture or anything like that. This is going to be, like I say, an ultra-modern zoo, and I'm going to be taking influences from zoos all over the world and coming up with a lot of my own designs, mainly, to get a really just sort of beautiful high-end zoo, really. The main influence on this early part of the zoo, the entrance, I'm using a master plan for a collection of zoos in Singapore, which is being built at the moment to basically join all of the zoos in Singapore into one huge experience, really. And some of the master plan just looks absolutely incredible, and budget is pretty much limitless in Singapore. There's so much money there. It just looks like it's going to be absolutely incredible. And so some of the ideas are going to come from that. Some of them are going to come from zoos all over the world. The zoo itself will originally have been built in the early 20th century. So it's quite an old zoo, and that enables us to have some old school habitats in here as well as the really modern stuff, and then do things like create older buildings which have then been repurposed and redesigned and improved into new habitats and stuff like that, which if you've watched my Tecton Zoo series, I love to do. So basically making it an old zoo that has a very, very high budget and is still around today, and setting it in 2023 enables us to really use the whole sort of scope of the history of zoos in the design of it. But certainly in this first entrance area, we are really going to be concentrating on very modern, very high budget stuff. So let's get back to the flamingos. So this is their island. We're going to hide a little forage pool in here, as we do so often. And this is actually the first time I've ever used flamingos at the entrance of a zoo, which is sort of the classic zoo thing to do. They are one of the most popular animals to have in the entrance. But I prefer penguins normally. I think I've used those twice. And then I think it was otters in the wetlands, and then raccoons in the Moonlight World. That is a bizarre entrance animal, but still. But yeah, I thought it was about time I built a flamingo habitat at the entrance of a zoo. And with it being a set of water terraces, there's going to be pools all over the place. Flamingos were definitely one of the birds that I thought would do well. We might even look at the red-crowned cranes, but I'd have to do a bit of research. I'm not sure how happy they'd be somewhere as warm as a Southern Californian summer. We'll see. I'm going to edge off the pool with these plaster pieces to make it look man-made. This is a little trick I learned, I think, from Romano Palacios when he built a flamingo habitat in the wetland zoo. I really liked the way the edges of the raised areas in that habitat looked. So with his permission, I stole his idea. So I'll be using that just to sort of sort out the edge of this and make it look man-made. And then we're going to cover it in plants and grass and make it look really lush, with just these little bits of concrete poking out at the edge, so that you sort of get that feel that this island has been built and then planted on, rather than it just sort of magically appearing in the middle of the lake. So I hope you like the style of this video, by the way. I'm trying something a bit different with this series. Normally I do my habitat videos and my zoo build videos by essentially taking all the footage, speeding it up to 6 times normal speed, and then cutting out the boring bits. With this one, I'm sort of doing it the other way around. I'm selecting the interesting bits and then just doing them at 2 or 4 speed, or sometimes even in real time. Hopefully that'll make it more comfortable to watch and with less of the sort of neck-breaking camera moves that you get in normal speed builds. Let me know in the comments what you think of it, if you like this style, or if you prefer the old style. I'll be really interested to know. And yeah, let's get some more rocks in. This was a trick that I think it was Beezy, who I built Pomojo Wildlife Park with, amongst others, is basically if you ever build anything generic, always blueprint it. Like if you build these rocks, for instance, I built for the Land of the Leopard episode of Planet Wild, when I needed to cover the edge of a river with some rocks, because it's a nice generic arrangement. I blueprinted it, and now whenever I need a load of rocks, I've got a really nice, really natural set of rocks that took me ages to build, just sat in my blueprints that I can drop in and then modify to whatever area it's going to go into. So we'll make some changes to it to get it to fit this area perfectly, but then you've got a nice pile of rocks in about 5 minutes instead of, taking an hour to put them together. We'll cover it up with loads more foliage. I don't want any of these plant boards to have visible edges, so you can see that it's been copy pasted. We'll get some reeds in for the flamingos to go behind, because for some reason in Planet Zoo they're quite shy. I don't know how shy flamingos are IRL, but the fact that about 50% of the zoos in the world have a big flock of them right next to the entrance would suggest to me that they do pretty well with lots of guests around them. But maybe Frontier knows something I don't. So we do need to put something in there to keep them away from the guests, or to give them somewhere to go behind when there are lots of guests, so they don't get too stressed. And then it's on to the finishing touches. So I'm going to put some decals where the water meets the rocks, so you get that sort of scum line that you get IRL, and we'll put a load of those in. And then I almost forgot that the keepers needed to be able to get to the forage pool, and they can't swim, so we put a bridge in using the African hut base, which is one of my favourite pieces in the game to build things like this. I pretty much always use these. It looks so good for bridges. We'll sort this out, get this looking good, and then it's time to get the flamingos in. So here we are back in Tecton Zoo. We've got about 40 flamingos here. I'm going to select 14 of them and bring them over for their new life in San Bernardino Zoo. So I've hired our first staff, and our first animal is on its way into the zoo. Here he comes now, into the finished flamingo habitat. And there we go, our first animal. Let's get the rest of them in and take a look at the habitat. I really like this. It's lush, it's beautiful, it's going to sit really nicely into the middle of the water terraces. I think this is a really appropriate habitat for the guests to see first. I really hope you guys like it. Let's take a quick look at the aerial view. That's what we've got done today. Next time, we're going to finish the entrance and open the zoo so that we can get enough money together to build the biggest exhibit I have ever built for 3 different species of tree frog. So the guests are on their way in. This guy here is just to get a few more people in. He's going to live in the entrance. This is where we got to last week, and to the left of the flamingo habitat is where we are going to build the tree frog pond. So if you've been part of our channel for a while, you know that I love an exhibit build. A lot of people hate them because they're just 4x4 boxes, but I love the challenge of taking those boxes and trying to build something cool with them. So the concept for this is we're going to have 6 exhibit boxes with 2 each of the red-eyed tree frog, golden poison frog, and layman's poison frog. They're going to live in a big natural-looking cliff with a waterfall, and then in front of it is going to be what I'm building here, which is a modernist-style formal pool. And I think there's going to be a really cool contrast between the very formal-looking pool and the much more natural-looking cliff and waterfall behind it where the frogs are actually going to live. I came up with this method of using the curved wall pieces when we built a Galapagos tortoise habitat in Tecton Zoo. I want to take that idea and take it to the next level with this build. So these pieces are really, really nice. It's pretty much the only sort of proper curves in the game that are perfect. When you make your own circles, they're always slightly imperfect, really. So they look really good, but the way they work on the grid, you can't really make any interesting patterns with them other than a circle. So what you do is you place them down and then you individually take each piece off the grid. So then you can move them into a much more interesting shape and they all fit together perfectly and look really nice. So the concept for this pool is that I want the walls to be really low, low enough that the guests could actually sit on them if you could get a bench that close to water in Planet Zoo. And then the water level is going to be really high, so it's almost touching the top of the walls. So we're going to put glass barriers all the way around, and in order to get the water where I want it to be, I've had to raise the terrain around where the pool is, which brings it closer to the next sort of meter step of how the water works in the game, so that we'll be able to get water almost touching the top of this wall and sitting in really nicely. Now, working with water in Planet Zoo always fun, as in not fun at all, and I did run into some issues here. When I was lowering each of the individual pieces of the glass barrier so that we could dip it into the wall so it can't be seen, there were 2 that just refused to move. I don't know what I was doing wrong. I don't know if there's any way to get rid of those. Maybe if I'd started the whole thing again, I could have done, but I wasn't going to do that. But it actually forced me to put some more wall in to cover it up. I ended up really liking what I came up with because it enabled me to put a sign in. So it was one of those sort of accidental things where you end up with something better than what you'd originally designed. We're just going to drop all of these down below the level of the wall so that you can't see them. And you can see how close the water is to the top of the wall there. That's exactly how I want it to look. Really pleased with that. That's why I raised the terrain so that we could get the water up there. And while I do that, I just want to say a massive thank you for all the comments on the last episode. You guys really seem to like the slower building style that I did in the first episode. In fact, 100% of the comments that I got said they preferred that to the normal style. So I feel like I've accidentally invented a new way of doing speed builds, which I'm going to call slow builds from now on. And that is how we're going to do this whole series. So everything is going to be at this speed, and then I'll just edit out all the boring bits and just keep the interesting bits in so that you guys can see what I'm doing. So we're going to raise that middle section of wall now that I spoke about to cover up that bit of glass that just won't go away. And that is the basic shape of the pool. Now we're going to move on to the exhibits. So the natural looking cliff where the frogs are going to live is going to be a half circle behind this pond. And I want it to be nice and smooth. So what I'm going to do is build a half circle on the grid with these plaster pieces. And then we will position the exhibits exactly behind each one of the plaster panels. And then once we delete the plaster, we'll know that the exhibits are in a sort of perfect half circle. Well, it's not quite a half, it's like a third of a circle or something, but you get the idea. So we'll rotate these in place and line them up nicely. The one in the middle is going to be where the waterfall goes, and the waterfall piece in the game is 4 meters, same as the exhibit boxes, so that'll fit in there nicely. As I said earlier, we'll have 6 separate exhibit boxes, 2 for each species of frog, and we'll position those to match up with the circle that we just made. If you ever need to move an exhibit box with the advanced move tool like this, it's really weird how it works in the game, but when you click on the exhibit box, you've basically selected the exhibit so that you can make any adjustments to the inside and the humidity and everything else. And then if you click on the button that moves you up into the next group, you're then able to actually move the exhibit box, which is how you can get them to line up precisely if you ever need to build anything like this where you want it to be arranged in a really particular fashion. So we want to get them as close to each other as possible so they're touching, and then when we cover them all up with rocks, we're going to end up with just little windows into bits of each habitat rather than the giant 4x4 glass fronted box that you see here, and it'll look a lot more like the amphibian exhibits that you would normally see in a zoo. So that's the basic shape of the exhibits in. Let's move on and get all the rocks and the plants in and start making this look good. So this is the same pile of rocks from last week. I told you I always use this pile. We're going to have to do a lot more work on it this time to make it work with what we're trying to build here, but this will still form the basics of it. So we're going to build a big cliff. This will surround the exhibits and partially cover them, and then we'll do a load more little rocks to tie it all together. But we'll get the basics done first, so just cut this up into pieces and spin it round and get it so that it covers these boxes properly. Now, with this being my first attempt at a more realistic zoo, I have had a lot of questions about guest flow and planning and all the stuff that I'm probably not as good at. So I decided to employ the services of a consultant to make this zoo. So I want to give a big thank you to JP. If you've seen my tour of Rose Lake Zoo 1945 last year, you'll know all about how good JP is. He built that zoo. He's an amazing builder. So I've already fired loads of questions at him about pathing and guest flow and stuff like that, and I'm sure I'll have a load more for him. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to him for helping us out with building this zoo, for his sage words of advice. Let's get the waterfall in. This is going to be a sort of little mini centerpiece for the build. So we'll use the waterfall piece and then just recolor it and then get a load more rocks in to cover up the sides. We're also going to make the pool a more natural concrete color rather than the bright white that I normally use. I think that's going to make it sit in really nicely with the more natural looking cliff in the background. And we'll put some of these blue lotus flowers in as well. They look really nice there. And then it's time for the frogs. So we're going to get all 3 species of, well, I'm not sure if the poison frogs are also tree frogs or if they're completely separate, but we'll have the red-eyed tree frog, both species of poison frogs, 2 of the poison frogs first, then 2 of the red-eyed tree frogs, and then the layman's poison frog at the end. I always think the exhibits look better when you have more than just one of them. And we're just going to put a couple in, and with this being franchise mode, we'll let them breed, we'll turn on the amazing management system that you can use now, and they will slowly fill up, and then we'll start selling the excess frogs, and that's really going to help the zoo's finances. We're also going to fill in the gaps between the exhibits with rocks and mulch, so that when you look at it, each exhibit should look almost like it's just one large exhibit rather than 3 of them stuck next to each other. You'll still be able to see the glass, but that's fine in terms of having 2 different populations, and especially where you've got different species of frog. You're going to want to separate them anyway, but this will just give it a much more cohesive look. And then we're going to cover up this little gap in the path with some plaster, just so I've got a guide really to put a load of rocks in and get a nice smooth sort of semicircle there. And then that'll make that look a lot nicer. Don't want any visible gaps between the paths, obviously, anywhere in the zoo, so this will achieve that here. We'll do some more rock work and things like that to cover up any other gaps that we can't get rid of with the path tool. That's looking really nice now. I've just realised looking at this, I forgot to make custom signs for the frogs. I know they're only tiny, the exhibit ones, but I still want custom signs in there, so I'll make sure those are in for next week. That's the waterfall sorted. One more little touch is going to be some ivy on the joins between the exhibits, just to further sell the idea that those 2 there are joined together. And then it's on to the sign. I'm going to be using a lot of custom fonts in this zoo. I know Christina Triple Z has just released some amazing new ones, but for this particular sign I want a really solid 3D letter, because these are going to be like metal letters that are built into the concrete. So we're going to use Noto in the 3D version of it, and just place this around here so that it matches the curve of the concrete precisely, and then we'll rotate it into place and sink it into the wall and recolor it, and we've got a really sort of realistic looking sign, which I am very happy with when it's done. Let's just spin that round, move it across. Once it's in exactly the right place, we can recolor it and it'll really sit nicely into the concrete that's behind it. And there we go. Right, onto the planting. So I'm going to make one area of really natural looking sort of vines and hanging plants, all the kind of stuff that you want hanging off these rocks. I'm going to build it on a piece of plaster so we've got a nice flat area to work on. Just makes it way easier to put everything together. And then once I'm happy with this little bit, we can then copy that all around onto the rocks and then just adjust it as and when we need to, so that we can get a really natural covering for the whole rocks. That's looking pretty good. Let's move that over to the area that we want. There we go. And yeah, just loads and loads of these. You can see how the plaster makes it much easier to move it into the right place. And once we've got a couple of them in, then we can go in and delete the plasterboard at the back of each group of plants. We'll get a really natural look. So let's just delete that now. There we go. That's starting to look nice already. And then we'll put some larger plants in around the waterfall, because we really want to highlight that area. As always, we'll be sinking ponytail palms into the scenery, like we always do. And then it's on to the backstage. Yes, you heard me, we're actually going to have backstages in this zoo. Some of them will be completely detailed inside and out, and some of them will just be there on the outside, depending on what I need and whether keepers are actually going to be going in there or not. So for this one, we're just going to build the outside of it. The keepers sort the exhibits out from the front, basically, just by wiping them with a cloth. Even though I put paths in here, I've tested it and they never ever use them. So I'm not going to spend hours building the inside of the back of this habitat, but I do want it to have a visible backstage area where the keepers would look after the frogs. One of the things that always bothers me about the exhibits in this game is, how do the keepers get in? How do the animals get in? It's just a solid glass box. So by putting a back on the building, it then looks like all the access to the animals is from the back of it. So we're just going to put a nice semicircle on the back, and that will suffice, I think, to give us a realistic backstage look. And now it's time for the final stage of the build. So in order to sit this into the surrounding landscape, make it look realistic and make it look beautiful, we need to plant up the edges of the frog pool, so there's no sort of visible gap between the path and the pool, and it also just adds a nice splash of green to the area. So we're going to use the mulch, bring it all the way around the pool. Takes a bit of doing to get it to line up perfectly, but definitely worth the effort, I think. So we'll just use some of the circular pieces and some of the smaller pieces like this one, and just line them up until it's absolutely perfect. That's looking good. And then we'll start planting it up. So I'm going to use loads of different plants for this, not really paying a huge amount of attention, if I'm honest, to what species of plant it is, just stuff that looks like it would work in a border like this. So I try a load of different ones. We're going to have some varying heights, a little bit more height in the middle here, and there's also going to be a bench here for the guests to sit on. And then we'll have even more height in this part here, because it sort of makes sense next to the raised part of the concrete with a sign on it. I also need to cover up that big hole in the terrain there, which I couldn't get rid of. So we'll put a bit more of an extensive garden into this bit here. And then round the edges, we're just going to have some really low-lying plants just to fill that gap in. These are the Lords and Ladies plants from the Twilight Pack. They are really useful for stuff like this, because there's one that's basically just one tiny little plant, so I've put a few of them together into more of a substantial kind of shrub. We'll place that all around the borders, and that is the tree frogs done. I'll make a few more improvements off camera and then we'll take a look at it. Oh, that is lush. I really like how that looks. It's so good building in a map set in California rather than England for a change. You can get so much foliage in there. I think the frogs are going to be pretty happy in their new home as well. Very pleased with how this has turned out. This is where we started today, and this is where we are now. So right now our Flamingo Lake and our tree frog oasis are looking pretty nice, but they're currently surrounded by this huge area of, well, not much at all. So in today's episode we need to do this. We're going to be finishing the whole of the water terraces and building a brand new habitat for the red-crowned crane. So lots to do, let's go. Alright, it's the 17th of January, and if I want this episode to be out on time, then I've got 7 days to finish the area between the habitats at the back and this temporary entrance. So we're going to start by deleting the temporary path that I put in episode 1 and get a proper path in here that is going to bring the guests down from the entrance building to the water terraces. We'll know how much fun it is working with paths in Planet Zoo. So I want this one to be really precise and to have a really smooth gradient, so it's nice and comfortable to walk on, and you could get a wheelchair up and down it, and it meets, you know, the various sort of standards that you would see in a realistic zoo. So I'm going to do something I've never done before and actually measure stuff. So I'm just building these little sort of measuring things here that's going to enable me to place paths at a specific height and have them be an equal distance between each piece of path. Just getting these finished off, and then we'll use the control and the shift key to get the different bits of path in the places I want, and then we can join them up in a nice smooth gradient so it's not going to be too steep. Takes a bit of playing around with to get it to work, but eventually we're going to end up with a really nice winding path that's going to be planted up, really attractive, give guests a view of different areas of the zoo as they walk down it, and eventually deposit them in the water terraces. So that's the path all joined up. We'll get rid of these sort of measuring pieces, and there you go. That is probably the nicest path I've ever made, I think. Next up, we're going to start building the water terraces and incorporating the path into those terraces. So the motif that I want to go for this area is circles. I want circles everywhere in this part of the zoo, and the path is going to join on to the water terraces with loads of concentric circles, and I'm going to repeat that motif all the way around the area. We're going to incorporate them into the habitat that we're building today for the red-crowned crane, and they're also going to function as steps. So the Planet Zoo guests are going to walk down the actual path, but it's going to look like there's a whole series of steps that they could choose to use as well. So you can take a slightly more direct route down the steps, or you can go all the way down the path depending on what you want to do. And I'm also going to hide some benches under some of them so that the guests will actually sit on the steps, which is going to look cool. So we're going to make the first of the circles here. I'm going to experiment with some different colours as well. Normally I favour white and then maybe some orange highlights, but I want to get into some more sort of pastel colours in this build, especially in Southern California where it's super sunny. Building everything out of white concrete is going to cause you to get some serious eye pain unless you're wearing shades with all the glare that you get from it. So we're going to go with a more subtle colour scheme in this zoo, and we'll just keep building larger and larger circles until we get down to the ground. And this is going to be the first of the steps that I was talking about. So we'll put some smaller steps in as well. And then this last circle, I've lined it up exactly with the path, and we're going to colour this the same as the path. So it looks like the path is extending round to there. And then we've got the real paths hidden underneath it. And again, those are lined up so that people aren't going to be walking through the raised sections and just sort of having the bottom half of their legs disappear because there's no collision detection for the guests. And then in between each section of path, we're going to have little gardens that are planted up. So I'm going to make these with the mulch pieces. I want the end result to be like a mixture of paths and steps and greenery, so we get a nice lush look, which will complement the pastel colours that we're going to be going for. Well, that's the idea anyway. Going to make custom curbs for the entire path. Things like this are why this build is going to take a long time and why I'm hoping I can get it done in the 7 days I have available to me. But every single piece of the white curb that you can see is going to be replaced with plaster. I spent hours coming up with different designs until I got this one that I was happy with. So we're going to continue the circular motif on this upper level of the path and leave spaces in for more gardens up here. I want each sort of curve in the path as the guests come down to either have some beautiful planting so they've got something to look at, or a space where they can see the next area of the zoo from. The area right next to that bit of path you just saw is going to be a huge Australian area, which I've been planning for absolutely months. I cannot wait to get started on that, but that is some way into the future. And on this end of the path, there's going to be a garden at the level the guests are at, and then a waterfall underneath where the guests are. That's going to be a really nice sort of backdrop for the paths when people are actually down in the water terraces. And obviously it's called the water terraces, so we need some water in it. We've got the flamingos, we've got the frog pond or frog oasis. We're going to have the red-crowned cranes, which will obviously have a lot of water in their habitat. And then we're going to have this waterfall. So just using the special effects pieces for the water. I'm not going to use the actual waterfall piece. And while I was finishing that off, something very exciting happened in the zoo. We had our first zoo babies, 2 little flamingo chicks. I'm calling one of them Cat and one of them May, in honor of Frontier's influencer associate Cat, who brightens my day regularly with an email saying there's a new DLC coming out, or sends me a little present through the post. So I thought I would name them in honor of her. Let's move on to the overlook. This is going to be part of the entrance building and will give guests a view out over the whole zoo. So we're going to build that part of it today. The entrance itself will come in a later episode, probably the next one would make sense. So we're going to build another big circle here. What I'm doing is using the 2-meter plaster pieces, which are nice and small and give you a pretty smooth circle, but I've attached them to the 4-meter wall pieces so that it's on the grid and you get a nice smooth rotation on it. And then once I've built this all the way around, we can delete the 4-meter pieces and just have the smaller pieces so we get a really smooth circle. So that's going to look really nice when it's done. And this area, like I say, will be where the guests stand, look down on the water terraces and get a view across the whole zoo. So we're going to put some real paths in so that guests actually stand here, and these will be hidden under some fake paths made from the rustic stone pieces. We're going to put these all the way across here to hide where the real paths are and aren't, so to speak. And yeah, that's looking really nice. Now we're going to move on to the second path. So the first path we built was to get guests from the entrance down into the water terraces. This one, which I built in the same style, is going to get them into the next area of the zoo, which is going to be the Amazon River Walk, which I'm looking forward to building pretty soon. And now we're going to hide some benches in to the edges of this little step. We'll just put them on the edge of the path and then move the step ever so slightly so it covers them up. And now the guests will actually be able to sit on these steps, and then we'll use the guest curbs to stop them from walking into the bits that we don't want them to walk into. We'll crack on now and start building the actual main part of the water terraces. I'm going to use paths to create little blank spaces, the larger of which will be even more gardens to make this as lush as possible, and the smaller ones will just cover up with decals. Alright, it is finally time to start the red-crowned crane habitat. I love building habitats for these birds, but one in the wetlands Florida, I built one in Tecton Zoo, and we're doing another one now. To be honest, they're probably not the most suitable water bird to have in this plaza, but seeing as we've only got flamingos and red-crowned cranes, I'm going to have to use them. If we ever get anything more suitable, like scarlet ibis or something like that, then I'll probably switch them out. But they will do for now. I've got the sort of curve of the path recreated in plaster here, and then I'm going to bring that across to the front and then build a semicircle to round it off so that the front of the habitat matches the back of the habitat, and we get this nice kind of sinuous curve for the whole habitat. I want this habitat to be like an extension of the entrance and the overlook, so that rather than being sort of standing on its own like the flamingos and the tree frogs, it's more like an extension of the architecture of the entrance, and that's where this curve comes in. I think this is going to look really nice. If we take a look at it from above, you can see how it sort of comes out of that overlook and joins perfectly onto the path down to the Amazon River Walk. and that is the effect I'm going to go for. The actual design itself is based on a couple of things. There's an aviary in Geneva, which I'm a huge fan of, called the Bois de la Bâtie, and I used a version of that to make the red-crowned crane habitat I built in our wetland zoo, and then I sort of took that design a bit further with some of my own ideas for the Japanese macaques in Tecton Zoo. And now I'm going to try and do it with even more of my ideas for this red-crowned crane habitat here. So I'm going to put a lot more of the circles from the other side of the water terraces in to give a continuity between each side of the area and make it all feel like a whole. And these steps would be for visitors to stand on, so they get a better view of the cranes, and the crane habitat itself is going to be slightly raised off the floor. And then on the inside of the circles will be pools for the cranes. So we're going to start with the mesh. Going to colour this white, makes it look much more attractive than the sort of standard very dark grey. And we'll put a little sort of rod in at the top and the bottom, so it looks like it's attached to the plaster. And then we'll just copy this all the way around the outside. No quick way of doing this with it being a curve, so that looks pretty nice though. And then we're going to build the roof. So this is the design I came up with for the macaques in Tecton Zoo. I'm going to use it again because I really like it and I love the way it looks with this style of habitat. So basically you build a circle with the curve pieces, and that is going to be a skylight, and then get that where we want it above that pool, and then we'll copy it across again to the other side. Red-crowned cranes live in pretty cold climates in Japan, Korea, China, that area, and Southern California in the summer isn't going to be great for them, to be perfectly honest. So they're going to need a lot of shade. It's not like they never go anywhere warm, but they're certainly not going to want to be in direct 30-degree sunlight all day. So we're going to fill a big roof in across the whole habitat, and then just have these skylights meshed over. So there'll be sort of pools of sunshine inside the habitat, and then the majority of it will be in shade. That way the cranes will be happy, and the guests should be happy as well, because the lighting inside the habitat's going to be really nice, especially at certain times of day when the sun is going to come through these skylights and highlight different areas of the habitat, mainly around the pools where the cranes will be spending most of their time. Placing these plaster pieces in like this individually takes absolutely ages, but I love the finished effects so much, it is well worth the time. All we need to do now is put some mesh over the skylights so the cranes don't fly away. Not much chance of that happening in Planet Zoo, but anyway, needs to look realistic. And that is the externals of the habitat done. So I've planted a load of mulch into one of the circles here, and now we're going to fill it with plants and grass for the cranes. Now in franchise mode, you've got to think about what the animals want. There's a little trick with planting which I did not learn until pretty recently. I must have been building for like a year and a half before I knew this. I wish I'd known it sooner. So if any of you guys don't know this, this could be useful. With franchise mode, the most important thing is that the plants need to be from the right biome for the animals. If they're not from the correct continent, the animals don't really care. You can pretty much ignore the continent, and your animals can be up to 99% happiness, which is good enough for me. This little garden here, we're going to extend out into the water terraces themselves. So there's a direct continuity from the inside of the habitat to the outside where the guests are. And now we can get our cranes in. We're just going to have a pair of cranes in here. IRL, you can't keep big flocks of them together if you want them to breed, because they get very territorial. Now, there's one thing that zoos love, possibly even more than animals it seems, is signs. Signs and banners, flags, information boards absolutely everywhere. So I want to make a really cool sign for this area. We're going to continue this motif through the whole zoo. This one is going to be specifically for the water terraces. So we're going to use 3 of the projection screens together, and then a design based on a screenshot that I've just taken, which is spread across the 3 billboards. And we'll do a little bit of detailing to make it look like it's hanging off of this post, and then we can put these all around the area. And I really like how this looks with the zoo's logo on it. That is a nice addition to the water terraces. And then at the back of the habitat, it's looking kind of plain. So I'm going to use a technique which I used in Tecton Zoo to make it look more interesting, which is to use billboards all the way across the back of the habitat and put a landscape on them, something you see a lot of in zoos to make habitats appear to be larger than they are, or just to cover up a bare wall like we're doing here. I did this in Tecton Zoo with photos, but another amazing creator called Just Goron messaged me the other day and asked me if he could use a few screenshots from my Planet Wild series as backdrops for habitats in his zoo. And the reason he wanted to do that is because he said it looks better when you use a screenshot from Planet Zoo for the landscape rather than a photo, because it's sort of in the same world. And I thought, yeah, that's an amazing idea, using a screenshot rather than a photo. So thanks to Just Goron, I'm going to basically use the same idea here. So we've got an episode of Planet Wild that already takes place in the perfect environment for the red-crowned crane, which is Land of the Leopard, which was set on the border between Russia and China in the Amur forest. And so these are screenshots I've just taken in that episode of Planet Wild, and we'll put these all the way across the back of the habitat. It took about 2 hours in Photoshop to line these up correctly, so it was seamless, but I'm really pleased with how it looks. Goron's got a great tutorial on it, which I'll put a link to in the description. And there we go. I can't believe we've made it, but the water terraces are complete. I love how these steps look. I'm really pleased with this build. The cranes look very nice in their habitat as well. This was so far out of my comfort zone in terms of building infrastructure, gradients on the paths, things like that. Stuff I've never done before. I'm so happy with how it turned out. I really hope you guys like it. As always, let's take a quick look at where we were and where we are now. That is a lot of work to get done. Today we're going to be working on the entrance. I can't wait to get stuck into that. And in order to see what we're going to be doing, we're going to need to move our drone. There we go. So now we can see the area we're going to be working on today. I got 3 different things that I want to build today, and one of them is going to require me to use reward statues, which means I need to do something I haven't done since the day I bought Planet Zoo and play career mode. Don't worry, I won't make you watch me do it, but I'm going to smash through a load of these to get as many of the animal reward statues as I can, and we're going to be using all of them. That'll do. Let's get on to the area we're going to be working in, which is here. And firstly, we're going to set up a road that goes past the zoo. So one of the most important things I think about making your zoo look good is to make sure you set the scene and don't just have the zoo sort of sat in the middle of a blank map. So before we start building anything fancy, I'm going to sort out a road that's going to run past the entrance to the zoo. And this is going to take coaches in and out of the transport hub that we built, or sort of started building, back in episode 1. So this is going to be the easiest way to enter the zoo. I figure there'd be coaches running to the zoo with some nice branding that I've put on them to try and dissuade people from using cars, although obviously this being America, that's going to be pretty tough. And then I wanted a little water feature in between the roads. This is one from Tecton Zoo, which I also used in the wetlands. I toyed with the idea of using it here, but in the end I didn't want to use the exact same thing again. So I'm going to use this as a base to build a new fountain that's going to go here. Something that looks a bit different and a bit less modernist. I use the elephant enrichment pool for the base of this fountain just because it's got that really nice blue colour, and you don't have to muck about with Planet Zoo's water, which is always an advantage. And we're going to put some gravel around it as well, using the gravel path. We're going to be doing this a lot today. I really like the gravel path texture. A bit tricky to work with, obviously, with it being a path. And then we're going to do some planting. I'm going to be using a lot of grasses, succulents and cactuses in this zoo, seeing as we're in Southern California. I want to give a big thank you to a couple of you guys, Sewer Raccoon and Corey Reynolds, who left some really interesting comments about the droughts in Southern California and how zoos and other sort of institutions try and work with that. And they pointed out that the water terraces was a little lush for this environment. To be honest, that was the idea. I wanted that place to be lush. Zoos can certainly afford to do things like that if they want. But for the majority of the park, we're going to go with some much more Californian or Southern Californian style planting. And they gave me some really good advice on that. So I'll be following that for the rest of the series. So thank you so much for doing that. We're going to get some plants in here and some mulch, so it looks like we've got flower beds around the gravel, and just get this looking really nice without going too over the top. And we'll come back and finish this later on in the episode, but I want to get stuck into the next part of the build, which is where the reward statues come in. Now, I've mentioned the Singapore Zoo back in episode 1, and one of the things that I saw in my research was something that I really liked, which was a stone facade over a tunnel somewhere along the road that takes you into the zoo. I think it's quite a way away from the zoo, but I want to use that to go over the entrance to the transport hub. So we're going to be using a load of fake rocks and then a lot of animal statues. It's like a relief, I think is what it's called. That's the sort of artistic term for it, where you carve animal shapes out of the rocks. So it's going to be pretty tricky to pull off because all these statues in Planet Zoo are three-dimensional and designed to be freestanding rather than flat. So we're going to do a lot of burying statues, recoloring them. So I'm just doing the rocks at the moment, making sure the bottom is thicker than the top so it looks realistic. And just getting a shape that I'm pretty happy with. Let's get on to the statues. So here they are. I've got a little palette together of statues that I think might be suitable. We're going to start placing them into the rocks, moving them around and getting them to look the way that I want. I'm going to start with this big saltwater croc here. What I'm mainly going to be doing is spinning them so that they are sort of further out at the top than the bottom so that we can hide their feet. So we'll do something like that with this lion here. I want him to be pretty much near the base of it. And then once I find out where I want to sink him in, if we drag the top of him forward a bit, then we can hide the feet and just have the parts that we want sticking out of the rocks. And obviously we'll recolor him so he blends in perfectly with the rocks around him. And we're just going to keep doing that with loads of different animals. This took so long until we get something that I'm happy with. I spent absolutely ages playing through all the career mode maps because I really wanted the yellow anaconda statue, which I'd assumed would be like a really big, long snake that would look great across the top. And then when I finally got it, it's tiny and curled up like a little spring. So I positioned it under the lion's tail, which sticks out and you can't get rid of, to make it look like the lion's tail was the head of the snake. And then the curled up part was just the rest of its body. I was pretty pleased with how it turned out in the end. We got the gorilla as well. Definitely want to use this guy. This is a really cool statue and he fits in really nicely when you get the rotation right. And we'll recolor him as well so he sits in nicely. And then it's over to the other side. We'll get a kangaroo in here, loads of other animals, and start getting this side to look good. We'll put some otters and seals and another crocodile going across the top. Some of this will be hidden by what I'm going to build in front of it, but I want it to be consistent all the way along. And then we'll get back to the fountain. I've chopped the top of it off and made the colour a bit more suitable for this zoo. We'll put some palms in here. They're going to be another big feature. Obviously palms big in California. And then this is actually the little water feature from the crane habitat, which just happened to fit perfectly on the back of the fountain. So I'm going to use this once I get it in the right spot. There we go. And then maybe make an adjustment to that tree at the back. That's way too big. We'll need to get something smaller in there. So get one of these palms in instead. Yeah, that looks better. We'll sink a few ponytail palms in as always, and then we're going to get some animals in here. Not real animals, obviously. We'll be using some more of the reward statues. I've got something that I think is going to look really cute in this fountain and give it a bit of a focal point for people to look at. So I think a pair of capybara are going to look really nice in here. So we'll get this one positioned where I want it. Now there's only one statue in the game, so I'll have to use the same one twice, and we'll just adjust the other one. So I'm going to have this guy look like he is submerged in the water, with the one on the left standing. And then I'll just keep making tiny little adjustments to both of them, moving them around until they're in exactly the place that I want them to be, and I like the way it looks. And I think this is a cute little addition to the front. Then we're going to fill in the gap in the middle. So this is going to be a solid rock wall behind the fountain. And again, we're going to spam this with animal statues, loads and loads of animal statues. So we get a really nice sort of mural effect all the way across the front of this car park area. And then we're going to put the zoo's name on the front of this fountain. So I'm going to be using a custom font for this by the amazing Christina Triple Z. This is one of her latest fonts. I do this a lot, but I don't normally show it in the videos because I figure it's not the most exciting footage. But this series is all about showing sort of how you can actually make a zoo like this rather than just speeding through it. So I thought I would show you a few bits of how to get these custom fonts working nicely. So we're just going to pick the first letter that we need, move it, put a grid piece behind it. This is one of the curved top walls, doesn't matter which piece you use. This just lets you line them up nicely and make sure everything's perfect. And then we'll drop the next letter in, make sure it's sticking out the exact same amount as the first letter and looking how we want it, line it up exactly, and we will just repeat this for every letter until we have the zoo's full name. Couple more letters to go and it's done. Now if you're going to be putting this on a flat wall, at this point you can just group it and move it to where you want. This is going on a curved wall, so whatever you do, do not group it. Just select all of it and get it into the position that you want on whichever surface it's going to go on. So we want this right in the center of this fountain here. So get it roughly in place, and then we're going to go in and individually move each letter so that it is perfectly lined up, much like we did on the Tree Frog Oasis. That's about the right spot, I think. And this incredible font is made out of the bracket pieces or hinge pieces, I forget what they're called, and they are really hard to select, so you got to fly inside the fountain to click the back of it and select it. So it is a bit of a pain, but when it's finished it looks absolutely amazing. That's the sign done. Let's move on to the next stage. Back at the animal wall, I'm going to use the tail of the peacock statue and incorporate it into the rockwork so it becomes a design rather than an animal. And this is going to go all the way down the edges of each part of the entrance. So we've got 2 sides and 2 entrances, so we're going to have 4 of these. And I'm just going to copy this down and keep spinning it round until it becomes like a giant peacock towel that is part of the wall, or looks like it's part of the wall, rather than being an animal, if that makes sense. I really like how this looks. I was not expecting the peacock's tail to be my favourite bit. That's what we've got so far, and I'm really liking the look of that. But that road definitely needs work. So again, this is something I wouldn't normally show, but if you are wondering how to make a decent looking road, what you want to do is get the plaster trim, and you want to make sure that it's as low as it can go, but so it doesn't disappear when you zoom out, because some of the pieces in Planet Zoo do that, like this one now, gone, back again. Don't want that happening for any aerial shots of the zoo, so we'll move it up like 1 pixel and then try and zoom out again and see if it stays in the picture or not. Nope. So one more time, move it up another pixel, and this will have it so this as low as it can possibly go while still being visible as far away as you want to move the camera. This road, I'm using a reference photo from the entrance to San Diego Zoo, which is one of my favourite zoos that I've been to, and I've got no idea what 2 yellow lines in the middle of the road means in the US. I'm assuming it means no overtaking, but I could be completely wrong. We don't really do this in the UK, but we'll just put this all the way down. And I mentioned that you don't want it to look like it was painted yesterday, so I'll get some of the grunge decals, make them the exact same colour as the tarmac. Once it's almost disappeared, which is what we want, there we go, we'll put that in alongside the edges of these trim pieces and just put a few of these around, and that will make it stop being sort of geometrically perfect and actually look a bit like it's been there for a while. There we go, it's looking a lot more like a road. Next up, it's the gardens. So I want 2 desert gardens on either side of this transport hub entrance, and then I want some palms lining the road as well. So I've put some trim down the side of the road, and we'll make some improvements to that in a minute. But we want some soil for the trees. And a trick I learned from my good friend JP, I don't know if he invented it or if he was just the first person I saw to use it, but if you turn the classic flower bed piece upside down, you get a really nice soil texture that's a lot lighter than the mulch pieces, which is a lot more suitable for Southern California. This is where we'll be planting our palm trees. You probably noticed I'm working on a really tight area here. We are in franchise mode, so there is not a huge amount of money in the zoo at the moment, so I'm concentrating on getting the area right in front of the entrance building looking perfect, and then the rest of it we can sort out later. So onto the desert garden. I want this to be planted up with gravel with succulents in it, which is something you see a lot of, which I really like the look of. So we're going to be using the gravel path again, raising it off the ground and then making sure that the curb is under the level of the plaster of this planter, which is based on the tree frog Oasis. We'll put 2 pieces of path in at each end and then join them together in a nice shape. And then we'll run a load of dark grey plaster around the curves so that it looks like a nice planter rather than a bit of path that's floating in midair. We will fill this with all kinds of deserty plants and plants that don't need a lot of water, so it's suitable for Southern California. So we'll get these palms in. I don't think this is the exact species, but this is the similarest palm in the game to the reference photos of San Diego Zoo that I was looking at. And then we'll fill the bed with succulents and cacti, just trying to come up with a nice arrangement. As I've said many times on my channel, I am not a gardener. I do not know a great deal about plants. So I just go with stuff that looks nice and matches the various reference images I've seen. We'll get some rocks in there. We've used very few real rocks in this zoo so far, and that's one of my favourite things to do. That is going to change once we start getting into the habitats and all the big areas that we'll be building later. But I wanted to get some nice desert rocks in here, and then just a few more touch-ups, a little bit of grass poking through this earth, and a second trim for the road. And that's this whole area done. I'll show you how it looks in a minute, but before we do that, I just want to give you a sneak peek of what we're going to be doing next week. The entrance building. I cannot wait to do this. You know I love massive, ridiculous zoo entrances, and this zoo is going to be no exception. Let's take a look at where we got to today. So here's one of the San Bernardino Zoo coaches about to go into the transport hub with a desert garden next to it. This fountain I am really pleased with, especially with all the animals and the rockwork in the background. I think that looks really nice. And here's an overview of the whole area that we've done today. I know it's only small, but it's important to get the details right. Like I said back in episode 1, I want this to be a really detailed zoo. And this is the desert garden. Really happy with how everything's turned out today. Let's take a quick look at where we were and where we are now. Now, we have a problem to solve today. This side of the entrance at the front needs to be a modern, high-budget, American-style zoo entrance that announces the zoo's presence. And then on the other side here, we need something that's going to act as a suitable backdrop to the water terraces that we built in episodes 2 and 3. So designing a building where each side has 2 completely different architectural styles would, I imagine, be a struggle for the finest of architects, and I am not the finest of architects. So what I've decided to do is have this side be an old preserved part of the zoo and then have the new building behind it. I want this to be a really nice backdrop for the water terraces. So the style I've decided to go for is called Spanish Colonial Revivalist. Bit of a mouthful. Basically, it's a style you see a lot of in California where the zoo is set. Essentially, it's the style of buildings that the Spanish used when they colonized the Americas. That style was then revived in the early 20th century, mainly in California, and it's a really attractive style. I thought it'd be a really nice backdrop to these water terraces, especially with the sort of more pastel-y colours that we've got going on there. So I'm going to build a really simple set of arches, and the idea would be that this would have been a whole building at one time back in the early days of the zoo. Recently the zoo has replaced it with a more modern entrance building, but just left these arches in so that it still serves as a nice backdrop for the water terraces. So I'm using plaster pieces and a few of the classic pieces to create some arches. Ignore that little roof thing. That was an experiment that doesn't stay in there, but just copying these all the way down and just trying to work out how to have something that's just a part of the building still look like it belongs there. So this entire build took an enormous amount of time. I can't even remember how much footage I had. I think I had like 20 hours of footage to edit to make this episode, because there's just none of it's that complicated, but I just had 2 really different ideas about how I wanted each side to look, and trying to get those to match together was pretty tricky. I'm just putting bins inside the columns here to stop guests from walking through the columns. Much easier than using guest barriers if you've just got a little space like this, and this will just make it look realistic and make them walk between the columns instead of straight through them like they normally would. And then we're going to put a huge billboard in here. We're doing a lot of stuff with billboards in this episode. I'm really enjoying using them after we started using them in the cranes habitat last week. So I'll get a bit more into it later on when we build the lifts for the guests to get up into this area. But right now, we're just going to put a big old billboard here to go in the arches, so it looks like a design that you'd often see in zoos. This is based on a thumbnail for one of the episodes of Planet Wild. I'll put a link to it in the end if you want to see the episode. It's one of my favourite videos that I've ever made, I think, a sort of compilation of the best animal footage from the Planet Wild series. And then we're going to take these arches and curve them round the path that leads people down into the next area of the zoo. So it's not just a sort of straight line. And we'll fill this big hole in with a garden for palms later on. And I'm going to end it roughly about here, maybe put another archway in, and put a slightly thicker arch on the end and some more decoration just to signify that that is the end of the arches. And yeah, this Spanish style I think fits really nicely in with the water terraces. Really happy with how this looks when it's done. It just took me a long time to get there despite how simple the actual build is. So we'll come back and do a bit more work on this end piece here in a second, but it's looking a little monotonous color-wise and I want to add a splash of color to it. So I'm going to take the flags that we created for the water terrace and then arrange them so that we've got one on every other column along here to give a splash of color. We'll make some changes to the actual sort of structure of it as well so that they look like they're hanging rather than just a post that's been stuck to the wall. So we'll move these bracket pieces in and they can be the supports for the flag, so it's hanging from the top rather than on a pole. And then we'll copy these across and just get them in the right position, and it looks a lot better once we get these in here. We're going to have all sorts of decals and lights and stuff like that on here as well to really bring it to life. And we'll put another billboard on this end, this time with an image of the water terraces. I think eventually I want to have billboards all over the zoo of the animals in the zoo, but obviously right now we've only got 2 habitats, so we're going to be using whatever I can find lying around. And while I finish that off, some exciting news from the zoo. We have our second zoo baby, and I want you guys to name her. So we have our little crane chick here. Think of a name, put it in the comments, and I will choose my favourite, and that will be this little crane's name going forward. Next up, we're going to move on to part 2 of the build, which is to get the lifts working. So these plaster pieces mark the exact point where the guests are going to come to the end of the spiral staircase and step into the actual entrance. So they're going to be replaced with lifts, and then we're going to build an entire wall across them made from billboards, which is going to enable us to have a really cool design on it and look like something you see a lot of in zoos where you've got big animal murals on the wall and things like that, rather than building it out of building pieces. So we're going to use a lot of billboards, and we're going to need a lot of work in Photoshop to get the pictures to be in the right place. And we also need to position the billboards so that they're not covering the gap where the guests are going to walk through, because we want the lifts to have open doors so that you can actually see the guests walk in. So it's going to take a lot of doing. So this is me just rearranging the pictures again and again in Photoshop so that when I export them and add them to the billboard, their heads appear exactly where I want them to, like this little raccoon here. I'm glossing over this pretty quickly, but if you want to know exactly how to do stuff like this over multiple billboards, let me know in the comments and I might make a tutorial on it. Next up, we're going to finish off the rest of the building with some of these metal wall pieces. We'll build a roof as well. Obviously, we want this completely covered up. A, you sort of need lift shafts to be covered up, and B, we don't want to see the guests walking up these spiral stairs. They're going to walk into the open lift doors at the bottom and then emerge at the top, and it should look pretty smooth. We'll use some of the panel pieces here that come with this building set to get the wall to go all the way up to the back wall of the building without sticking out. And then we'll put a roof in, keeping this pretty simple. It is a set of lifts after all, and what the guests will see will be the big billboards on both sides of it. And then we'll use these plaster pieces to cover up the edges of the building and bring a continuity with the main building itself. Now, onto the lifts themselves. So I mentioned back in episode 1, I think it was, whether I would build the lifts myself or use Shiftsy's lift pack, and I decided to go with Shiftsy's lift pack. It is so good. It is insane how detailed they are. Probably better than anything I could do, and certainly quicker than anything I could do, but they're going to need quite a lot of transformation to get them to fit. So we've dropped the blueprint in, and I'm going to split it up into its component parts and start resizing them so that it exactly fits the gaps in the billboard that we put in earlier. And when this is finished, it just looks so slick. Massive thank you to Shifsy for creating this pack. He's an amazing creator. If you've not checked out his channel, I'd recommend it. He builds some amazing stuff. He's a big fan of zoo entrances, as am I. And speaking of the entrance, it is finally time to get on and start building the facade at the front of the entrance. Oh, I have been looking forward to making this. So one of the main things that I want to have in the entrance is the zoo's logo. And as you probably noticed at the start of the videos, the zoo's logo is written in the Planet Zoo fonts, or as close as I could get to the Planet Zoo font anyway. And that is not a font that we have in the game. So I'm going to need to use billboards again to get the logo to appear on the front of the building and look exactly as I want it to. So we're using some massive billboards here, and then we're going to build the entrance over them and just leave a little gap where you can see the logo through it. This, again, a lot of time in Photoshop to get it to fit exactly over this billboard and be the right size for the building. But we'll just position these billboards in the center, and then we'll put the logo in. This, at this stage, this is just a really rough version of the logo. It's not even the right color. I'm just getting the sizing right, and by the end of the episode, this will be all the correct colors and the perfect size. And spelling. But I need something to work with. And then we're gonna sit the logo in. I don't want it to just look like an actual billboard that's just been stuck to the side of the building, if you see what I mean. So we're gonna sit it in and actually build it as part of the entrance facade. And part of that building will be some windows to get some light in there and just for some visual interest on the front. So I'm making a nice circle here, and we're going to have a couple of these on the front of the building so that we can, like I say, get some light and some visual interest. So going to copy this, get it in the right position on the front of the building. We're going to have two of them intersecting and then put glass inside them, and it will highlight that end of the building, which is where we're going to have our entrance animals. The logo itself is going to have a concrete surround, which is going to help separate it from the rest of the design. So I need a couple of half circles for each end of that. So I'm going to build an even smaller circle, and I'm using the other end of the plaster pieces from what we had before. So the each piece of the circle is even smaller, which gives you a nice smooth circle. The smaller the piece, obviously, the smoother the circle. And then we'll just use half of this and copy it up onto the facade of the building, and then run lines of concrete in between each half circle until we've got a really nice smooth surround for the logo. I'm using the non-lit version of the billboards, but they are still pretty reflective, which is a bit much sometimes, but I really want the logo to be correct. So billboards are the only way to go, other than designing my own version of the Planet Zoo font out of bracket pieces, and I do not have a spare month to put one of those together. So this is what we're going to go with, and once it's got everything surrounding it as it should do, it looks really good. So we're going to run those plaster pieces along here, like I said, and then just get a sort of a rounded rectangle, I guess you'd call it, or a really weird oval. I'm not sure what the technical term is, but we'll get this all the way around the logo. That's going to help it stand out with what's surrounding it. There we go, looking good. Now, in terms of what's going to surround it, I had a couple of ideas for what I wanted the front of the entrance to look like. And just to sort of show you how long these things can take, I'm going to show you my first idea, which I spent absolutely hours on. So I decided that what I wanted at the front was a mosaic. So I got a picture of a tiger, and I shrunk it down to the correct number of pixels, and then I individually recolored each one of these little pieces to build the complete mosaic of the tiger. And then when I'd finished, I hated it. So I deleted it and went with my other idea, which was to replicate the animal wall that we built in the last episode across the whole of the facade. This took a lot of doing because there's only so many of the faux rocks that I used to recreate that, and I really don't want this to look like it's being copy-pasted. Obviously IRL, that's not an option. So you can see here there's loads of repeating patterns where I've used the same rock over and again. So I want to get rid of all of those. So we're going to use loads and loads of the small faux rocks to cover up any repeating patterns, so it makes it look like it's been sort of properly carved out of, you know, poured concrete or whatever they use to make this effect. We also need to get the joins between this part of the wall and the concrete surround of the logo really tight, so that looks like it's been built into it as well. So lots of work to do here. We're also going to put some glass in the windows, obviously. These windows are going to provide a tiny bit of a view into the final piece of the entrance puzzle, which is going to be a big exhibit for both species of iguanas, which we are going to be doing next week when we finally finish the whole entrance complex and can start getting into the rest of the zoo. So going to use billboards again down here. I went through a few different options here, but for the moment I'm going to use a modified version of the same billboard that we used on the lifts. I think it's really nice. I think eventually I will change it out for animals from the zoo itself. I mean, these species will be in the zoo, I think, but I want the pictures to have been taken in the zoo. I really like how this is looking, but it is very grey, so I want a splash of colour in here as well. So we're going to add some planters in. I wasn't sure exactly how you'd get plants onto a sort of giant fake rock wall, so I spoke to one of the legends of Planet Zoo, Mike Sheets, who is a gardener by trade, or a landscape gardener, I think, or something like that. This guy knows more about plants than anyone I've ever spoken to, and he gave me some advice on how you would get plants in here, either fake ones or just building planters like this on the side. As long as you've got a foot or two of soil there, you can put some plants in there, and we'll get some trailing plants coming down from here, reaching over the facade, so we get a nice green contrast to all the grey that's going on beneath it. And once these are finished, all we need is a roof, and the exterior of the entrance is done. So you'll see the roof in the cinematics in a minute. It's not 100% finished yet. I ran out of time. You're going to see sort of a rough draft of it. It's going to be much more attractive when it's finally finished, but I left it in there so you get a sense of what the final building is going to look like. So let's check it out. I'm really happy with that. The photo montage really looks like something you would see in a zoo. I think that's turned out really nicely. The Shifty's lifts look amazing in there. This is the finished Spanish revivalist arches at the water terrace side of the building. I also finished the overlook as well, so the guests aren't going to plummet to their deaths anymore, which is always useful. And here you see the view of it in the background. And I think that's a really fitting backdrop for this area. And here is the front in all its glory. I love the fact that we've got the proper logo on the building as well. I'm glad we went with the billboard in the end. I think it's really effective. Let's check the drone cam as always. This is where we were at the start of the episode, and this is where we are now. That's the temporary roof I mentioned. Here in the entrance building, this end that we worked on last week is looking pretty good, but the other end is looking kind of empty, so that is where we're going to be building this huge exhibit complex. Now, you know I like to do something different with the exhibits in this game each time we use them. So what we're going to be creating today is something that gives the impression of two large 8x4 meter exhibits rather than the standard 4x4 meter exhibits. It's going to be called Iguana Falls, and it's going to be based around a waterfall. But I don't want the sort of raging torrent waterfall that you normally get in Planet Zoo. I want one of the really nice waterfalls you often see in botanical gardens and places like that. So by spinning the big waterfall piece round and recoloring the water, we can get a nice subtle sort of curtain of water coming down the waterfall rather than the sort of foamy rushing water that you get normally, and that is the exact vibe that I want to go for. And then we're going to surround it with something that I think will tie in the animal wall theme that we have on the front of the entrance with the tree frog oasis that we have in the water terraces. So we're going to bring our iguana back from hanging in midair where he was. This guy's been in the entrance pretty much from day one, just as an extra animal to get more guests in, but he's finally going to get a proper home. So we're going to have two exhibits either side of the waterfall, and I'm going to position them right next to each other with a bit of a height difference, and then work on filling in the spaces between them so it looks like it's one huge exhibit rather than two standard sized exhibits. Obviously you can't get rid of the glass in between the exhibits without using mods. We don't use mods on this channel, so there will still be glass there, but from most angles this is going to look like it is just one big exhibit. And then we'll have it set up so it looks like maybe the glass is there to separate the animals when needed, and then they've got a way of getting through into the other habitat when they're not being separated. Getting paths in here was a hell of a challenge. I think it took me 10 actual real-time minutes to get this bit done, because I've got a staff room and a keeper hut hidden away behind the waterfall, because I want one dedicated keeper for this, and I want him to be able to access them from the back, so he's not getting mixed up with all the guests looking at the exhibits, and he's got a quick, easy way to get there. And he's not wasting time. So I've skipped most of this, but just know that this took like 10 actual minutes to do. But eventually, there we go. I finally managed to get everything to connect up, and we can concentrate on starting to make this look nice. So we're going to get some iguanas in here. We're going to have 2 of the green iguanas on the left, and then 2 of the Antillean iguanas on the right. We're going to breed them as well, seeing as they're rare, whereas the green iguana's really common and actually seen as an invasive species in a lot of places. So the world probably doesn't need any more of those. And then what we're going to do is use the decorations inside each exhibit to make it look like it's one continuous exhibit. So making sure that they're spun round, choosing different decorations in each one, using the rock walls to close off the back and the sides, leaving the glass in the middle. We're eventually going to use pieces inside the exhibits to join up the little bits of water, put some extra plants in, and just make this look like one 8x4 exhibit. We'll do the same thing on the other side, but in a slightly different style, so they're not both identical. And you can see me spinning it there so that the water in the right-hand exhibit looks like it's flowing down into the water on the left-hand exhibit. And we'll be doing a load of work with the special effects pieces to enhance that illusion a bit later. And then we're going to get some rocks in and start designing the rest of it. So going to be using a similar style to what we did on the outside of the entrance, but in a different color. I want a really deep sort of browny grey for this habitat. We'll get some animal statues in, of course, and just make this look really nice. I want it to look different to the entrance. I want it to be quite dark and striking rather than the more sort of cheerful look of the entrance, but I still want it to be in the same sort of vein so it ties in. Got to be really careful with these rock pieces. I love how they look, but they're absolutely huge. If they stick out too far at the front, the guests are going to sink into them when they're looking at the exhibit. And if they stick into the exhibit too far, they're going to cover up the iguanas when they're near the front of the exhibit. So just need to keep experimenting with those until we get it right. We'll match the color of the waterfall to the rocks as well, and then start getting some more of these fake rocks in so we can really build up the shape that we're going for. We're going to use the rocks to cover up every trace of the exhibits themselves, so the effect we end up with is just a large area inside of these rocks that's got, you know, plants, water, earth, etc., and iguanas in it, so you can't see any of the exhibit boxes at all, and really start to sell the illusion that we got 2 large exhibits here rather than 4 small ones stuck next to each other. Going to use a few of the real rocks mixed in with the fake rocks where necessary, because the real rocks come in much smaller sizes. And then for the main part of the backdrop of the exhibit, or the upper part at least, we're going to be using the waterfalls again. These waterfalls have a really nice sort of brushed concrete texture on them, which I don't think is in any other piece in the game, so it makes a really unique backing and provides a nice contrast with its fairly smooth surface with the more jagged rocks in front of it. Once we've got this in place, you'll see as well that because it's a waterfall, it actually creates some water trickling down the back of the exhibit, so you can see it there, and I absolutely love how that looks, like the water's being sort of recycled through the exhibit. Don't worry about this waterfall up here, we're going to cover that up with plants and mulch a bit later on. We'll copy it across to the other side, and now the exhibit's really starting to take shape. It is going to be pretty huge. I want it to really fill this back wall. We'll use more of the rocks to create a border and start getting a more polished look to this. I want it to be the exact size of the exhibits and obviously equal both sides, so it's symmetrical. So the rock that I've got on the far left at the moment is a bit big. That's going to go so that we can get this the exact right size that we want. We'll just copy this rock across and then bring it down the sides as well to frame this, and it gives us a nice 3D effect where the brushed concrete in the background is slightly behind the border and the waterfall, and then this little gap will finish or fill in rather with some of the really small faux rocks. Yeah, that's looking pretty nice. We'll do the same thing on the other side by copying it across, and then we'll move on and take a look at the bottom of the waterfall itself. So right now the water's just flowing down the wall and then going right into the floor, which isn't ideal. So we're going to put a base for it in here. I started off with a plaster piece, but switched it out for concrete later on because it's got a rougher texture and matches the waterfall much better. And then we're going to use more faux rocks to make a little sort of rock pool at the bottom where the water has somewhere to go. You can imagine it being collected here and then filtered back up to the top of the waterfall, so that it's just the same water constantly being cycled through the system. Don't want to waste any more water in this zoo. And then I've been playing career mode again, as you can tell. I've got some bronze statues this time. I want some iguanas climbing the waterfall. Obviously the animals in the exhibits aren't the biggest, and I want a more sort of impressive effect at the front of this habitat, and it also ties it in nicely with the aesthetic that we have on the front of the zoo. So I'm going to position these really carefully and make sure that all their sort of limbs are touching the rock so it looks realistic, even though they're statues, if that makes sense. And yeah, I really like how the bronze looks here. It goes really nicely with the brown tones of the rock and the waterfall. We're going to have some stone ones right at the top as well. Before we do that, it is time to name that crane. Yes, it's the world's worst game show, Name That Crane. So last week I asked you to name the little baby crane that we just had born. I had loads of suggestions, some amazing ones. One that really made me laugh was San Bernardino. Nice. But the winner with 50 thumbs up on the comment was Hana, H-A-N-A, which means flower in Japanese, which is cute for a young crane, especially one that lives in Japan. That was from Anna36377. Thank you so much for that suggestion. I absolutely love that name, and that is this crane's name going forward. Right, back to the build. We are going to be working on the inside of the exhibits now. So we're going to use a mixture of rocks, mulch, water effects, all sorts of different things to start bringing the idea that this is one habitat together. So we've got a rock to cover up some of the joins here, and now we're going to use mulch to merge the two bits of earth on either side of the glass together. The aim here is to make the join between the glass at the bottom completely covered up with stuff that looks natural, and then we're going to have water running over the top of that just to sort of sell the idea that it's all one habitat. We'll also put some foliage on the front, and I'm going to make sure here that some of it hangs down directly in front of the join between the two habitats. And then we'll start using the water effects pieces to make it look like the water is flowing from one exhibit into the other. We need a few of these, and just position them in just the right place to start selling this illusion. This area is the part of the exhibits that you saw in the opening shot of the video with the two Antillean iguanas sort of looking at each other. They were both in separate exhibits, and it's this bit of water here makes that look correct from the right angle when you're not getting a load of glare on the glass. And then we're going to move on to getting a load of foliage on the front of the exhibit. So we're going to have ivy hanging down from the top. I'm going to make this ivy extend all over the ceiling and around those windows. Those are new, by the way. I had square ones in them in the temporary roof that you saw last week, but I really wasn't happy with them, so I ripped them out and put some circular ones in. And then we'll put the stone iguana statues in at the top that I mentioned. It's a shame we've only got one of these. It'd be nice if they were mirrored, but just by putting 3 in, rotating them, and being careful about where you position them, you can get a really striking effect with these. I'm really happy with how this looks from below when I get it right. And then it's on to the sign. I absolutely love this sign. This is made with one of Ricey's fonts. I'll put a link in the description as always so you guys can go and grab it yourself. But I've made it look like it's made out of copper or something like that and buried it in the waterfall. And when the water runs over it, you'll see the cinematics at the end. It just looks so good. I'm so happy with that. We'll cover up the waterfall, like I said earlier, with some of the plant panels, one of the best pieces in the game. And then we're going to put some mist up top, not this much. That was a bit big. We'll switch this out for a smaller one. And then just put them all along the top of the roof, so there's always some sort of mist curling around the top, which looks really cool and highlights the iguanas up there. And then we'll put some more foliage in around these windows and a few more buried ponytail palms and things like that at the top, just so we get a really lush look up here. Quite a jungly vibe with the mist and then the light coming through the windows, and then the contrast of that with the dark rocks at the bottom is really pleasing. Now we're going to put a big light behind the iguanas so that they are backlit, and this really helps them stand out at the top of the build there. And then we're going to take care of the bottom of the waterfall. So at the moment the water just sort of disappears into those rocks, so we're going to use some more water effects to make it look like there's a pool of water here, just by hiding the majority of the effect behind the waterfall and then lowering it so the top of the rocks stick out above it. You get this effect like there is running water there. We'll put some foliage in there as well, just to give a splash of colour at the bottom so it's not all brown. And that is the build done. I am very, very happy with how that looks. The iguanas look awesome in their new giant exhibits, and the front of the habitat looks really cool. Love the lighting and the way the water is just running down the front of that rock rather than sort of rushing down it, like I said right at the start. Let's take a quick look at the entrance. This is pretty much finished now, along with the transport hub. Well, to be honest, the transport hub needs a bit more work doing on it, but we're getting there. Thank you so much for watching, as always, guys, and welcome to Amazonia. Yes, that's right, we've got a whole new area to build in the zoo today. I'm so excited to get started on it. I've also done this and put all the areas in the zoo onto the map so we know what we're going to be building. And as you can see, there is a lot of work to get through. So let's move the drone into position and I'll tell you about the plans for Amazonia. This is going to be the most complex multi-habitat environment that I've created, I think. We're going to have an Amazon-style river with a bridge running across the top of it for the guests, and they're going to be surrounded by animals. So to the left, they will have capybara, to the right, they will have caiman and giant otter, and then running over their heads and appearing to move between all the habitats will be capuchins. So I've dug a big hole, filled it with water, and now we're going to run a path across the top of it between the habitats for the guests to walk on, like so. You can see the habitats to the left and the right. And then we're going to use the flatten to terrace tool to create shallow areas at the edge of the hole where the water will just slightly cover the land, which is good for the capybara and the caiman, etc., so they can sort of paddle around or bask in the shallows and you don't get like a hard edge at the end of the water, which you don't want. We'll smooth that off as well and then put the water back in, and you can see there that is looking a lot better, or it will do once I get rid of all the grass and everything else. And if we zoom out, you can see the whole area here. The boxes are basically the minimum sizes for the animals, and that's not the exact shape of the habitat. And the big square one you can see in the top left is going to be for jaguar. We'll keep that separated from the actual river walk. So let's get building then. So we're going to be using null barriers for everything in this area. You're going to see a weird shape here. That's going to allow us to have the main feature that I want for this set of habitats, which is that the capuchins can climb on ropes above the guests' heads and get to various different areas. This area here is going to be their shelter. We're going to fill it with enrichment items to give the capuchins a reason to climb and come over here. We're going to raise it up as well to put a bit of variety into the terrain. And these fake trees that I'm making are going to be how the capuchins get between the habitat that they share with the capybara and their own little private area away from the guests to view. I got the idea for this from the Auckland Zoo, which have an orangutan habitat where they have these giant steel trees which enable the orangutan to climb so high over the guests and all over this massive habitat that they have. It looks absolutely amazing. Check it out. I've sort of adapted it for capuchins here because, well, we all know what the orangutans in this game are like. The capuchins do a lot more climbing, so I thought it'd be more suitable for them. So we're just going to use loads of the fake trees and combine them together. This is not supposed to look like a real tree, by the way. It's supposed to be a fake tree in the zoo. We're going to have loads of them scattered around so the capuchins can climb everywhere they like. And when it's finished, it is going to look really cool. I really wanted to get the capuchins into this habitat. I know the Colombian white-faced capuchins that we have don't actually get as far south as the Amazon, but there are a lot of species of capuchins that do live there, And until we get one of those, or if we get one of those in the game, I'll be using the Colombian white-faced capuchin. Now, none of the ropes in the game are long enough to do what I want to do here. And to be honest, this high up, just a rope on its own is just going to blow around like crazy and probably send the capuchins flying to their deaths. So we'll be using sort of steel wire, i.e. bamboo, that I've colored black. And I'm going to manually place it, this took a while, to make it look sort of naturally like it's hanging, which is how the ropes would look if they were real ropes, if you see what I mean. And just getting a nice natural curve on it. And once I've got it halfway to the next tree, we'll just select it all, spin it around, copy it, and then move it along, and we'll have one nicely arranged steel wire that looks like it's got a nice natural sort of hang in the middle. And then we'll start to get it to exactly match up with the next tree. There we go. We'll do that again to the third tree along, which is going to be in the shelter for the capuchins, and is sort of the destination that they're making for every time they start climbing. They'll also have another tree which will get them to the opposite end of the habitat that we're building today. So I mentioned the capybara, and you saw them at the beginning of the video. This is going to be a mixed habitat, and I'm going to design it so that at the top of your screen, as you look at it here, there'll be capuchins and capybara, and then there'll be a wall across part of the water that prevents the capuchin from getting in to the other side of the habitat. I'm using the spotlights to create a little ladder up the tree so that the keepers could get up here to place food, or if they needed to get to one of the capuchins or anything like that. Took me a while to find a piece that worked for this, but I'm really happy with how this looks in the end. You just have the handle of the light poking out. We'll put a rope in as well for health and safety reasons, and again just to bend that so it looks like it's hanging down naturally. This is more for the keepers than the capuchins, this rope here. The capuchins will just run up the side of the tree. And then the reason I'm splitting the capuchin and the capybara parts of the habitat is that for the capuchin part of the habitat, we're going to have essentially a completely smooth concrete wall. If you have any sort of bricks or mesh or anything like that, they'll just climb it and escape. You can't put an anti-climb barrier in because they're monkeys and they will just run right over it. I've put some hot wire in here as a sort of secondary barrier, but you can't rely on that because they will just work out how to go under it or jump over it if they need to. So you need a completely smooth concrete wall, and that way they can't climb it. But I'm going to put a lot of work into decorating the wall to make it look as attractive as possible. But really, concrete isn't ideal. You'd want something that looks more natural or more attractive, and that is what we're going to do in the rest of the habitat where the capybara are. Obviously not exactly known for their climbing, so we're going to be using mud walls for this. I was going to make my own mud walls for the first time. I worked out how to do it, made one I was really happy with, and then I went to copy it and place it and realized that for the, I think, 2 meters wide that it cost about $800. And we do not have that sort of money in franchise mode. So I'm going to be using Zoov's mud walls, which are about 4 times the width of mine and only cost $600. I'm not sure how he did that. I was obviously doing something wrong, but I really like the way they look. I think that looks really attractive. You can see it here. The concrete on the other side, don't worry about that. We will make that look a lot nicer. Now, I thought it might be useful, seeing as this is my third franchise zoo that I've built, to share some of the tips and tricks that I've learned along the way. And this week, we're going to very briefly talk about habitat webcams. These things are amazing. Add one of these into your habitats and it adds 1/4 of a star to your zoo's marketing rating, and they only cost $150. So if you put 5 of these in, then that's going to increase your marketing rating by the same amount as paying for a $1,000 a year low impact marketing campaign for less money. And in franchise mode, that is always good. I hope you found that useful. Let's move back to the build now. So you can see the capuchin trees are all in. I cannot wait to see them running across here. Let's move on and take care of the capybara. Now, as we're building a river-based habitat, I thought it would be cool if the capybara's shelter was one of the houseboats that they use in the Amazon. So we're going to make one of those. I'm using the palm thatch pieces from the South America pack, the African hut base, which I seem to use all the time, such a good piece, and some of the African thatch mixed in as well, although that's going to be less noticeable as the build progresses. and we're going to have it floating. Well, the floor will be made of small logs, and then it'll be floating on big logs. This is based on a photo that I found. Doesn't need to be super detailed. It's going to be at the back of the habitat, but I think it's going to provide a really nice backdrop and really set the scene for the Amazonian feel that we're going to be going for here. This isn't big enough to cover all their shelter needs. They're also going to have a proper off-show sheltered area at the back of the habitat with a door to access it, so that they can be taken off show if need be, or if there's a storm or anything like that. They've got a more sort of substantial area to hide out in. I will mix a bit more of the palms in here. I really like how these palm pieces look. I don't think I've ever used them before. I think I've used the African palms once, and I don't think I've ever used the South American palms before, but they look nice. I like the bamboo that is their sort of structural support as well. And once we get enough of them mixed in, we will put a little ramp. This is going to be on the water, obviously, with it being a boat. And so we'll put a ramp in so that the capybara can swim up to this. And then where it gets shallower here, they can get up and into the shelter. We'll put one of the boats next to it, another piece I don't think I've ever used. And then we'll use their sleeping platforms to line the bottom of it, which will encourage them to sleep here, and also looks really nice. Nice contrast with the darker wood of the hut base. Copy this across so it's covering the whole floor. We'll put a bit more decoration in here later, but for now let's move on and do some planting. So I'm going to hide these scaevola bushes. If you hide them so they're just sort of poking out of the wall a little bit, then it looks like they're sort of growing around the margins of the habitat. I really like that look, and we'll get them to go into the water as well. Got some Amazonian water lilies in. Capybara eat plants, that's what they eat. According to my researches, they don't eat Amazonian water lilies. If you know any different, let me know in the comments. And then we're gonna make ourselves a monkey-proof sprinkler. So if you use a sprinkler in a monkey habitat, for about 30 seconds, you'll have some very happy monkeys, and then you will have no sprinkler because they'll tear it to pieces to find out how it works. So if zoos have sprinklers in habitats with monkeys, then what they tend to do is monkey-proof them. So we're going to build a cage around this, and then we will use the European hinge piece to put a lid on it, or a sort of a catch, I guess you'd call it, and then use it as nails as well to make sure this is firmly secured into the ground so that the sprinkler keeps the capuchin and the capybara happy without being destroyed a few minutes after being moved into the habitat. I've put this on the workshop as well. It's pretty simple. You could probably make it yourself in about 2 minutes, but if you want any monkey-safe sprinklers in your zoo, then you'll be able to find them on the workshop straight after this video. I'm thinking of moving all the uploads to the workshop to the Saturday when the video comes out, because I don't want to keep you guys waiting for like 5 days after the video comes out before you can download it. So we're going to try and get those synced up in future. All right, we got just 3 more things I want to take care of, and then the first habitat in Amazonia is going to be complete. So firstly, this habitat gate is currently just going straight into one of the concrete walls. You don't want the staff just appearing through a wall, so we're going to replace this with the concrete panels and then just position them all around the door so that it appears that the wall is just continuing, but you can see through the door and it opens properly, and the staff aren't just magically appearing through solid concrete. And we will do the extra detailing work on this concrete wall that I mentioned before. So firstly, decals, one of my favorite things in the game to do. We're going to make this look weather worn and beaten, much more interesting. I put a load of these in, but I still wasn't happy with the look. It was still a little plain, so I looked around for some more inspiration and found a photo of a traditional Amazon long house rather than a houseboat, which had a really interesting design on the sides of it. So I'm going to copy that design. It's pretty loose copy. It's kind of hard to do the traditional artwork using these pieces. This is an approximation of what it looked like. We'll put a nice bit of sort of what looks like a painted wall behind it, and then when you sink the pieces into the wall and they start breaking up, you get this really nice effect like it's an old painting. Onto the final stage. So these habitat education boards are the bane of my life in franchise mode. They are so huge. Why are they so big? I don't know. There's all these other small screens that we could use, but they don't educate the guests, so you have to use these. So I'm going to try and make these fit in nicely to the Amazonia concept. We'll use some of these thin wood pieces from the Twilight pack to build a wooden frame around the screen, and that sits it nicely in with the wooden path. And then we can't forget the back, so we'll get a larger wooden piece, use a few of these copied across each other so that we can completely cover up the back of the screen. And once we've put a custom habitat board in here, then I think this is going to look really nice and make the best of the limited options that we have in terms of educating the guests about these animals. And speaking of animals, let's head over to Tecton Zoo and grab ourselves the beginnings of a capuchin and capybara habitat. So here's the capybara habitat at Tecton Zoo. We're just going to grab one of the females and a couple of the babies from here, and then we'll head on over to the capuchin tower. I think we've got 20 capuchin in here now, so we can definitely move a few of those across. We're going to take 6 of these across, and then we will buy the rest on the franchise market. So let's have a look at this. We want a high quality breeding male to put with the female that we've just brought across. Not him, not him. I don't really want an albino. Zoos tend to avoid trying to breed those. This guy looks good. Let's get Roberto into his new home. We'll get some capuchin as well. And let's take a look at the finished habitat. Here's Roberto in his new home, having a little paddle. This is Tara enjoying the enrichment item. And here we have the capuchins. I cannot even tell you how long it took to get the climbing working in this habitat, but I got there in the end. I am so happy with it. The way they climb over the tops of the guests on the path, going to and from the little shelter, the way they interact with the capybara and the fact that you can see them both in there. It's just such a cool habitat. I'm really excited to finish the rest of this area. I'm not going to show you too much of the capuchins because the views from up where they spend most of their time are not great, with nothing else being completed yet, but we'll take a proper look at those when we have Amazonia finished. And today we're going to build 2 habitats on the other side of the river. So as you look at it here, we've got a lot of work to get done. On the left-hand side, we're going to build a habitat for the spectacled caiman. On the right-hand side that you can see here, we're going to build a habitat for Cuvier's dwarf caiman. And then in the middle, to join them all up, we're going to build a huge waterfall that flows into the river and hides the capuchin shelter at the back. Let's get building. We're going to start in the middle in between the 2 habitats and build a big waterfall that is going to set the scene, join the 2 habitat areas together, and just provide a nice focal point as the guests are walking down the path along the river. So we're going to be using a mixture of the fake rocks and some of Zoov's mud walls that we used last week, and it's also going to cover up the fairly plain wall where the capuchin shelter is. So as well as the rocks and the mud walls, which are going to be in the finished waterfall, we're also going to be using some of the plaster pieces that are on the grid. The reason for that is when we put the special effects water pieces in, like we're doing here, if we group them in with the plaster, that means we get them at exactly the right angle, and it's really easy to put them into exactly the place that you want to. If you start trying to place them on the rocks themselves, they're going to be at all kinds of crazy angles and facing in the wrong direction, and it just takes forever. So we'll do it on this plaster, and then later on we can delete the plaster and all the water will be perfect and the build will look exactly the way that we want it. We're going to use one of the sort of pre-made waterfall pieces for the bottom level, which is going to be completely covered up, and that gives us a nice sort of space of water at the bottom. And then for the top part of it, which we're just starting here, we're going to use the special effects water pieces entirely because they're a lot bigger and a lot more impressive looking. And with this little plaster sort of piece that I've built here, that's going to enable us to put the special effects pieces onto it really easily and get them looking absolutely perfect. So we start with some of the bottom pieces to get some rushing water down here on the second level of the waterfall. Once we've got those in the right place, we'll put some of the mid pieces in, which is where we get the really big rushing water. Make sure you don't have them like exactly in line with each other and you get a more natural look. And then we'll put some of the top pieces in. and get that sort of frothy water at the top to give it a really good sense of scale. We'll delete the plaster piece, and now we can select everything and move it back into the wall so that it sits in nicely with the mud walls. And then we'll put some final, I think they're more river rapids pieces, these, at the top, so it looks like it's actually coming out of the rocks, like that's where the water's being pumped from. And then we'll put a load of the smaller fake rocks in around the base to give it a more naturalistic kind of look. Loads of these in. I love these pieces. When you sink them in a bit, you can get some really subtle effects with these, and with random rotation turned on, it looks really natural as well. So just keep putting these in basically until I'm happy with the final look of it, and just a few more down at the bottom, and then we'll take a look at the finished waterfall and make sure that we're happy with it. Needs a few more rocks around the side and maybe some plants for interest. There we go. I really like that. I think that's pretty impressive. That goes into the river nicely. And now we can get started with the first of the caiman habitats. So we're going to go with some terrain painting first of all. The Amazon has kind of sandy riverbanks. That's one of the sort of defining features of it. So what I'm going to do is cover the whole thing with sand first of all, using the rougher sand rather than the sort of perfect beach kind of sand. And then we'll make the brush smaller and go in and do some detail with the mud. That's only slightly different from the sand texture, so that enables you to paint some details in and stop it just being one big kind of block of colour. And then we'll go in with the heavy mud tool and start putting that around these brown rocks so that they sit into the sand, and just makes it look a lot more natural and a lot more interesting. Most of this is going to be covered up with plants in the end, but you want to make sure you've got a good base to work from before you start putting the plants in. Next up, we're going to use an amazing workshop item by my good friend Romano Palacios. You've seen his work on my channel before. This is a huge mangrove tree that he made. You can get it on the workshop. I'll put a link in the description. It is so much bigger and so much more impressive than the in-game mangrove trees. He must have built this with about, I don't know, like 100 trees. They're all upside down below the terrain, which is where the mangrove roots come from. It looks amazing. We'll be using a load of those in this habitat to give it an Amazonian kind of feel. And then we're going to separate the two habitats with glass, so it's a really subtle divide. I have seen Cuvier's dwarf caiman and spectacle caiman kept together before, and we actually did that in our wetland zoo, but this time I want them to have their own separate habitat, because we've got a lot of river to fill here, and I want people to have different animals to see on either side of them. So we get that final effect we're going for with capybara to your left, two different kinds of caiman to your right, and then the capuchins up in the air. We'll do the same thing we did on the other side of the river with some concrete to line the underside of the path and make it so that the caimans can't swim into the capybara and eat all the little babies we've just had. And then we'll start planting up. So again, putting loads of the scabola bushes around the edge of the habitat and sort of covering them with the rocks so that they look like they're just growing around the margins. I really like that look. And you can see how impressive these mangroves look with those huge roots just going over the wall, into the waterfall, down into the river. Such an amazing workshop item. Then we'll get some reeds in, all sorts of different plants, and get that sort of overgrown Amazon kind of feel that we want. We'll put some of these plants in as well. And then we'll get some of the giant rhubarb in. This is one of my favourite plants in the game. It's so big, the leaves look great, and if you position it so you can't really see the rhubarb part of it, it makes a really nice sort of generic jungly looking plant. I think they grow in the Amazon, I'm not 100% sure, but I've definitely seen them in zoos because they're so big and so impressive. They're definitely worth using. We're going to build up a load of layers here. So you've got the reeds in the foreground and the mangrove, then you've got rhubarb behind that, then you've got some larger trees behind that, and then we're going to have some palms and more rhubarb actually behind the habitat so that we just get this really sort of enclosed feel. Then we're going to put in one of the mud wallow enrichments. You've seen me cover these up loads of times, so I'm just going to show you the end of it because I don't think I've done this before, and I really like using this piece, which is the aquatic faux rock steps. They give you a really kind of ancient, decrepit kind of feel to the rock work, which I think is really effective if you position it correctly. And yeah, I really like how this one looks when I finish with it, especially with all the aquatic rocks as well. I think this is one of my favorites sort of uses of this enrichment item. I'm not trying to like hide it this time, more make it look more interesting than the sort of hexagonal wood effect that you normally get. And that's the basic part of this habitat done. We'll just make sure these rocks are in exactly the right place. That one is a little bit squiff. Let's move that. And then let's take a look at the habitat and see how it's shaping up. Looking good, looking very jungly. Let's add some final details. We'll put some scum marks on the glass where the water is sitting and the dirt that will always accumulate there, especially with it being inside the habitat. It's not going to get cleaned like daily or anything like that, so you will get a bit of a scum mark here. We'll change the color so it sits in nicely. And then something I've been doing a lot of over the past day or so is mixing this strangler fig piece in with the mud rocks. It looks absolutely amazing when you get it right. Gives you a really interesting texture, more interesting than just having the mud rocks on its own. So I've been putting this all over the habitats in this area. And that's the Cuvier's dwarf caiman habitat pretty much done. We're going to move on and take care of the spectacled caiman, but first, it's time for some more franchise tips. Today's tip is how to correctly size your habitats for franchise mode, which is really important. Let's say you want a capybara habitat. You've looked at the Zoopedia, you've seen what sort of social group they live in, and you want to build a habitat for 4 adults, and you're going to allow room for 12 juveniles, which is eminently possible with 3 females in there. So the Zoopedia is telling you need 717 meters of land and 178 meters of water to keep these guys happy. So how do we work it out? What we need is a calculator. What we're going to do is take 717 and add 178, and that gives us 895 square meters that we need to keep our animals happy. Now we're going to use our secret weapon, the square root button. If we hit that, it tells us that if we build a square habitat where each wall is 29.91 meters long, we're going to have enough space for our animals. We'll build a square using the Arctic wood pieces because they're the cheapest wall piece. Each one is 4 meters long, as you know. So we'll put these in 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, and I always do one more for luck so we can put some rocks and trees in. We'll go with one more there. We've got 36 meters long. We'll do it again up here, same length, and then once we've got 2 sides in, you can just select the whole thing, duplicate it with Control D, hit Z a couple of times, spin it round, and then there we have a square habitat that is definitely going to be big enough for our animals. That's how I build all my habitats. I really hope that's useful for you. Let's get back to the build. So the other side of the river that we built last week is looking really, really nice. I'm very happy with how this turned out, and I want to make sure that the other side of the river with the caimans on it has that same continuity and looks like one big habitat. So the way I'm going to achieve that is by blueprinting the dwarf caiman habitat and then copying it across to where we want the spectacled caiman to be, getting it in the right position, there we go, and making loads of little adjustments here and there so everything is in a different place but it still looks like it's part of the same river. Time for the finishing touches. I'm going to put a load more trees and plants at the back to block out the view outside of this area because we want all the areas to feel like their own little worlds. I've put some fish from the workshop in the river, and now it's time to go to Tecton Zoo and grab the first of our caimans. Now, we don't have any spectacled caimans at Tecton Zoo, but we do have dwarf caimans. They had babies recently. Well, not that recently. They take a long time to grow, and I have saved the best of the males. He's going to be the first caiman into San Bernardino Zoo, and then we will buy another dwarf caiman and 3 spectacled caimans. Let's take a look at the finished build. This is the waterfall. I think it makes a really impressive centerpiece to the area, and it looks really lush with all the plant life that is around it. I just really like the way this looks, and it completely covers up the capuchin habitat, which is perfect. And here are the spectacled caimans. I really like these guys. These are one of my favorite crocodilians in the game. I think they're the most recent, if I'm correct. And the model is just so good. There's so much detail, and they just look really cool swimming around in this naturalistic habitat that we've made for them. You can see a little capuchin running across the top there as well, which is great. And here's the dwarf caimans. These are so interesting. I saw the tail of one once in a zoo. That's the closest I've ever got to actually seeing one properly. Hopefully one day I will do. And then we've got an overview of the whole area going from the mixed capybara and capuchin habitat over the guest path and then into the central area where the capuchins run around. leading up to their shelter just behind the waterfall here. And if we get a guest's eye view across the whole area, I'm really happy with how it hangs together. I think it's very effective. I like the glass dividers, which are really subtle. Just keep the animals away from each other without spoiling the view of the river. This is where we started today, and this is where we have ended up. Today we are building a habitat with underwater viewing for the giant otter. Before we start that, I had a load of comments last week concerned for the safety of our capuchins. So I just wanted to show you that the ropes they climb on take them between the caiman habitats, not over them. They are perfectly safe. They've even got a security camera. Alright, what we're building for the giant otters then, so they're going to have a massive naturalistic habitat with underwater viewing, and then obviously viewing above the water as well, and it's going to be at the end of the river here on this curve. So the first thing we need to do is turn this part of the river into a separate piece of water so that we can get some viewing in. So at the moment this whole sort of fake river is all one water body, and we need to turn it into two here so we can get different barriers in. At the moment it's all held up by terrain, and we want some glass barriers around the sides so we can get the underwater viewing in. So firstly I'm going to cover the pieces of glass here with an actual glass barrier so we can get the water back in here. Looking good. And then here we'll start turning the null barriers that this water is in into proper glass barriers for the viewing window. So the river here is looking exactly the same as it was before, which is the entire point really. And in order to get an underwater viewing in, we're going to need to lower the path so that the guests go below the level of the water. We'll get rid of that temporary fence there. And oh mama, it's time for Franchise Masters already. So today's tip is about building for diving animals. So the way I work out how deep to get the water is to simply take a wall piece that is the same height as the animal's diving requirement, sink it just below the surface of the terrain, and then move it over to where you want the water. Then you just dig out the terrain so that you can now see the bottom of the wall piece like we are going to do here. And that lets you know that the water is going to be exactly the right height for them to dive in without being too ridiculous. I'm going to leave a bit of space in this one here because we're going to be lining the bottom of the river with some branches that look really cool later on in the video. I'm going to do a short, I think, that shows you the diving requirements for each animal, but it's always either 2, 3 or 4 meters. For the giant otters and the Asian small-clawed otters, it is 2 meters. And now we've got the right depth, we'll use the flattened brush to paint the river back in, get it all to the correct depth, and then move on to the barriers. So these null barriers here are going to become glass to hold the water in, and where we've dug out the terrain there, we can get the path in at the correct height. And we'll join them together so we've got 2 massive panes of glass so that there's really good viewing that isn't interrupted. And then we will sort out this bit of terrain here and start putting the path in. So we'll just use the control key to place it down without joining up. Needs to do a bit more digging there to get that bit in. That should be enough. Let's see. Yep, there we go. And then we'll smooth that out and join it up in a second. So that's the basic mechanics of the habitat done. Now we need to start thinking about what it's going to look like and where the otters are going to go. So I'm going to put a little island of rock and sort of pond weeds in here, which is going to encourage the otters to stay down this end of the habitat when they're above the water. And then we're going to use some more of Zoov's mud walls to make the actual walls for the habitat. So you can see I've joined the paths up there, and we'll be using these walls again because obviously I want the whole area to have a continuity in terms of the way it looks. And these are great pieces to do that with. And we'll move these all the way along here and just get a nice smooth sort of descent for the path. And this part of the path here with still got the railings on it, that is going to be one of the main viewing points. This is where you're going to see the otters above the water, and we're going to fill this end of it with enrichment items to make sure they spend a lot of time over here. And then as you walk round, we're on the other side now, and you've got the big glass viewing windows where you're going to be able to see them underwater. And later on we're going to carve out a little peep through in these mud walls so that people can get a little glimpse of them sort of coming from the land to the water, if that makes sense. I wasn't really happy with how the back of these rock walls look, and you can see the back of them from the first viewing point that we just saw. So I'm basically cloning them, spinning them and copying them onto the back of themselves to cover up the bits I didn't like. And then we're going to use some of the aquatic rocks to meld them nicely into the path, so it's not just a vertical wall suddenly hitting a horizontal path. It's going to look nice and sort of like a smooth transition. We'll copy some more of the mud walls down on top of these rocks as well, and just get a really smooth transition going on there that looks really attractive. I'm just sort of plonking these down with the randomizer turned on at the moment, and then we'll sync them in and make sure that they're not projecting into the path and becoming a trip hazard or anything like that. And we'll just keep copying these till we get up to the path with the railings on it, and then we'll do something a bit different up there to join it on nicely. I'm using the wood chipping path here as a contrast to the wood planks that the rest of the path is made of. I want that path to look like a real bridge above the river, and then this will be more of a sort of a standard path. And then we're going to copy loads of the strangler fig roots in like we did last week, but I'm really going to go to town on them here. I want this wall to look really cool because it's quite a long wall to get people round to here. I don't want it to be boring, so we're going to get loads of these in and some foliage and stuff like that. And then later on we're going to put a big giant otter sign on there. That's not actually in the video. You guys have seen me place text down a hell of a lot, so you know what the drill is there, but it just really brings this sort of bit of wall to life. And I get so many of these strangler fig roots in. It's almost got a sort of HR Giga kind of look to it, which I really like. I didn't want to go too far, turn it into a horror film, but yeah, really pleased with how that wall looks in the end. And then we're going to do a different wall here. We're going to do a concrete wall to keep the water in, or make it look like it's keeping the water in rather than just the mud walls here. So playing around with a few different tops for it until I get one I'm happy with. This is just the concrete pillar, I think it's called. That looks really nice. So we'll copy that all the way around, as you can see here, and just make it look more realistic. And then what I wanted for the river is to get a flooded forest look. If you've seen my Planet Wild series, you know I love a flooded forest. It's probably my favourite environment, and I wanted to do that here. Kind of hard to build one in a zoo. Normally you see them indoors in aquariums and things like that, where it's really easy to do because you just make sort of fake tree trunks, which is not hard, and then they end in the ceiling and you don't need any foliage or anything like that. But obviously it's a lot harder to do that outside. So we're going to make another fake tree here. I didn't want to use the ones I used for the capuchins, wanted something different, so we're going to cover this one with vines and moss and things like that, ivy, just make it look a bit more natural, but it definitely needs to look like a fake tree that has had stuff added to it to make it more attractive, rather than trying to make it look like a real tree. And once I get this right and I'm happy with it, we'll copy this around the load. We'll put a few real ones in, and then we're going to start tidying up this viewing window. So I don't want the glass to just sort of magically disappear into the mud walls. So we're going to get some concrete, some metal and things like that to attach the glass. And I'm going to use one of the fence posts. It's just a really thin piece, and I thought it'd look good, like the sort of rubber surrounds that you get on glass to make sure it's watertight when it joins into a wall or anything like that. And then we'll use some of these Australian logs to frame the glass itself, so it's not just bare glass. Spin them round and join them up so they join together seamlessly and it looks like one long piece. And then when I'm happy with it, we'll just join it together and then really quickly copy it all the way across the top of the viewing window. That just ties it together, makes it look a lot more attractive. We'll probably drop some vines on it as well, so that it's got a bit more of a visual pop to it at each end, just using a few different vine pieces. And then we will move on and take care of the riverbed. So I came up with an idea for this that I was really happy with. We're basically going to take this piece of concrete and completely cover it in strangler fig roots and just sink these in. I don't even know how many I put in here, a lot, and just get a really sort of random looking assortment of them, like you might see the bed of a river, all these branches and logs and trees and stuff that have fallen into or decayed in the flooded forest, kind of like we did with the waterfall. We're going to build it all on this concrete piece. So there's a bit of concrete poking through to make it realistic, so obviously this isn't really a river. And then secondly, to enable us to place it all the way around the riverbed really easily, because it'll be on a grid. But we just keep using loads of different types of the strangler fig roots and just trying to make it look as gnarly and random as possible. Just keep building it up and building it up until we get something that we're happy with. And once we've got this one piece completely covered, then we can just copy paste this all the way around the bottom of the river. And when it's done, I think it looks really cool. Let's get copying then. So we're gonna slide it in to the water, and then we'll get it at just the right height so the concrete's just peeking through. Make sure the roots aren't coming out too far and they stay within the river. And then by selecting it, when we've still got the group selected, we can then just copy and paste it round on the grid really easily and cover the whole bottom of the river with this piece. And it just gives it this really random look. I shifted a few of the pieces manually as well, just to make sure you couldn't see any sort of straight lines or anything like that. And the habitat is coming along really nicely. That's pretty much the underwater side of things done. Really like how this area is shaping up. But as you can see here, the top of the water and the land is pretty bare. So let's get that filled in now. We'll get the top of the water done first using these Amazonian water lilies, which are such an impressive flower. But I'm also going to use some of the other water lilies. I think it's called the common water lily, if I recall correctly. These ones here, because they've got the roots that dangle down in the water, which is great for when you're looking through the underwater viewing window. Really fills in the space and makes it look more dynamic when you've got stuff near the surface as well as on the bottom, and then with the trees growing up through it as well. And then we'll put this huge log, which is normally way too big for me to bother using, but it actually works pretty nicely in this area here when you put it to the back. We'll put some little bird stickers on the window to make sure that, or to try and prevent birds from flying into the glass like they do in real zoos. This is a little workshop item made by Romana Palacios. I think it's just a few of the commas. And then we'll move on to the land and start filling it in with rocks, just so the tops of the rock are poking through the ground. So it looks like little pebbles. And then we're going to go absolutely crazy with the giant rhubarb plants. I love these plants. Use them a lot in this area. They're not just appropriate for the area, but they've just got this foliage just gives you a sort of good generic tropical kind of feel. I'm actually just going to stack a load of them together to make it look like one giant plant. Just kind of looks like a big tropical plant in the background. We're going to have a shelter in front of this for the otters. I'm not going to show building that, mainly because I just copy and pasted the shelter for the capybara. No need to go crazy making another shelter when you've already got one that's really appropriate. We'll put a few palms in, sink some of them into the ground, join some of them together, and just get some nice custom plants that won't look exactly the same as everybody else's. We'll build a little garden in the middle of the viewing windows here, just with loads of randomly placed spun around rocks, and then some mulch and a few plants, just so the middle of the viewing area where you've got the sign for the otters and all the education looks a lot more attractive, and it helps to break it in half and bring some variety to the build as well. And then it's on to the final part of the build, which is the little peek through that I mentioned at the start. So on this wall here, on the curve in the path, we're going to start removing bits of the mud wall, bits of all the foliage and the roots, and revealing some of the glass that's underneath it. We'll just keep chipping away at it and moving things around until we get a really nice looking viewport. And then we'll put this stone arch in and position this in place. Once we get it colored right, that really sort of brings it together and makes it look natural and man-made at the same time, which is the look that I'm going for. And that'll give the guests a little glimpse into the habitat and give them a preview of the otters before they get to the underwater viewing window. Speaking of the otters, it's time to bring them in. There's the sign that I mentioned. I really like that with the letters copied behind themselves. And here's the otters. We've got one of them in from Tecton Zoo, and then the little babies as well. And then I've bought a new male. This viewing window I'm really happy with. I spent a lot of time on this, but I think it was definitely worth it. This is the whole habitat with an overview. And this is the little peek through that we just built. It's an absolutely huge habitat. They've got so much room in here. It's actually above their space requirements, which is unusual for franchise mode. And how cute the little babies look sleeping in their shelter. This is where we started today, and this is where we finished. Next week, we're going to be building a potentially even bigger habitat for the jaguar. The otters that we added last week are getting along very well indeed. I don't think it's going to be long before our little otter pack expands, but that is not where we're going to be today. Today, we're going to be up there where construction has begun on the jewel in the crown of our Amazonia area, the jaguar habitat. So the concept I've gone with for the jaguar habitat is essentially a huge aviary, and that's going to serve two purposes. Firstly, when you've got cats as good at climbing as jaguar, it's very normal in zoos to mesh over the entire habitat just to make sure they definitely can't get out. And secondly, it's going to give us a weenie. And if you're wondering what a weenie is, it's a term invented by Walt Disney to describe a building in originally one of his theme parks that sort of attracts visitors to walk down a particular path. So Disneyland, for instance, is designed so that at the end of each one of the central streets there's a big building, attraction, something like that you can see from a long way off that makes you want to walk down that road. And then in the centre of the park, you've got this huge fantasy castle, which you can see from everywhere in the park. That is what we're going to be building here, something that you can see as soon as you get into the Amazon area, which is going to draw people along the Amazon River path until they get to this habitat here. So we're just building one slice of the side of the habitat here. And while we do that, I'll tell you about the inspiration for this one. So I'm getting inspiration from 4 different places for this build. Firstly, a picture of an aviary in a zoo somewhere, I think in Europe, but I forgot to save the name, so I don't know where it is. If you recognize it, please let me know in the comments, because I can't remember. Secondly, the jaguar habitat at Zoo Krefeld in Germany, which had a really cool viewing gallery that I've taken some inspiration from. Thirdly, Yorkshire Wildlife Park here in the UK, who have a massive Amur leopard habitat with some really cool climbing stuff in it. And finally, my Flying Forest aviary for fruit bats in the Moonlight World, because I was really pleased with that one. So I've gone with a slightly similar design here on the outside, but much more detailed and based a lot more on real life rather than just making it up off the top of my head like I did with that one. The habitat's going to be circular, A, because I think it looks cool, and B, because I want to have various things around the side of it, and I still want it to fit into the space that we've got here just above where the otters are without going outside of the Amazon area. I want a lot more detail on this build than the last aviary like this I built, so we're using a lot of different pieces here, some of the brackets and some fence pieces and things like that to bring quite a lot of detail into this one panel. And once we've got this first bit how we want it, we're going to put all these pieces into one group along with that floor piece there, and that's really important for reasons that we will see in a second. So we'll continue this up. I want this to be quite high. I end up building it slightly higher than I need, so I sink it into the ground a bit when we're done, but just keep going up, curving everything by just eye lines really, just to make sure it looks good. I don't really have any sort of angles or specific amounts of rotation in mind, and then we'll keep building these pieces on the side. This is going to be the main support column of this aviary. It's not going to have any supports inside it. It'll be like a tension aviary, as you often see built, and then we will copy it still within the group to the other side so that we can select it and rotate it. Now, rather than just using this one piece and rotating it all the way around to fill in the circle, what I'm going to do is just copy this so that we have 8 of these ones with the additional support struts on the side to make it look nice and structural. And then I'm going to copy one across and delete all the extra support struts so that we get a much more plain and simple one, just with the smaller supporting beams rather than the large ones. And then we'll use this piece to copy all the way around and fill in the shape of the circle. What that means is when we're finished, rather than having the big support beams every few meters along it, it'll just have a few of those to act as the main supports, and it'll make it look a lot more interesting. So almost done copying these around. I always do them at just one. Oh, we are out of money. Time to take out a loan. The zoo's making quite a bit of money now, so we can certainly afford that. And then we'll get back to building this until we're done. Just a few more of these to copy in. Don't worry about it sticking out the ground there. We're going to sort out all the terrain later on. Even though this is going to be a really tall habitat, I've built a hill for it to sit on just to make absolutely certain that it can be seen from a long way away to achieve the effect that we want. I don't want that super busy center to the roof that you get when you rotate things like this. So I left the roof part empty, and then we're going to manually sort of fill that in with some pieces. It takes a lot longer, but I much prefer the look like that for this kind of aviary. And then we'll put the knoll barriers in, making sure that they line up exactly with these poles, because some of these are going to be turned into glass for viewing windows, so we need to make sure that those are accurate. There we go. So we'll lift up this bit here, this will be the first viewing gallery, turn that into glass, and then we'll start working on what is going to surround this. So we want a nice big pane of glass like with the otters, so we'll turn it into one curved piece, and that will do the job. And then we also want separation so that the guests aren't literally stood right next to the aviary, so they're going to get their hands eaten off. So we're going to build a little fence and some planting for it. So I thought I'd do a custom one for this because it'll make it nice and easy to rotate around the habitat. So going to use some of the Twilight and Europe pack pieces to make a custom fence post. Nothing complex here, there's only about 6 pieces in the whole thing, I think, but I quite like the look of it at the end. There we go, that's the European fence piece. We'll put that in there, get the colour right, put another one in, and then we'll get some of the plant panels in as well, and this will just rotate all the way around. It looks really nice, if a bit samey, so we'll go in and add loads of individual plants to it later as well, just to make sure it doesn't look like it's been copy and pasted. That's pretty much it. We'll just do the same trick again, copy it around to the other side, and then copy this all the way around the habitat, and later on we'll delete the bits that we need to make the viewing galleries. Then we'll get the guest path in, going around the habitat, and now we'll move on to the first viewing gallery. So I've taken some of Haribo's modular netting sets from the workshop. I always use this piece when I need some netting because I want to have a load of plants hanging off the side of the aviary above the viewing galleries. This is the part that's inspired by Zoo Krefeld. It's a really nice effect. I really struggle to do this. There's not that many hanging plants in Planet Zoo, and most of them aren't suitable for this area that we're in. So stuff like the Virginia creeper in its pink autumnal colouring, which only really works in North America in its autumn. The variegated ivy doesn't look great in California, etc. So I'm using Scaevola bushes, which was, this isn't really what they're designed for, obviously, but with enough of them and enough playing around with them, I think I got something that looks pretty nice when it's done. And we'll mix in with some ivy and some of the grapevines and a few other plants. Just get a sort of load of vegetation that is hanging off this netting and just growing down over the viewing gallery. Ignore that viewing gallery itself, by the way. That was an experiment which I delete in a second. There we go. This is looking better. I've taken some of the fake trees from the otter habitat, and we're going to use those and some concrete and build up a much more sort of natural looking viewing gallery, which is going to sit nicely into the side of the habitat under all this greenery. So these big logs, loads more of the strangler fig roots. Don't know what I'm going to do when we finish the Amazon area and I can't put strangler fig roots on everything. Maybe I'll just carry on. We're going to have 3 viewing galleries in the habitat. This one will be in front of one of their main feeding areas to give the guests a good view of that. One of them is going to be in front of one of their climbing areas, and then one of them will be in front of a glass-fronted pool, which is going to go into the habitat, which we will get to later. Speaking about the end of the Amazon area, this is not quite the end of Amazonia. We've got a couple more things to build in this area, which we'll do in the next episode, mainly a food court, because once they've gone through the entrance, the guests currently have 0 food or drink accessible to them, which isn't great in a real zoo and is absolutely terrible in franchise mode in Planet Zoo, so we need to sort that out. I've also got a really cool idea for exhibits that I've been experimenting with for a few weeks now, and I think I've got something that I'm happy with that's going to be very different to the exhibits that we've had in the zoo so far. Looking forward to building those. So viewing gallery is looking pretty good now. Just need to sort a floor out for it. So we're going to drop some plaster pieces down here, line them up nicely with the glass, and then just copy them all around and make it so that we don't just have the path suddenly disappearing into the grass or whatever's going to end up being the main flooring inside the habitat. So once these are lined up nicely, we'll copy these across the floor 3 times so it's nice and big. We've got cover for the guests as well when they're viewing the Jaguar. And once this is done, we're going to drop in a couple of Lion's Amazing signs off the workshop, which is so good for adding a sort of generic zooey feel to habitats. And that's the outside of the habitat pretty much done. Before we move on to the inside, it is time for some more franchise tips. This week's tip is nothing to do with franchise specifically. It is just something that I only just found out, which absolutely blew my mind. I saw this on Twitter. It was shared from Twitch by a streamer called Kanushi. And essentially, unbeknownst to me, and I think quite a lot of people, the terrain painting tool or any of the terrain tools have optional controls that you cannot see. If you use the left or right square brackets on your keyboard, not only can you increase and decrease the size of the painting tool without having to use the fiddly little slider, but it has interim sizes between the sizes on the slider, so you can get really fine adjustments just by using your keyboard. That is absolutely amazing. I can't believe me and so many other people had no idea that was in the game. Alright, back to the build. Let's take on the inside of the habitat. So the first thing that I'm going to build is a custom feeder. This is based on one I saw in a place called Stone Zoo in America. It's a really nice design and not one I've seen used in Planet Zoo before, although there's probably a reason for that, which we will discuss in a second. But basically it's suspended off the floor on a wooden framework. Sadly, when I finished building it, the Jaguar don't eat from it. I think their hitboxes stop them from being able to get to it, but the keepers do fill it, and it looks awesome, so I decided to keep it in there. And obviously they've got food that they actually can get to in the rest of the habitat, but the food is on a suspended platform in the middle of a sort of tower made with a few wooden planks. We're going to make that now just by copying these around. Gives us almost like a wigwam kind of shape, and then we'll copy the boards up as well. I've hidden the feeder inside these planks, and so when the keeper fills it, there's just bits of meat and bones sat on top of these planks suspended in midair. It looks really cool. We'll get some ropes in so it's got something to hang from. I was amazed how easy it was to get this, I think it's the African bunting rope, to get these to look like they are genuinely holding this up because of the curve in them. Normally it's a nightmare using these pieces, but this came together really nicely. We'll just copy these around and put them in there. Do a few bits of detailing, like making sure it's going to stay attached to the floor when it's got Jaguar going after it, and that's pretty much it. It's a dead simple build, but I'm really pleased with the final effect. And then we'll move on to the climbing. We're going to build a climbing structure inspired, like I said earlier, by the Amur leopard habitat at the Yorkshire Wildlife Park. Their climbing structure is enormous. It is so high. I believe the habitat is the biggest leopard habitat in Europe. It is absolutely massive. Obviously ours isn't going to be quite that big because we're going to be building it inside this habitat, but I just wanted to go for the look of it. There's some really, really high climbing, which obviously Jaguar enjoy probably just as much as leopards do. And then some interesting use of different types of wood and different tree trunks and things like that. So I've just replicated that here, just try to make it as attractive as possible. And then we're going to use some even bigger logs than this to join it onto various other parts of the habitat. Before we get onto that though, we need to build the night quarters for the Jaguar. So with any big cat, as much as the keepers like to just wander in and out of their habitat, not caring what animals are in there, obviously RL, you need a way to separate the keepers from the Jaguar to keep them safe. Typically what you do is you'll have almost like a holding pen, which is where the Jaguar will be at nighttime, and then you entice them in there with food, and that is where they spend the night. And then in the daytime you let them out, and that way while they're in their night habitat you can get the habitat cleaned and everything else. Obviously zoos do this with most of their habitats, not just for the big cats and the more dangerous animals, but certainly they always do them for animals like this. So this is based on some of the ones that I've seen for big cats. Going to be really simple on the inside, just one piece that I've built that we can copy round until it's the right shape, and then just make some adjustments, like get rid of these walls here. So it's one long building with mesh to keep the keepers on one side and the cats on the other. But I just want the effect of that. As we've been saying all along, this is going to be a more realistic zoo. Things like this are definitely going to be going into the zoo in most of the habitats. I'm going to also take advantage of the flat space that provides on the roof by putting climbing up here for the Jaguar as well. So they've got loads of climbing throughout the habitat. And now it's time to move on and take care of the water. So this is based on, I think it's the Jacksonville Zoo in Florida, if I recall correctly. They've got a really cool underwater viewing area built into one of their habitats. Now you need 4 meters of water to get diving in any of the big cats in Planet Zoo. And there is absolutely no way I'm going to be able to incorporate over 4 meters deep water in this habitat. So what I went with is just a glass fronted pool where you can see them swimming about in. It looks great from outside the habitat. We will be having diving cats in the tiger habitat later on in this zoo. Back to the Jaguar, all we've got left to do is plant up the habitat really. So we're going to put a couple of trees in strategic positions, and then obviously loads of small plants and some moss on the rocks as well, which I think looks really nice. These are the same tiger rocks that we used in the flamingos. Got some rhubarb in there, of course. I've started using 2 of them copied on top of each other. It looks really cool when you do it like that. Gives it a bit more bulk. A ponytail palm here, and then something that's really important with the Jaguar, they are really shy. So what I want to do is essentially block the viewing pretty much entirely from everywhere except the 3 viewing galleries. So guests might get a glimpse of them as they walk between them, but the main viewing is very much going to be in the galleries. So we're going to use the ponytail palms again to basically just make a wall of plants to give the Jaguar some privacy, and so that they're not being viewed from like a 360-degree angle, which a lot of animals are not fans of. We'll put a load of rocks down, just sinking them into the ground as always. And the final thing to do is just cover up the rest of their night quarters roof with some more scaevola bushes, and that's the habitat done. Let's take a look at it. I love the way it looms over the rest of Amazonia. I think this is going to make a really cool finale for the area. One of the things I haven't spoken about is who's going to be living here. So here she is. This is a black jaguar from Texon Zoo. I've moved her over here, and temporarily we're going to have a male as well so that they can breed. And then once we've got some baby jaguar, the male will go back into our trade centre until his services are required again. Normally you keep a jaguar separately. This is the view from the viewing gallery. She attacks some food there, and this is the water area that we built. Put some really blue water in it, and here is the male. He is absolutely magnificent. I'm having so much fun watching them in this habitat. It looks very cool in the rain as well. Put a habitat webcam in as well. Here's an overview of the whole habitat. I really hope you like it as much as I do. It's definitely my favourite habitat in Amazonia, I think. Speaking of which, let's take a look at where we were and where we've got to today. We will be very close to finishing this area next week. Today we're going to be building a set of realistic small exhibits in franchise mode. It's going to be pretty tough, so the first thing that we're going to do is jump into sandbox mode and do some experiments. Now the exhibits in this game are famously huge. How do we turn one into a tiny little terrarium for some Amazonian bugs? Well, here in sandbox mode, I'm filling the exhibits with the maximum number of animals, working out exactly where they appear in their little animation loops, and then working out a perfect spot to build a terrarium where we're going to be able to see them as much as possible. Alright, that's enough speed build. We'll be back to our usual slow build from now on in the episode. So we're back in San Bernardino Zoo. I've worked out my favourite spots for the insects to appear. This habitat, or exhibit rather, is going to be called Amazonian Giants, and it's going to feature 2 of the biggest insects, the Brazilian wandering spider and the giant Amazonian centipede. This was the result of my experiments in Sandbox. We've got 2 exhibits with the little areas marked out by the rocks being what I want the actual terrariums to be. So the only visible parts of the exhibits are going to be the area that you can see in the rocks there. I'm just going to move the exhibits around to get them into the perfect spot so that we can build a building around them. This is going to be a really interesting challenge. My normal method of making the exhibits a bit more interesting is to combine more than one of them together and make them appear larger and build a really interesting building around them, like we did with Iguana Falls and the Tree Frog Oasis. So I'm just decided to do the complete opposite with this build and try and make something that actually looks like the sort of little terrariums that you would see spiders and things like that in a zoo. So normally they're, maybe 1 meter, just over 1 meter wide, and maybe half a meter, 3/4 of a meter deep. Bit of a change from the 4 meter boxes. So that is why I went into sandbox mode, because what I needed to do was just throw as many as possible in there so that we could see all the different animation points where they appear. Normally, I think the recommended amount for the spiders is maybe 5 of them, and for the centipedes it's 2. But what I've discovered is there's a maximum amount you can actually put in the box, which is normally about 10 or 12, and their welfare doesn't actually decrease that much. As long as you've got the layout right and the climate and everything else, you can get pretty close to the maximum amount and still have them on sort of 90%-ish welfare. So that's what I'm doing, because once you do the terrariums like this and set them up in this way, you'll only be able to see 1 or 2 of them at a time, sometimes none of them, which sort of mirrors what you see in a real zoo. The amount of times I've been to a zoo and I'm looking at, you know, a habitat for a tarantula or a newt or something like that, and the habitat's only like 100 by 50 centimeters and I can't see it, and I'm like, where the hell is it? Why can't I see it? How can it possibly be hidden in a habitat this small? But these guys are small and they're sneaky, and that's what happens. So I'm happy with something like this, where sometimes you're going to have an amazing view and sometimes you might not see them at all. That sort of mirrors what you get in a real zoo. And even though there might be 12 of them in this habitat, because you can only see a tiny section of the habitat, then it doesn't matter. You'll never know how many are in here. It just looks like there's 1 or 2 in there, which is absolutely perfect. In terms of the building itself, at the moment it's a pretty basic kind of concrete box. Later on, we're going to introduce my new favorite piece in the game, which is going to completely transform it. And this is, if I say so myself, one of the most beautiful things ever built, I think. I absolutely love what this ends up looking like. For the moment, we're going to do a bit of detailing on the terrarium. So I'm using the letters here because they've got a nice plasticky texture to simulate the sort of PVC or rubber or whatever it is where the glass would meet the concrete. We're going to copy this across and use various different letters so we can completely surround the glass at the front of the terrarium and make it look nice and realistic. So stick a J in here. Just needed any letter that had a long part of it that I could use to fill in the side of the habitat. I want as much detail as humanly possible in this build. You'll see on the left here that we've got 2 lamps in this habitat. One is the actual lamp from the exhibit, and one is a separate piece. So the exhibit on the left doesn't have any lamps in it, so I'm going to move that across, get a nice red light on it, and then add a lamp to this one. Apparently the centipedes don't need a lamp, or Frontier haven't put one in there, but I wanted them both to have one because it's a nice little detail. And then we're just going to go crazy with plants and try and find any plant or tree where if we stick a little bit of it coming through the bottom or even the top of these terrariums, then we can start to make this look as lush as the in-game exhibits. As limited as they are, I love the look of the exhibits in-game. They're so lush inside, especially the tropical ones, and I want to replicate that. Obviously, most of the foliage can't be seen here because the bottom of the exhibit is slightly below ground level. I've sunk it into the ground, and then I've got this bit of mulch here to make a bottom for the terrarium. So now we need to fill this all in with loads of different plants and roots and things like that. Now, while I get that done, let's talk about the tropical pack. What are your thoughts about it, pals? I personally am very excited for numerous reasons. Firstly, we are finally getting a sloth in the game. I'm really excited about that. In London Zoo, where I've been more times than I can count, they have a tropical walkthrough with sloths in it. They have branches that go over the guest paths, so they regularly have the sloth just chilling out on a branch so close you can basically touch it, and they are just so cute. They are really cool, such unique animals, and I think the walkthrough exhibit is going to be absolutely perfect for them, seeing as they barely move, but getting the guests up close and personal to them. Plus, you know, from my previous builds that I love the walkthrough exhibits, so I'm very much looking forward to getting one of those into San Bernardino Zoo. The large gibbon is a classic zoo animal, and now that they can brachiate on the vines as well as the metal climbing structures, that's going to open up a whole world of new design possibilities, so I can definitely see me using one of those pretty soon. The Red River hogs are cool. They are a classic zoo animal as well. Seen those in loads of zoos, so looking forward to seeing them. And the Asian water monitor, when I read that, I wasn't particularly excited because we've already got a couple of monitors in the game, but the shot of it in the trailer, it looks absolutely amazing, so much better than the Nile monitor. I think that's going to be a really good alternative, especially as it's Asian, so we've got a different area that we can use it there. And then the fossa is completely unique, and it means we can finally build a Madagascar area without it just being 100% lemurs, which will be useful. And the other reason I'm really excited is for the scenery pieces, all the Balinese temples and the Indonesian architecture that you can see in the trailer looks absolutely amazing. And that is going to come in very useful indeed in San Bernardino Zoo. I mentioned, I think it was in episode 3, that the opposite side of the Water Terraces to where we are now in Amazonia is going to be an Australian area. But what I didn't say back then is that the Australian area joins onto an area called the Islands, which is all based on and themed around Indonesian and Malayan islands that sit in between Australia and mainland Asia. I've had that design since back in December, and now the theming is going to be so much easier and probably going to look a lot better, because instead of having to make it all myself, I'm going to be able to take advantage of all these new pieces. I've got some really cool ideas for that area, so it's going to be absolutely amazing to have these pieces. Can't wait to get stuck into this new update. Let me know in the comments what you guys think about it. That's the terrariums, pretty much detailed. I'm really happy with how they look. Let's get on to the outside of the building now. So there's 2 stages to doing the outside of the build. Firstly, we're going to be doing some planting, and then we're going to be unleashing my secret weapon. So we'll start with the planting. I'm going to be using loads of what would be fake roots in real life to make this look really overgrown, and then loads of ferns. We're going to build a little garden on the top of the building, get some access up there so that it looks like people could actually get up there to tend to the plants. So we're going to put a bit of a lip around the top of the building here, and then fill that in with mulch, and that will enable us to put some palms and ferns and stuff like that up here, get it nice and green. We'll also put some fences in and loads more roots and things like that, and it's going to provide a really beautiful contrast with the facade to the building that we'll be doing in a minute. So we'll just get this last palm in, get it in exactly the right position. I'm pretty happy with how this is looking now, and now it is time to make the front of the building look absolutely beautiful. So firstly, I'm going to build a little ledge for people to lean on when they're looking into the terrariums using this concrete classic piece here. Just get the color right. It's got a really nice edge to it. We're going to bury this in here. Fits in with the building nicely. Just needs to be made a little bit wider, and that'll be the perfect sort of leaning spot for our guests while they look at the centipedes and the spiders. And then it's on to my new favorite piece in the game. Introducing the classic sculpture pillar bronze. This is a base game piece which I have never used, I don't think, and I noticed how nice the bronze texture on it was, so I was going to use it as I'm doing here to put a base on the structure and provide a contrast with the concrete above it. And then I started thinking, could I use this to build the entire facade? So I spun it round, and instantly I knew that that was a very good idea. And I managed to cover the entire front of the building in it. And I just absolutely love how it looks. This is, like I said at the beginning, one of my favorite buildings I've made, one of my favorite exhibits. I think I actually prefer it to Iguana Falls, even though it's only small, because just this texture looks absolutely amazing. I don't think I've seen this done before. I'm sure somebody somewhere has done it, but I've not seen it, and it's just such a striking look. This sort of old weathered bronze with all the different tones of green and gold and brown in it. It just looks absolutely amazing. And once I looked at that, I thought like these leaves were actually covering up too much of my new favorite piece, so I put the piece back in again, sort of further forward to give it a 3-dimensional effect. And then I'm going to put some detail around it and use this as a centerpiece for the build. So we're going to use these fence pieces as I don't really know, I guess they're bolts. I see a lot of this in sort of Indonesian architecture. I don't really know exactly what they're for. I think it is just purely detailing, but we'll put some of these in up here, and then use some different fence pieces to put a border in as well. It really brings to mind a sort of, I mean, it's not that Amazonian to be honest, but it looks amazing, and that is the most important thing. And then I want to put a sun design in here, which is Amazonian. I've seen some sort of glyphs like this on various Amazonian buildings before, so I'm going to use a couple of metal pieces to make a sun design. Just spin this twilight piece round, and then do some more rotating to make the sort of the rays of the sun. So we just rotate these round. It's just a nice simple design, but the fact that it's made of this golden metal and the contrast with the bronze behind it, I think is really, really effective. On to the final stage of the build. We're going to put some paving slabs in front of it. so it has somewhere to live in the zoo rather than just being next to this path. So we're going to use some more concrete pieces to make some custom paving slabs, and I'm going to make these sit over the terrain so they're slightly wonky, rather than having them high enough to cover the terrain without needing to be moved. Each one will be moved individually and rotated, so they're slightly uneven, not too uneven, so it's like a trip hazard, but just enough to give it a sort of old kind of weathered vibe. We'll have a little garden in front of it as well, which you'll see in the end cinematics. But the last thing that we're going to do is a donation box in between the two exhibits to make sure we get some money for it. And then I'm going to make a little slot for donations to go in using this piece from the conservation pack. Bit of an anachronism in zoos now. I can't remember the last time I went to a zoo with any actual cash in my pocket, but there's no card readers in Planet Zoo, so this will have to do. And with that, Amazonian Giants is finished. Let's check out the build. Here it is, just nestled in a little clearing next to the Jaguar Dome. I'm really happy with how it looks. The garden in front of it, and then the way it's all overgrown with foliage. It's kind of becoming one with the jungle around it. I really like the look of that. Let's get up close and take a look at the terrariums themselves. There's one of our Brazilian wandering spiders with the centipedes over on the left. Definitely looks more like a terrarium you'd see in an actual zoo rather than the huge ones I normally make. So as soon as Frontier announced the tropical pack, I knew that I wanted to build a habitat for the brown-throated sloth. That was the animal I was most excited about, and they are absolutely amazing. You're going to see a lot more of them at the end of the video. They are really cool. The question in my mind was, what am I going to build? And I really wanted to use as many of the new tropical pack pieces as possible, and that sort of led my decision. Now, as you have seen, the tropical pack theme is Indonesian islands, so lots of sort of Balinese temples and things like that. And they're not really appropriate for a South American animal like the sloth. So what I needed to do was work out what we could build with the pieces and what sort of versatility we had there. And luckily, the answer to that question is a lot of versatility. These pieces are amazing. So I'm laying out the tropical house here. We're going to have two walkthrough exhibits for the sloths, one that the guests will actually walk through, and one off in the distance to provide more sort of implied space for the sloths. And then we're going to have two walkthrough exhibits for the butterflies as well. We've got the Manaus blue morpho butterfly, which is native to the Amazon. We're in a South American area here, if you haven't guessed. And we're also going to have a habitat for the Galapagos giant tortoise. That is a classic tropical house animal, and with the Galapagos being off the coast of South America, very appropriate for this area as well. So let's get the tropical pack pieces out and take a look at them. So this is one of the stone temple pieces, and they are completely flexi-color. The stone itself has two colors that you can choose, so you can get really fine adjustments. And then the amazing moss that covers it can be changed to a different color, turned into dirt, or removed completely. And that enables you to do some really interesting things with it. And that is where I came up with this idea, which is that we're going to build an early 20th century tropical house. This would have been one of the original habitats here at San Bernardino Zoo. It would have been built maybe 1926, 1923, something like that. I decided on 1923 so it could be celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. And then once we've built the outside in this classic style, on the inside the zoo will renovate it and turn it into a completely modern walk-through tropical exhibit. And it's going to be classic and beautiful on the outside, and beautiful and very, very modern on the inside, with a few sort of modernizations on the outside that we'll put on at the end as well, just to really sort of sell that theme. So with the exception of the glass roof and the odd detail here and there, this entire building is going to be made with the new Indonesian temple pieces, but the final result won't look Indonesian at all. That is the idea. You can see the line of moss along the bottom of all the pieces of stone here. It's really beautiful, really sells that sort of classic old building look. Because we can recolor it, we can start deciding where the moss is going to go, where the bricks have sort of been weathered, where they're covered in moss, where they're still looking good, etc., and really create a much more detailed build than we've ever been able to do before. Obviously, I'm a big fan of the decals, I use those a lot. This is going to enable us to get a lot more detail than we have done before here. So I'm just picking the exact color that I want this to be. I don't want it to be as dark as the traditional Indonesian temple pieces, but we still want it to be pretty dark and weathered and eroded, etc. This is pretty much the only piece on the front that isn't from the new pack. This is one of the base game statue plinths in bronze. I'm going to use this, as I did on the last episode, to add a little highlight to the front of the building. And then we're going to use the backs of these blocks to make the main part of the wall. Now, even on the back of these blocks, there's a line of sort of moss and dirt at the top of them, and that is absolutely amazing. I love that. What we're going to do is spin this one upside down, so we've got a bit of dirt there where this part of the wall meets the part of the wall below it. The part below it sticks out a bit, so you can imagine, moss growing there, bits of water getting caught there after the rain and things like that. And then on the one above it, we're going to sink that slightly in so that you can't see the dirt part, so we get a nice clean wall there where it would be clean. And then above it, we'll spin it round again and have the line of dirt at the top where it comes underneath this overhang that we're putting in. And it just gives you such a rich look. I am absolutely in love with these pieces. We're going to use the big step piece as well to make the arch for the front door. And again, what I'm going to do is keep the moss on the left-hand side and then remove it on the right-hand side for a bit of variety. And then we will get back to the main wall and start extending that across the front of the building. This building is going to be pretty sizable, as you've seen, with 4 walkthrough exhibits and a habitat in it. It needs to be quite big. And that is the reason there was no episode of San Bernardino Zoo on Saturday. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'd almost finished the episode for this week when I started building this. I thought I was going to build just a little building for a sloth, and it kind of grew in the building, and before I knew it, I was building an entire tropical house, and I just didn't have time to finish the other episode. But that will be out on Saturday, so watch out for that. And sorry to leave you hanging for a couple of days. Well, I was far too excited to get stuck into the tropical pack. I'm using one of the classic, I think, limestone pieces here to put a border on. These pieces, all these sets of pieces, go together really nicely, the new ones and the classical pack. And then I'm using the same sun motif that I created for our Amazonian Giants exhibit last week to give it a bit of a continuity with this building. I figure these will both date from the beginning of the zoo. And this one has now been renovated. I'm going to use one of Christina Triple Z's amazing fonts for the sign. So this is in the Steam Workshop group, along with most of the habitats in this zoo. If you want to check that out, if you want to get any of the amazing fonts that I've used throughout this zoo. So put this together. I'm going to call it the Tropics House. That feels like a more early 20th century name than Tropical House. But I will refer to it myself as the Tropical House throughout this build because that's just more normal, I think. And then the roof is predominantly going to be the classic glass pieces. Obviously, this is essentially a glass house. We need a lot of light in here. Although we are in Southern California, so it's not like it's cold here. So there's going to be a lot of shade on the inside. So you get as much light in as possible to get the building as warm as possible. And then you use foliage on the inside to prevent there being too much direct sunlight. With sloths and the other animals that we're keeping in here, they live in the tropics, so they don't just need it to be hot, they need it to be humid. And Southern California is not a humid place, it is dry here. So we'll keep the sloths inside so we can control their temperature. So we're going to be using the sort of hothouse theory to get this nice and humid for them. So as much glass as possible on the roof. And then we're going to use some of the shingle roofs from the Twilight pack to give it a nice classic look. And then underneath that, I'm going to use, I think it's the metal plank, this piece here. This roof just positioned very slightly underneath it, so we get the metal supports from this roof visible from the inside and the tiles visible from the outside, and just get these pieces to do sort of both jobs for us. So that's the outside of the building done. Onto the inside, I've connected everything up with paths where I want the guests to go, made a few viewing galleries, and experimented with different types of paths, railings, and custom path covers to get the exact look like I want. And now we're going to start playing around with the options for the exhibits and getting in all the different enrichments for the sloths. They've got a really cute chair that they can hang and sit in. They look so cool in there. They've got heated lamps. They've got all kinds of stuff. Then we'll get on and put the knoll barriers in for where the Galapagos tortoises are going to go. they're going to have this spot on the right. And so the guests will be able to walk through the first sloth habitat and the second butterfly habitat, and then the rest of the building will be filled with the other two walkthrough. So there's butterflies flying around everywhere, and you might see another sloth off in the distance, and then we've got the tortoises wandering around as well. It's going to be a really, really vibrant build. I never actually built a butterfly house when the Grasslands Animal Pack came out, so it's been a lot of fun playing around with those exhibits as well. We'll get one more viewing gallery in, and then it's onto the foliage. Now, the foliage in the Tropical Pack is absolutely amazing. We're going to make a palette of all the new stuff here. There's loads of foliage in the free update as well. So when you combine the two of those together, we've got so many new plants to play with. You can see them here, along with all the vines as well. And we're going to absolutely fill this building with those. But we're going to start with one sort of classic tree, because I want a tree that is exactly the right height to fill this space and be visible through the raised glass roof as well from the front. We'll have a couple of those on either side, and then we'll get on to the new stuff. So terrain painting's been done, and here's the sloth chair that I told you about. That's a really cool piece. All the tropical houses that I've seen have got really dense, mulchy floors, so I'm actually going to use paths to create that. We're going to use the wood chippings path, as much of this around as we can get away with before we start crashing into the walkthroughs. And then we're going to put some of the mud wall scavola bush mix that we've been using throughout this area in, and then really bring this to life with all the new plants and get a really unique look going on. All right, so we're going to start with some of these new vines and get these put in. Loads of these really random angles, just poking out of the bushes here, and just get a really sort of chaotic look. Try and get it looking as random as possible. Really jungly kind of feel, like you would expect to see in a tropical house. Can't really have too many of these. You just want loads of them and loads of the other new plants as well. Just get it as random looking as possible. So we'll put some of the basket ferns in as well. Absolutely love these pieces. These are one of my favorite new plants, I think. Possibly my favorite new plant in the pack, although it is hard to choose. That's so much fun using it. So we get loads of these in, and we're going to put one of these up on the column that you can see in the background as well, like a more sort of formal plant that's been placed there in a box or something like that. We'll sort that out in a bit, and we'll put some of these new vines growing up around the column as well. Really want pretty much everywhere in this building to be covered in plants. That's the whole point of a hothouse. So you shouldn't really notice the architecture or the building at all once you're in here. And then we'll move on to something really important for a tropical house, which is sound. All the tropical houses I've been to have speakers playing bird song, frogs, any sort of tropical noises to really sell the illusion that you are in the tropics somewhere. So I'm going to put one of the ambient speakers in playing jungle noises, and then because I don't like the way they look, I'm going to cover them up with one of the music speakers that isn't doing anything other than looking a lot less weird than the ambient speakers. Then we'll get some more plants in. We want loads of different levels in this build. Trees going right the way up to the glass ceiling, loads of shrubs and things like that on the floor. And then we're going to briefly return to the outside of the building to do some modernizing. So with this being a classic building, I would assume that the zoo wouldn't want to sort of tear down or destroy the front of the building. So we're going to place some more modern signage on top of what is already there. So we're going to be using the cute little sloth sign from the new pack, along with these bark pieces which are new, and I can see myself using a lot more in future to make a backing for the sign. There's 3 of these. I'm just going to use the same one and spin it around loads of times to get a nice consistent look for the sign. Bring this guy forward, and then we'll put some butterflies on as well to let people know what is in here. There's no tortoise signs in the game, which I'd never realised until I tried this build. Those guys got shortchanged when they when they wrote Planet Zoo, so there's no signs for them. So we'll just go with the sloth and the butterflies, and we'll add some vines as well as a border, which you'll see in the end cinematics. Now back onto the inside, another one of the amazing pieces that I really like from the new pack are these leaf litter pieces. These are great. There's quite a few of these, I think maybe 6 of them, all different sorts of shapes and sizes. And again, with this tropical house, you want these completely covering the floor. They're also going to be really useful for covering up the gaps between the wood chipping paths that I put in and the soil that's just the sort of standard terrain, because the colours don't match up on those. And once we've used these leaves to cover up all the gaps between them, it just looks so good and so rich. Really, really happy with that combination. Put some strangler fig roots in as well. Can't build anything in our Amazon area without using the strangler fig roots. So I wanted to get a few of these in. And then I'm going to take some of the fake trees that we made for the otter habitat and use those to cover up some of the sloth enrichments and their climbing so that it looks more tropical, so it's not just 100% bamboo. I need to check this and work out all their different animation points and make sure that they're not going to clip into these at any point. That is a job for another day. Going to put in all the leaf litter now that I mentioned, and you can see here how once you've got it in the right place, it just joins together all the different textures and you end up with just loads of different types of soil and mud that looks really suitable for a tropical house without being able to see the join. Then we're going to drop a waterfall in, or two in fact. We're going to have one on each side, and we'll use the same trick that we used in Iguana Falls, basically having it round the wrong way really, and recoloring the water so we get a really subtle water effect like this rather than a rushing torrent. And then we'll put a load of fog and misters around as well to really give it that tropical vibe. One of my favorite things about this build is before I actually put the animals in, I hit play and it just felt really, really dynamic. You've got the fog from the enrichment items, sprinklers scattered around everywhere, the misters from the exhibit, plants moving. It just really felt dynamic without a single animal in it, which is a really good sign for a build. And we are almost ready to take a look at it. The last thing I'm going to do is use one of these new bamboo panels just to join up the small habitat gate to the path railings, make sure the guests don't go wandering in with the tortoises. I think this is the first time I've ever used the small habitat gate. There's so few animals that you can use it with. You know, if you use this for like a meerkat or something, they'll be up that mesh and out the door in seconds. But tortoises are one of the few animals that I'm pretty confident won't be escaping through there anytime soon. And with that done, let's take a look at our finished tropical house. That old stonework looks so good. I love all the different textures and details on there. Here come the tortoises. I've kept their area of the tropical house much barer than the rest of it. And here are the sloths. Climbing over the path, it looks so cool. Sometimes you see the guests looking up to them and pointing. And the whole thing just feels really, really lush. Here he is chilling in his chair and grabbing some food. This is another amazing animation. I am so happy with this building. We're back in the tropical house that we built last week because loads of you asked for some more footage of it, and we've got some new occupants as well. Big thank you to Mary in the comments who suggested adding armadillos in. They work brilliantly with the tortoises. Really nice addition to the tropical house. But what are we doing today? Well, today we have a challenge. We need to build some staff buildings for Amazonia. You can see the absolute state of them at the moment. So I decided to make this more interesting by doing a base game build challenge. We're going to build a big research center along with all the staff buildings that we need for Amazonia, and we're going to build the entire thing out of base game pieces and base game foliage, which I have never tried to do before. I don't want to click this button, but I'm gonna. So you'll know if you watch my channel that I build pretty much everything using the plaster pieces from the Africa pack, the metal and wood pieces from the Twilight pack, and the faux rocks and the decals from the Europe pack. So trying to build a whole big building using none of those and none of the other DLC pieces is going to be quite a challenge. And to make it even more of a challenge, I'm going to be recreating a real-life zoo research facility, the veterinary center at Nashville Zoo. Now, we're not going to be recreating the whole thing because that is absolutely massive, and I only need these buildings here and then some rooms for animals at the front. We're going to start with some of the basic plaster pieces. So we've got all the staff buildings that we need in here. The staff room itself, we've got a workshop, a research center, and a keeper hut, because this needs to look after some of the animals on this side of Amazonia as well. And then we're going to start splitting it up into different rooms. So the way that we're going to do this is get the shape of the building in as quickly as possible, just using whichever base game pieces are the closest to what I'm looking for. And then we're going to really look at what we've got and start using those pieces in ways that we've never used them before to get all the detail in to make this look as good as the rest of the zoo. So this wood paneling is something that's on the front of the building that I am basing this on. But it doesn't really look like this. This wood paneling in the game is so weird. I don't think I've ever seen wood like this IRL. I'm not a fan of it, so we will be covering that up with a better option later. And the building has a couple of feature walls either side of the front door, basically a mixture of breeze blocks and wood, and again we'll make this look a lot more exciting later on in the video. So we'll put an archway in here, and we want the front door to stick out from the rest of the building to make it more interesting. And one of the things that I really liked about the building that caught my eye, which is the reason that I'm going to base the new research center on the building at Nashville Zoo, is it's got at the sides these breeze block kind of extensions. I don't really know what they're for, but they go way above the rest of the building on either side, and they just frame it really nicely. It's a really nice look. The real building actually extends out both sides from where we are here. It's a really huge complex. We don't need anything like that big in San Bernardino Zoo, so I'm going to make a little smaller version of it here. But we use these breeze block panels, and we're going to create these big towers that go either side of the front of the building. And then we're going to move on and start work on the roof. So for the roof, I've got a really specific look in mind. I'm going to have to use art pieces to build it with. I never ever use these things, but we need to get the look that I want. And basically I need the roof to be as thin as possible because it's going to have two layers and they slightly overlap the building underneath it like this. And I just couldn't find any pieces that did what I want, so we're going to have to use the art pieces, and the smaller the art piece the thinner it is, so we can't use any of the big art pieces. We've got to use the smallest rectangle and then just copy it hundreds of times to create the roof. So let's get that done, and while I do it I'll tell you why I'm doing this challenge. So why am I torturing myself like this? Since we started San Bernardino Zoo, I've been uploading a lot more builds to the workshop than I used to. Back when I did Tecton Zoo, I think I only uploaded, a handful of all the habitats in that zoo onto the workshop. And with San Bernardino, I really wanted to do more of that and get more builds onto the workshop as I was building them so that you guys could download them. And one of the things I've noticed is even when I just upload like Iguana Falls, which was basically two exhibit boxes stuck next to each other in a waterfall, it still needs people to have about 8 DLCs in order to be able to actually use them, which is pretty crazy. But all the detail pieces that I use are always DLC pieces, so it's kind of unavoidable with my normal builds. And what I really wanted to do is create something and then upload it to the workshop that everyone who wanted to download it actually would be able to, so there'd be no DLC pieces at all. I thought that would be really cool, and that's why I came up with this idea. I also thought a staff building was appropriate for that because everybody needs staff buildings, especially quite generic looking realistic ones like this. Everyone's zoo needs something like this, so I thought this would be a good build to do the challenge with. And speaking of the build, let's get back to it. One of the biggest challenges in Planet Zoo, regardless of whether you're only using base game pieces or not, is getting windows to look good, because all the in-game windows are sort of stuck on the outside of the building, and in real life windows are always recessed within the wall. So that's what we're going to do here. I'm going to use the gutter pieces to create the window frame, and then some of the window pieces behind those so that the window is actually recessed into the wall like it should be. These gutter pieces actually work really well for this. I've never used them for this before, obviously, but once you get the little clips on them hidden in some of the other gutter pieces, they make a really nice windowsill, and they sit in the shop fronts building piece that we're using here. I was going to use that modern window there, but I realized that I could get a better result just with a plain sheet of glass and then use the gutters to build up the frames. Moving on to the feature walls now, the reference image I was looking at had a really nice design of a couple of giraffes on this left-hand wall, and we've actually got giraffe signs in the base game, which was useful. So I'm going to use a couple of those and just arrange them in a similar way to how they were in the reference image, and we'll get a nice design there. And then on the other side, we're going to make a logo for this research center. So just a big SBZ and then research center underneath. And we'll use the sign trick to bury the sign into the wall. And then you'll only be able to see the text on it. And later on, I'm going to put a few copper pieces on here, just make it look a bit cooler. When I upload this to the workshop, I think I'm going to remove this or just make it a bit more generic, so it just says research or something like that, and then it will be suitable for any zoos that people want to put it in. Next up, we're going to make the front doors of the building. So same as the windows really, doors are not Planet Zoo's strong point in terms of pieces, so we're going to make some custom ones using this modern glass piece. So we'll position this just where we want it and then copy it across so it starts looking like a big set of glass doors, and then we'll start using some other pieces to detail it up. So I'm going to use this little fence piece here, sink this into the wall, and this can be the other side of the door frame. We'll copy a load of these across and just build the door frame out of it, and then we'll get these bracket pieces and use them to make the door handles. This is a little trick I discovered back when I was building Pomoto Wildlife Park, I think, and I use these a lot to make door handles. If you get one, just copy it and flip it so that it's on both sides of the door, and then put one on either side of the middle of the door. Really sort of sells the idea that there are door handles here. Okay, this is starting to shape up pretty nicely now. I think the front looks a little plain though, so I want to extend it out above the door and make the roof a bit more interesting. So we're just going to drop some more of these roof pieces in, and then we'll start working on some columns to hold that up. So I'm using these weird sort of girder brackets pieces. I don't really know what they are, some sort of construction material, but we're going to use a load of them, spin them around and copy them, and try and get a pretty interesting looking shape for the support for the doors. And then we're going to work on some lighting. So not many lights to choose from in the base game, but these ones, if you sink them in so you can only see the bottom part of them, look pretty cool. And then we're going to use one of the best pieces in the base game. This is basically what people used to build everything out of when the game first came out, the electrical switches. You can use these to build loads of stuff, and I want to work on these window ledges and bring them out a bit more. So with these pieces, they've got a nice curve on the end, they're flexi-color, and you put them really close together, they also make a perfectly straight line, so they're really versatile. So we're going to use that to finish off these windows, and I'm really happy with how they look now. And then we're going to use some billboards. So this is really useful for a base game build because obviously you can put whatever graphics you like on it. So I'm going to get one of the banners that we use throughout the zoo on here. And later on I'll get into Photoshop and put some new wording on it for this particular facility. But this straight away just makes it look more interesting. And we'll also put a TV screen on and have it vertical rather than horizontal, just so it's a bit more unusual. And we'll put some nice graphics on that as well. Then we're going to spin the roof round so it is at an angle. That always makes things look more interesting. And then finally, we can get rid of this awful wood. So what I discovered is at some point Frontier added the vertical wood pieces as panels, as well as the standard gridded building set. And obviously with them being off the grid, that means you can spin them around and make them horizontal, which makes them a whole lot more usable because wood on buildings always seems to be horizontal rather than vertical. So I'm going to cover up all of that wood with this panel here. Very pleased to discover these were in the base game. I had no idea they were there, but this is going to look a whole lot better once we've got this darker wood on here. There we go. And then we're going to use the piece that I've used in 3 episodes in a row now, the classic bronze statue plinth, to make these feature walls a lot more interesting. I wasn't happy with the breeze blocks. It's not the most attractive building material. It looks pretty cool in the towers on the side, but not for something like this. So I'm going to cover this up with the bronze, and then we'll move all the stuff on the wall forward so you can see it again. And we'll do the same thing on the other side as well. And if we can't use moss decals, then we'll have to use actual moss. So we're going to use a piece of moss here and just grunge up the bottom of the this little tower here. And then we're going to use some of the breeze block pieces. There's one trim piece, which I hadn't noticed before, which is just a little brick like this. So we're going to place this all the way around the entire building so that we've got a base for it. I think buildings always sit better into the landscape if they've got some sort of trim or base that sticks out a bit further than the walls. So we'll put this all the way around the building. And there we go, the building's looking good now. Let's get something in front of it, like a little garden. So we'll make a planter with these plaster pieces and get it in the right position and then fill it with mulch. And once we've got all the mulch in there, then we can put some plants in like so. and there's some decking in the reference photo that I'm looking at, so we're going to put some of that in. I think this wood looks a lot better on the floor than it does on a wall. And then I think these planters are looking a bit basic, so I'm going to bring back my favorite piece, and this time we're going to use it to make a new planter. So put one here, get this at the right height so it's not poking through the soil, and then we'll copy it across to the other side, and then put them in a group and start spinning. And once we've spun them all the way around, we've got a really nice looking planter, much more interesting than the plaster that we had before. Onto the inside of the building. So with this being a research and veterinary centre, what I want to do is have different rooms for different purposes. So for this first large room, this is going to be a butterfly breeding centre for the tropical house. So I'm going to use the netting panels from the walkthrough exhibits, another recent addition to the base game pieces, to make little, I don't know what they're called actually, tanks, probably not the right word, but places where the chrysalis and caterpillars will be until they hatch out into butterflies and can be moved into the tropical house. We'll put a little log in there as well. I think that looks cool. We'll put a few of those around the room and then make a table, sort of almost like a surgical kind of table with these pieces, just as a centerpiece for the room. This is the back of a door I think I'm using here. Sometimes you get some nice, you find some nice textures on the back of random pieces. Makes a pretty nice little table. If we just make some final adjustments, I think we'll be happy with that. And for the final room in the building, I'm going to let you guess what I'm making here. This is really going to stretch my skills at making things out of small pieces, especially when I can only use the base game ones. But for the final room, I want a room for baby animals. I'll let you guess what I'm making here for the animals to play with, but we're going to be using these little poles and the back of this African sign that I found. Sink those down, put another one of these signs on top of it, and then get some more poles in. We're going to be using the piece, which I don't think I've ever even seen before, certainly not used, this tiny bit of wood trim, which is a bit of a weird shape, but it's really small, really thin, and it's flexicolor. So we can bring this up here and then start copying it around. If we rotate it, we can make pretty much any shape we like really with this, and get some nice small wood pieces in, which is what I need for this part of the build here. So in one of the reference photos that I saw for the veterinary surgery at the Nashville Zoo, they had a room that had been set up presumably for hand rearing babies, I think. And in one corner of the room, they had a cat tree, just like a normal cat tree that you would have for your cat at home. It was so cute. I presume they have, like baby lions or snow leopards or something like that there. So I decided to build one of those for one of the rooms here. So that is what we're building here. Doing my best with these pieces. This hole here should be circular and slightly larger, but this is as good as I could manage with the pieces in the base game, and I'm pretty happy with how this looks at the end. Once it's done, we're going to move it into the room, do a little bit of decorating in that room to make it look nice and clinical, but also with stuff for cats in it, and then we are done with this build. Actually, there's just one more thing I want to add, which is one of the bits of rope with a toy on the end that cats love to chase. So I've got one of the new pieces of rope they just added into the base game with the tropical pack, and then we're going to use the recolorable egg to make the little ball on the end that they're going to chase, and then we can take a look at the finished research center. I'm pretty proud of this, I gotta say, considering the limitations of this build and the small amount of pieces that we had to work with. I'm really happy with how this is looking. You can see a little cat tree in there, and here's the whole thing. It's pretty close to the reference image that I had, or the midsection of it anyway.
And with that, Amazonia is complete. It's time for a new area.
So way off in the distance, away from the Amazonian area that we just finished, will be where the islands is going to sit. So let's get our drone over there and take a look at the area that we're going to be building in. Just next to the water terraces here will be the Australian area, and then way over in the distance here will be the islands. So let's start building and I'll tell you all about it. So I've had the concept for this area since day one of San Bernardino Zoo, but the addition of the gibbon and loads of new tropical foliage just made me really want to get stuck into this area of the zoo first instead. So I've left space for the Australian area, and we're going to get on with the islands today. So the concept for the area is based on the chain of islands that sit just above Australasia, which is why it's next to Australia, the Malayan archipelago, Indonesia, etc. And the area is actually going to be made out of islands as well, sat in a lake. So I'm just building the first of them here, using a section of jungle from the jungle path, because I was so pleased with how it turned out. I thought it'd work really well for an island. And I'm going to build a temporary habitat around it just so that we can check how much space we have in this particular area. So we're looking at 240 meters squared there. So another one of these, and maybe a smaller island, and I think we'll have enough room for the gibbons. I've got some sort of measuring around it, just made with basic pieces, so I can make sure that the path never gets too close to the islands for the gibbons to be able to jump out. And then we'll copy this across and get the second island in. We're going to be doing a lot of decorating to this. I just really like the basic arrangement. We're also going to get paths running between the islands as well, so that the guests can walk all the way around the lake and through the lake. And then we're going to start making it actually look like islands by using these stalactite pieces. So these are the same pieces from the mud walls by Zoo that I used, but rather than use those mud walls again, I'm going to use this one piece which has got a really nice sloping side to it, and just rotate this and copy this all the way around the island, which I've raised off the floor a bit, and it's going to end up looking a lot like the reference pictures of islands for gibbons and lemurs, etc. That I've been looking at. And then we'll start putting the lake in. So as always, we'll dig down to a 2-meter piece so we get a nice depth, and then we're just going to use the flatten to terrain tool to copy this all the way around the area, and the paths will sort of give us a natural side to the lake anyway. It's going to be pretty rough looking to start with, so we'll need to smooth them all off. We want to get a nice big body of water in here so that the islands look really impressive, and so that the gibbons aren't going to jump off them and get onto the paths. Now, they might not be able to get onto the paths, but they will be able to swing over the paths, much like the capuchins in Amazonia, but it's going to look even cooler here because they will be brachiating and swinging and all the cool stuff that they do. So we've got the water in. Now we're going to carry on working on the sides of the island. This stalactite piece is so cool. The way it slopes up on the end, I think it's the largest stalactite piece. Once you sink it into the water, you really get the impression that this is either mud or some sort of poured concrete or something like that that zoos use to keep the soil and everything else onto the island and make sure it just doesn't go into the water. And then we'll simply copy that across and line that up with the other island. And we'll be doing a whole lot of work to make sure that each island looks unique and not like it's just the same island copied. We'll have all sorts of different trees and things like that. But before we do that, we need to do something I have never done before in this game, which is place a frontier blueprint. This is one of the new natural brachiation pieces, and it is absolutely chock full of climbing. And I'm assuming, seeing as Frontier made it themselves, the climbing is actually going to work properly. So with this level of climbing, rather than build it myself, I'm actually going to use their blueprint and then just basically tear it to pieces, remove loads of the sort of South American looking stuff, add loads of stuff that makes it fit in with our current build that we're doing here, but basically keep it so that we've got all that nice climbing there. And when I finished, it shouldn't look like the original blueprint, but we'll have a whole load of climbing that works really nicely. So what we're going to do now is start joining it up with our other island using a mixture of the vines that you see here and some of the wires that we designed for the capuchin habitat in Amazonia. That'll make a really nice mix. I'm also going to put in an amazing custom tree made by Romano Palacios. Here it is. It's so good. He's got a whole pack of enormous palm trees, which I've been itching to use, but they are so expensive to place. I haven't been able to afford it so far, but I've saved up enough money to place these in. And then we're going to put this running all the way across the path so that the gibbons can swing above the heads of the guests. Now, the issue we have in Planet Zoo is how do we get them to spend as much time as possible swinging over the heads of the guests rather than just sitting on one island or sitting on the floor. So the way we're going to handle that is to make it so that one of the islands contains all of their food and food enrichment, and the other island contains all of their toy enrichment, and that gives them a reason to go between each island. And because obviously they are islands, the only way they can get between them is to use the climbing that we've just built for them. So let's get stuck into the enrichment side of things. So the island we see here is where their food enrichment is going to go. So we'll start with the forage box. I want this to be completely invisible, so we're going to place this down, and then just work on how we can get it so that it's going to be completely invisible, but the gibbons are still going to use it. So we need to have the top of it just poking through like this, and then you can still see little bits of the wood chippings where their food is. And then we will position the edges of it so that it's hidden as much as possible by the stalactites around the side. And then we'll go in and move the stalactites to cover it up so that the side of the island is slightly raised here. You won't even notice it when you look at it, but it just completely hides the borders of the forage pool. And then we'll put one of the other feeders here, and then we'll move over to the other island and start putting toys in. So we've got a monkey-proof sprinkler there. And we've got this disco ball, which I don't think I've ever used before, but we're going to hide this and put some Balinese themed pieces in to make some really nice custom enrichments. I want loads of custom enrichments on this island. This is going to be one of the little hole feeders that monkeys and quite a few animals have in zoos, where they have to sort of dig about to get little roots and shoots and things like that out of it. So we're going to use one of the new pitcher plants, a couple of the new pitcher plants actually, one of the tiny little, I think it's Himalayan birch branches. There's this tiny little thin twig, there it is, which is really good for stuff like this. So this will be one enrichment. We've got a mirror hidden away behind one of the trees in the background. And then we're going to make a non-functioning enrichment, which is just something copied from a real zoo, which I really liked. We're going to use the new bark pieces for this. It's like a feeder, again, that they have to dig around in. Almost looks like a domino when it's finished, but it's got various different holes, which will have various different little foodstuffs in, maybe little grubs or something like that, and they have to dig in to get them out. We're using the full stop from the font pieces, which is not something I do very often, but it's absolutely perfect for this little hole. And yeah, that's looking really cool. Let's get on to actually making this place work. So this beautiful tree by Romana Palacios isn't climbable because it's custom. So we'll put some of the new lianas up the side and then just fiddle around with these until we can get the gibbons from the floor up onto their climbing wire. It took so long to get the climbing working throughout this entire habitat. I will spare you most of the footage of that. It was just me moving things, swearing, moving them again, swearing, moving them again, until eventually everything was showing up as climbable, and then doing even more adjustments once the gibbons were in the habitat. Sometimes it's easier just to place the climbing element like this vine down and then move the tree so it meets it rather than trying to do it the other way around. Next up, we're going to put the barriers in and turn this into an actual habitat. So we'll be using exclusively null barriers for this, surrounding all the areas, including the climbing area, to make sure they don't show up as escaped. And then we're going to extend it out at the back here so we can incorporate a temporary shelter. Now I say temporary because I did not have time to build the shelter for this build. You might have seen on the community wall, I was away in Amsterdam visiting Artist Zoo last weekend, which was absolutely amazing. I loved it. I can't recommend it highly enough. So I did not have a lot of time to build this week, but I really wanted to get the most important parts of the habitat done. So I'm just throwing together a vaguely Indonesian looking shelter here. This is going to be replaced by something much more impressive very soon, but it will give us what we need to get the habitat working. Let's take a look at it from the drone. That's what we've got so far. Let's move on to the final stage of getting the habitat side of things working. So we need one place somewhere where the keepers can actually get onto the island, because sadly in Planet Zoo they can't just put on a pair of waders and wade out to the island. We need some land. So what we need to do is have some land which doesn't look like land. That is the challenge. We're going to try and completely disguise this little bit of land here so it looks like it is still water and the keepers can still get in, but the gibbons can't get out. Now, in order to do that, we're going to have to take advantage of one of the mechanisms that Planet Zoo has, which is, although keepers have collision detection inside habitats with the objects that you place down, there's an area of about, I don't know exactly how big it is, maybe 2 to 4 meters right in front of the habitat gate, where they will essentially ignore anything and walk straight through it. However, that doesn't apply to the animals. So if we put a load of bushes and things like that here, the keepers will walk straight through it when they come into the habitat, but the animals will not be able to get past it. So it will still keep them in. And then on the bit of land in between those two things, we're going to cover it up with waterfalls and special effects pieces and make it look like it is just a continuation of the lake. This took ages to get right, but I'm really happy with how it works in the end. I think it's pretty seamless, especially from where the guest path is, which is the most important thing. So I'm just going to spend ages mucking around with different bits of foliage, waterfalls, different special effects pieces, until we can make it look like this is just some running water and not actual land and not part of the habitat. We've got the main waterfall in there. We get a few more plants around it to start to disguise the outline of it, and then we will copy this waterfall over to the other side and bridge the gap. We'll grab the waterfall, spin it round, and then drag it across to the other side, and then just position this so it's completely covering the remains of the terrain. And then we'll use some of the special effects pieces. We've got some water splashes here, and then we'll use this really nice piece, which is the murky waterfall bottom from the South America pack, just to get a bit of colour in there. And then we'll start moving the stalactites and rearranging them so that they more obviously end where the island looks like it ends. And then once it's finished, we'll get rid of all these temporary walls and a few more adjustments. And there we go. You can't see that there's any more land there. Just looks like more water and a few plants. Really happy with how that came together. I want this area to be the most beautiful part of the zoo that we have done so far. We're going to be going crazy with Balinese architecture and making it incredibly lush and jungly. We're doing a lot more of that starting in the next episode to really bring this to life. Before we do that, however, it is time for Franchise Masters. You're probably aware that in update 1.13, Frontier added in a new option to do with climbable items. You may or may not be aware of how incredibly useful that is. So for the longest time, maybe since it came out, I don't know, I haven't had the game since it came out, there's been an issue in the game where if you use climbable items to build a fence, if that's anywhere near a habitat, the animals will basically glitch through the walls, even if they're solid concrete, and get onto the climbable piece and then basically escape. And in update 1.13, Frontier added in the option to turn off climbing on any piece you like, and that opens up a whole new world of pieces that we can use to build fences, along with loads of other cool stuff that I'm going to be exploring in a video pretty soon, I think. But the main thing for this Franchise Masters tip is you can now use climbable items as close to the habitat as you like, and then just turn off climbing and the animals won't escape. So I'm going to take advantage of that to build a wooden fence here. Now we're going to be using a mixture of the new liana pieces and some of the climbable branches from the habitat panel, and just creating a really cool, quite gnarly looking fence. I'm just going to muck around with these pieces for ages until I get something that I like the look of. I don't have any real plan going on here. I just want something random looking and interesting visually so that we can use this as a fence throughout the habitat. We're basically just going to copy this one piece all the way around, and then later on we're going to add a load more detailing to it. And in order to save time, rather than just building the fence, we're going to build the sides of the lake and some plants to go in front of the fence. And then once we've got one piece of it looking exactly how we want it, we will group it all together and then start copying it around the habitat. Just using a bit of buffalo grass here, we'll copy this across the front of the fence to really soften the join between the path and the fence and make it look really nice. And then we will do the most important thing, select it and change climbing to disabled, and now we have a fence that is not going to cause us issues. That is the build pretty much done. I'm really happy with how this looks so far. Obviously we've got a lot of detailing to do around the paths and the outside, but these islands look really beautiful. Let's get the gibbons in and take a look at them. Oh, I love these little dudes so much. They are so cool. I think these are definitely my favorites compared to the Siamang. I think it's because the Lar gibbon and the white-cheeked gibbon, which is very similar, I see in zoos a lot. The Siamangs are a lot rarer, certainly in Europe where I am. And yeah, just the way they swing and how cute they are. They're just a really amazing addition to the zoo. I'm so happy they're in here. Today we're going to be building a beautiful little habitat for the Asian small-clawed otter. But before we start that, I want to show you what I've been working on in the Gibbon Islands since the last episode. So since then, I have put in another climbing wire so the gibbons have more than one route to get between the islands. I've also made the lake itself shallower. Last week I made it 2 meters deep and then told you that the keepers would be able to get between the islands just by putting on a pair of waders. And I've also replaced the temporary shelter that we built last week with this, which I much prefer. Just a little Indonesian style build which fits perfectly onto the smallest island, and then I've got an implied entrance for the keepers using a guest gate and some hot wire and a bridge there. So that's the Gibbon Islands pretty much finished now. Really happy with those. Let's get on to the otters. So while I was building the Gibbon Islands, I had a sort of vague idea that there would also be otters swimming around in the islands alongside the gibbons. I thought that would look really cool, but I didn't really give it too much thought. And when I sat down to build this habitat, it occurred to me, which it probably should have done earlier, that whilst islands are a really good way of keeping animals that can't swim in a habitat, they're not good for keeping in animals that are very good at swimming and very good at climbing. So I needed to contain them somehow, and this is the idea I came up with. We're going to build a Balinese water temple in the lake. So it is a separate habitat, but it's also occupying the same area as the gibbons. The first stage is to get a wall built. Now, this is the first time I've ever built in this style of architecture. I've really enjoyed doing it, mainly using a lot of the new pieces from the tropical pack. What we're going to do is get this one piece of wall as close to perfect as we can, and then we're going to use that to build the barriers of the habitat. And then we're going to use a modified version of it to build the temple itself, and that is going to serve as the shelter for the otters. So we've got a big piece from the new tropical bricks pack, and then I'm using this little piece from the European pack. It took me ages to find it. I don't think I've ever used it before, but I really needed something that would function as a single brick, so I could build this upside down triangle motif, which is part of the original wall. This sort of, I don't know what the technical term for it is, but it's like a sort of a squared off triangle made from bricks. There's a big feature in Balinese architecture. This one's inverted. I think sometimes they're up the other way as well. And then each one has a really intricate little sort of statue kind of motif coming out the middle. So I've decided to use the underside of this statue topper for that. It's got a really nice pattern on it, and it sort of perfectly sets off the bricks. I spent ages mucking around with the European bricks to try and get them the way I wanted. They were a lot cleaner looking than the bricks from the Indonesian pack. So I tried loads of different colours, and in the end I think just making them as dark as possible without them actually being black gave them the best kind of look and made them sit in the best with the Indonesian brickwork behind it. And then we're going to use some more of the tropical pack pieces to start building up the next layer of the wall. A lot of experimenting going on here. It's not an exact copy of the original. I want it to look as close to it as possible, but also still look as good as possible with the pieces that we have, rather than trying to recreate it exactly and then maybe having a few bits that didn't look that good because we don't have the pieces to recreate it exactly. I'm changing things here and there just to make the best use of the pieces available. So we're going to use these flower pieces to cover up the join between the two stone pieces in the background, because that's the longest stone piece that we've got. So I want it all to look nice and smooth. And this flower piece has got a really nice moss covering half of it, which really blended the two pieces together. And then we're going to use a load of decals to weather the brickwork even more. I want this to have a really cool sort of old ruined temple feel to it. And we can also make adjustments to these and the various decorations as we build up the different sections of wall around the habitat, so it's not all exactly the same. We're going to use a load of the moss decals as well, just to grunge it up even further. This entire habitat is going to sit actually in the lake, so most of it doesn't have any terrain underneath it. So if it's sat in water, it's obviously going to get covered in, moss and all sorts of detritus from the water and from the otters. So I want it to look as grungy as possible. And then we're going to use this piece spun round and copied over itself to make some of the sort of intricate brick and stonework that Balinese architecture's famous for. This looks really nice when it's combined together. We'll just get it into exactly the right place. And then we're going to colour this part of the wall orange as well eventually on the building, and keep it grey on the wall, so we get a nice contrast between the different walls and they don't all just look the same. And then I wanted to use the pillars from the Indonesian pack, but they were really big, way bigger than what I needed for this build. So this is the painted brick just from the base game. much better shape, even though the brickwork isn't as sort of faded as the Indonesian stuff is. So again, we'll cover that in decals to grunge it up. And then I'm going to use these pieces to make some little towers on each one of the pillars. I don't think they're supposed to be used like this, but I like the final effect. And we can put plants inside here, so they almost look like little flower pots, and you get a really nice effect with ferns trailing down from them. So let's talk a bit about the otters and the difficulties of keeping them in a habitat like this. So I've been through the Asian small-clawed otter animal care manual, and the recommended minimum fence or barrier to keep them in a habitat is either 1.5 meters of unclimbable wall, like concrete, or 1.5 meters of mesh with another 30 centimeters of overhang, because they're really good at climbing. So I did experiment with seeing if we could get mesh or maybe even glass to surround the lakes so that we could, or lake rather, so that we could keep the otters in, but it basically just completely ruined the look of the entire habitat. Putting glass all the way around it wasn't too obtrusive, but you get crazy reflections, and obviously it would be ridiculously expensive to surround this entire lake with glass strong enough to withstand curious otters. With mesh, yeah, it just completely ruined the look of all the fences that we made last week, which is why I decided to build a sort of enclosed habitat just to keep them just into one part of the lake. So we put the walls in here. You can see how they're going straight into the water. And then I'm going to cover up most of this water with some paving slabs that we're going to make in a minute. And then we're going to have a formal style pool in the middle of the habitat for the otters to swim in. So we get one of these new plants in, one of my absolute favourite things in the tropical pack, and then we're going to start making the paving slabs. So I experimented with a few different pieces from the new pack until I got what I thought would work best, which is these. So with the moss that runs around the side of these, or the grunge, whatever it is, if you put these down and then just copy 4 of them around, you can make a really big paving slab that's already got all this nice moss around the sides of it without having to use any decals or anything like that, which is really useful. So we're going to make a big paving slab with these, and then we will put a little motif in the middle of it using the same piece that we used on the wall. But this time we're going to use the underside of it because it's a lot flatter and less detailed, and it just looks a lot better as part of a paving slab. You don't want anything too intricate when, people, or in this case otters, are going to be running all over it. And then we'll use another one of the pieces to create a surround, so that each paving slab looks like a separate piece and has a bit of a gap between it, like it would do IRL. And yeah, I think it's going to make a really nice floor for the habitat. We're going to place this all the way around the area that's going to form the pool for the otters. I want this to be symmetrical and very formal looking, so we'll put down the paving slabs, get the right number of them in, and then we will move all the walls until we've got a completely symmetrical building, rather than just trying to squeeze the paving slabs into the walls that we've already put down. The wooden box that you can see above the paving slabs is the area that I need of water for the otters. So that's going to be turned into a pool in a second. And then we'll just make a variation without the flower in it so that we get a more interesting design. Now, really, otters should have a really interesting edge to their water rather than just a square like this. So this sort of formal style isn't ideal. So what I'm doing is putting in some sort of muddy banks on each corner, where they'd have a lot more opportunities for, digging around, enrichment, sliding into the pool, etc., to try and make up for how sort of square the shape is. I also want a centerpiece, which ironically enough, I'm going to make out of otters. So we're going to take this bronze otter statue and spin it around and turn it into a Balinese style fountain, which is again based on a fountain in the reference image that I was looking at. It looks kind of weird like this, but once it's in the water and we've covered up the base, it's actually got a really nice shape to it. We'll put some more pieces in for the actual part where the water will come out, and then underwater we'll put a column in as well. And all you really see at the end is this sort of slightly floral style design or motif made out of the tails of the otters. Nice. Right, onto the shelter then. So like I say, we're going to use the wall that we've already built and then create a variation of it so it doesn't look the same. We're going to start off by colouring these top parts differently. So these are going to be in orange rather than grey. And we'll do the opposite to the bricks at the bottom so that they are in dark grey rather than orange. And then we're going to add a design to them as well using this piece. It's a really nice design here. We'll just sink that in, and then we're going to add a slope so that the bottom of the wall actually slopes outwards rather than being straight down. This will also make it higher than the surrounding wall and give us a really nice base to work with in terms of the structure. So this is going to be the shelter for the otters. They don't need a great deal. They're going to be outside the majority of the time, but they still need a good indoor space. And we're going to make some cute little nest boxes for them as well at the end of the video. So let's get the structure of the building in. We'll just copy this wall around, and then we're going to make a floor using a mixture of the sleeping platforms and some more stone. And then it's onto the roof, doing something I very rarely do, which is using the basic in-game roof pieces to make a roof the way that Frontier intended. But these are really nice, these thatch pieces, and they are exactly what we need for this build. So we're just going to use these and get a two-tiered roof in, and then put some nice decorations on the top as well. And I think when it's done, as simple as it is, this looks really, really nice. That's the roof done. It's time for Franchise Masters. So this week's tip is absolutely vital for running a good franchise zoo, getting your ticket price right. Every time you add a new animal into the zoo, go to the entrance, select a guest who is about to pass through the turnstiles, and see what they think of the ticket price. What you want to do is for them to think the ticket price is fair. That means you've got the price exactly right. You're making as much money as you can without guests just turning around at the entrance and going home. All right, back to the build. We're going to put some supports in for the roof with some pieces from the tropical pack, and then we're going to build a slide for the otters. I thought this would be a cool little addition to the habitat. Really tricky to make because none of the water effects really gave the effect that I wanted to make it look like water was going to be coming down this slide that we put in. Once we've angled this into place like so, then it would enable the otters to slide out of their shelter and straight into the water, which I thought would be cool. So what I decided to do in the end, after experimenting with a lot of the different water pieces, was just to have water splashing at the bottom and then use a mixture of glass and decals on the slide itself to make it look like it was wet. So not quite as effective as I wanted it to be, but unless we ever get any smaller water pieces, or water effects rather, then this is always going to be challenging to make something as small as this. It's about time we got some new water special effects. We haven't had any since the South America and aquatic packs. We could definitely do with some smaller ones, but we use this mixture of glass and decals and get it looking as good as possible, and I think it looks pretty good when it's finished. We'll put a grating at the top so that the water has somewhere to come from, and then it's onto the habitat barriers. So we'll use entirely null barriers to build this, same as we did with the Gibbon Islands. We'll put these all the way around the edge of the building that we've just made, and then we'll put a keeper gate in here, and then delete parts of the wall and move things around until we can fit it seamlessly into the back of the building. Looking good. We've got ourselves a habitat. There's just one more thing that we're going to do, which is to build some nest boxes for the otters. I completely forgot to do these until after I shot the cinematics, so you won't see these in the cinematics in a second, but these are what I thought would be a really cool addition to the habitat. Very cute. They might look tiny, but this is the exact size that these are supposed to be, according to the Otter Care Manual. I think it's 60 by 60 by 50 centimeters. So we're going to use some of the Twilight Pack wood, some of the European hinges, make 3 little boxes for our 3 otters, and then we'll have the lid open on this one. And that is the habitat pretty much done. So I'm really pleased with how it turned out. I think it's very cute. Let's take a look at it. I'm really happy with my decision to build it in the lake rather than putting it next to it. I think it looks really cool, like a water temple actually being sat in the lake. I've got it as close as I can to the Gibbons Island without them being able to jump into it. The fountain looks really nice with some more decoration and some more of the plants around it. And obviously the small clawed otters are one of the cutest animals in the game, definitely one of my favourites. It's really fun watching them swim around in here. Overall, I think it's a small but perfectly formed habitat, a really nice addition to the islands, and looking forward to getting another habitat in here next week. Before we start building that though, I just wanted to show you how well our Jaguar are getting on. We have 2 cute little cubs now. They're almost fully grown, actually. Really enjoying watching them walk around in the Jaguar Dome that we built. But anyway, that is not what we're doing today. Today, we're going to be building a treetop trail for orangutan and siamang. So we are going to be getting the guests way up to tree level on an elevated path, and then doing everything that we can to get the siamang and the orangutan up there with them rather than standing about on the floor all the time. So the first thing we need to do in the habitat is build a barrier to keep the animals in. And the barrier that we're going to use for this particular habitat is a dry moat. So to keep orangutan and siamang in, we're going to need walls at least 3 meters high, made of something like the concrete we're using here that's completely smooth that they can't climb. And as long as we've got 3.5 meters from the bottom of the moat to the top, they're not going to be able to climb out. It takes up a bit of space, but if you've got the room, and we've got a lot of room left in San Bernardino Zoo, it's probably the best option to keep them in. And it's going to look really nice when it's finished. So we're going to make a pretty simple moat here out of concrete, one of the grass panels, and then some of the sides of the islands that we built for the gibbons. We'll just edit this, get rid of the fences and the plants and stuff like that, and just get a really simple kind of mud wall in, and that's going to make this sit really nicely in with the actual habitat. And what we're going to do, once we've finished this one piece, we're going to use this to create a moat all the way around the habitat. You can see the null barriers that I've put in already. That defines where the habitat's going to be, and we're not going to use any in-game barriers to actually keep the animals in. I'm going to briefly switch them over to the logs, just so that we can see where the edges of the habitat are, which enables us to start putting in the dry moat. Now, I should probably acknowledge at this point the numerous times that I have said on this channel that I will never build a habitat for orangutan until Frontier add brachiation to them. So why am I building one for them now? Well, 2 reasons really. Firstly, now that we have siamang and gibbons in the game, it means we can build a mixed habitat where there's going to be a hell of a lot more climbing going on, even if it is by the other animals rather than the orangs. And secondly, building it like this, a treetop trail, with the guests being at tree level, and then loads and loads of climbing opportunities and platforms, etc. for the animals, I'm hoping that when the orangs are on the floor, you're not really going to notice them. You'll be looking at the siamang, and when they are climbing, then you are going to notice them, and you're going to get a really good look at them, and the habitat should work nicely. That is the plan. We will see if that works or not in the end cinematics, but let's get back to actually building. So I've sunk the finished dry moat down into the ground. Now we're going to dig down to the level of the concrete and then just flatten the terrain all the way around the habitat so that we get the moat in. And you can see it's got a really hard concrete edge on one side that they won't be able to climb up, and then a much softer looking sort of mud rock side on the habitat side of things that's going to look a lot more attractive for the guests and make the habitat look a lot better. Next up, we need to put the paths in. So we're going to be about 3 meters up, I think, or 2.5 meters up, something like that for the path. And we're just going to draw in a nice natural looking curve that takes people on a fairly sort of meandering path through the habitat. Want it to feel quite adventurous. You won't be able to see the end when you first get into it, etc. Make it feel as immersive as possible. And then we will join this end of the path up to the guest path that's already there. This is just past the otters that we built last week, which is where this habitat is going to sit. The other end of the path we're going to leave for the moment because I don't actually know what's going to happen on the other side yet, so I don't want to build myself into a corner there. But this is what the guest view is going to be like. Looks pretty nice already. Next up, we need to choose what path we're going to use. What I want to do for this habitat, something I don't do very often, which is use the in-game railings. I've spent so many hours over the past couple of years building custom railings for winding paths, and normally I've got a really specific look in mind. With this path, I just want something quite rustic and natural looking, so we're going to go through all the available options and see if any of them work or if any of them could be modified to work. And I think the one of the natural paths, which has just got these wooden posts with wire strung between them, this one here, I think we could do something with that. I like the path itself, it's quite neutral. And then the railings themselves can easily be covered up, so we will do a lot of work on that later. Right now we're going to work on the keeper access. So the dry moat ends here in front of the keeper gate, so we need to use this as where the keeper is going to get in and out of the habitat. Problem, of course, is if a human can walk in and out, then so can an ape. So what we need to do is, again, design this so they couldn't get in or out. So we're going to have some more 3 meter high concrete walls. and we'll put some hot wire on top of them as well, just in case they develop any enormous jumping powers. And later on we'll do some more work on this to make it look a bit less like a bunker or something like that. But we just want to get the basics in right now, make sure that we can get it so it works. And then I'm going to move all the null barriers out a little bit and change them into chain link, just so that we have a secondary barrier behind the moat, which is mainly to keep animals out, stop animals from coming into the habitat really. And then we're going to take a quick break for Franchise Masters. Today's tip is to do with staff buildings and time saving, two things that you're going to be doing a lot of or needing a lot of when you're in franchise mode. So we need staff buildings everywhere in the zoo in franchise mode. Always got to have a keeper hut, staff room, keep the staff happy. Now the last thing you want to be doing if you want a really detailed zoo like this one is trying to come up with a new design for every area in the zoo, perfectly themed to that area, because it is going to take forever. So what I do is build one generic looking, really nice staff building that I'm happy with, that doesn't have a particular theme, just a modern kind of build, and then you can put that all over the zoo, and it doesn't matter which area of the zoo you put it in, as long as it's not too close to where the guests are going to be, which you wouldn't want for a staff building anyway. It'll just sit in the background and look nice and unobtrusive. So we're going to build a little modern build here. We've got a keeper hut, a research center, and a staff room. And if need be, you can switch out the research center for mechanics or any of the other one box buildings if you need to. And then we can just put this anywhere in the zoo that we need staff buildings, and it will save us a huge amount of time. So it's worth spending the time to make one nice looking, fairly generic building, because it'll save you an enormous amount of time throughout the rest of the zoo. So this one, basically just concrete and wood, put some windows on. I'm not even going to bother making the walls out of panels so I can recess the windows, because this is always going to be in the background. A few flowers, bit of an area for the staff to sit in, and there we go. Nice little staff building, something like that, scattered all around your zoo, will really help you out in franchise mode. Back to the build, and it is time to get the climbing structures in. So the way I'm going to make this habitat work is by using the different climbing abilities of the two different animals to keep them separated into different levels of the build. So there are lots of pieces in the game that the Siamang can climb on, but the orangs can't, because the Siamang are much smaller. And that is what we're going to be using. So we're going to build some custom climbing structures first of all for the orangs, which are going to go as close to the path as I can get them without the orangs being able to escape. And these will be fairly sizable platforms. The main thing that I need to avoid in this entire build for my own sanity when I look at it later is that the orangs are not going to be able to do that thing they do where they walk on all fours across like a vine or a branch that's like a centimeter wide, and somehow these giant apes walking across it on all fours. It drives me mad when I see that, and that is the main reason I've never built for them before, since the habitat I built for them in my London Zoo recreation, which drove me insane. So what we're going to do is we're going to have these big climbing structures that you can see here that they'll be able to walk around on naturally. We're going to have some fairly hefty logs that join them, that again they'd be able to walk along, but we're not going to allow them access to anything that they should be brachiating on, but they're not. So you're not going to see them walking across little vines. Those will be reserved for the Siamang that will actually use them properly. So these trees here, we're going to have some of the very thin climbing pieces attached to, so that the Siamang can get up them and the orangs won't be able to get on them, and anything that's going to look bad with an orang on it is going to be designed in such a way that an orang cannot get on it. So we've made a nice start on the orang climbing structures there. Before we move on to detailing and then the Siamang climbing, let's get the ground of the habitat sorted. So we're going to be using the little jungle that I created that we've been using all over the islands, and modifying that so it fits perfectly into the space of this habitat, and then adding in a load of extra vines and undergrowth. I want this to be really lush, and also from a practical standpoint, the more undergrowth, the less you're going to notice the apes when they're on the floor, which is the whole point of the habitat. So we're also going to use this to cover up the edges of the habitat as well, and just make it really lush. The whole point is that when the guests are up on this path, they basically have an amazing view 360 degrees wherever they're looking. I've set up climbing wires going all the way around the habitat so that the Siamang can climb in a continuous loop around the habitat without ever getting down to the ground. It's starting to look really nice in here. It's time to build an impressive entrance to let people know what they're about to get into. The entrance to the Treetop Trail is going to feature a Balinese-style arch based on a real one that I saw a photo of. I think that'll fit in really nicely with the otters that people will have just walked past. And it's going to be a really impressive entrance to the trail without sort of blocking out the view. With it being an arch, you should be able to see the beginnings of the trail as you walk up to it, which will sort of entice people into it. So it's going to be based on 2 different colours, a sort of quite light natural stone and then orange. Similar to the otter build that we did, they seem to be some pretty popular colours for designs over in Bali. There's going to be some subtle angle changes in these pillars which will make it look really interesting. So the grey pillar will be sloping away from you as you walk towards it, and the orange pillar will be sloping inwards towards the grey pillar, which gives a really nice sort of organic kind of feel, even though it's a very formal structure. And they'll be using the step piece from the Tropical Pack, which has immediately become one of my favourite pieces, to bridge the gap between the 2 pillars and create the arch. And then later on, we'll put in one of the Indian arches from the base game and colour that to suit. I think it looks really nice, especially with the orang sat on top of the archway there. We'll put some of the temple walls that we created for the otter habitat in, because they go really nicely, and just colour those to suit. And then we're going to use some of the new plants to make this look old and like it belongs to this treetop trail. Some fallen leaves, and we'll also have a really nice sign as well. I've been having serious issues with my editing program, and at some point the sign footage disappeared, so apologies, you will see the sign in the end cinematics, but the build footage is sadly lost, I'm afraid. And again, I mentioned these in the last episode, but these basket ferns, I absolutely love them. Going to be putting them everywhere. And then we'll finish up the forest floor with as many different types of plants as we can. I want this to be super dense, probably the jungliest place in the zoo, if we get it right. Mainly, we want to block out the view of the dry moat, so that that's as unnoticeable as possible from the path. With it being a raised path, there's no way to completely hide the dry moat, but we'll do our best. And then we're going to do one of my favourite tricks for stuff like this in Planet Zoo, which is to use the tropical plant panels. If you sink these down into the ground, they look absolutely amazing as natural vegetation. You just need to make sure that you sink them enough so that you can't see the square edges. You can leave square edges like we have here, where you're going to eventually join it up with loads of other of these panels. But wherever the panels end and the rest of the plants begin, or the terrain begins, just make sure you sink it down enough that you don't have any square edges, and you can get a really, really natural look like this. Now that's the build pretty much done, but before we declare it finished, we need to make sure that the climbing actually works. So we're going to head on over to Tekton Zoo and grab a couple of the siamang from the group that we have over there, and move them over here to get the first part of the climbing testing done. So we are going to be looking at the traversable area very intently and making sure that we get these green lines absolutely everywhere. Wow, so we have a gap there. We need to sort that out. So we'll take this vine, we're going to copy it, and then we're going to move it and get a vine as far away as we can from that tree whilst still touching one of the other vines. Get it in exactly the right position, and that should bridge the gap and get the climbing working. So let's find a siamang. There's one. We will go back to that view and check out the line now. Hit play, and we still don't have a solid green line, so let's get back to the vine and move it out even further. Can we get it out further, still touching both the tree and the vine? Find the siamang again, switch back to the traversable area view, hit play, and there we go. We have a solid green line all the way around, which means the climbing is going to work. We're going to buy in some orangutan because I don't have any lying around. And then it is on to the final stage of the build, which is perfecting the path. We're going to replace the very basic, gnarly looking wooden posts with some more impressive Indonesian posts from the Tropical Pack. Put a bit of detailing on, choose a nice colour, copy these all the way around the path, and that is the habitat done. Let's check it out. Considering this is a habitat for an animal I swore I would never use, I'm actually really happy with it. When they do climb up onto the various climbing structures, it looks really cool, and the fact that they can't do the thing that they do that drives you mad makes a really big improvement to the overall experience of the habitat. The siamang look great. Obviously they use their climbing a lot more than the orangutan do, And there's a few spots on the ground, like this feeder, where I'm actually quite happy with the orangs being on the ground. We've only got 3 siamang and 2 orangs in at the moment. Once they've bred and we've got some more, it's going to look even better. Let me know what you think in the comments. I really hope you guys enjoyed this. Today I have assembled an army of vendors in order to tackle the zoo's first major problem, this. Our guests are hungry, our guests are thirsty, our guests are tired, and worst of all, they are not happy. So today we're going to build them a food court and a restaurant. This is only the second time I've ever used the restaurant in Planet Zoo, so I'm really excited to build something beautiful with it. But before we do that, we're going to start building the food court. We're going to be customizing some of the food vans from the Europe pack. We're going to get a craft beer van, we're going to have an ice cream van, and we're going to have a milkshake van. All the good things that you need for a good day out, as far as I'm concerned. And then we'll move on to the restaurant you can see in the background later. I've got some cool ideas for what we can do with that. But let's start with these food vans, which I'm not sure I've ever used, to be honest. They didn't really fit the vibe of my last zoo, but I think they're going to look really cool here once we've done some work on them. So firstly, we're going to put custom signs on top of all of them. And these are going to be dedicated to some of my Planet Zoo pals who are constant sources of inspiration and encouragement in all my builds. We'll get the signs built and start customizing the colors. So this is going to be the craft beer van. So it's going to be black, obviously. And then we're going to have an ice cream van here. So I'll put the little ice cream logo on it and then start making this match the colors of the logo. And then we'll move on to the milkshake van and get that in a kind of similar vibe, but different order of the colors so they're not both the same. Then we'll start working on getting the counters in. So just slide these in here. I love these counters. They're so much better than the big boxes that we had before them. And you can do a lot of customization with them. I'm going to concentrate mainly on this one here. We'll put our first custom sign in. This is going to be a Beezy beer van dedicated to Beezy, who I built Pomoja Wildlife Park with, and I've used a lot of his climbing frames in Tecton Zoo. Not used any of them in here actually, which is surprising. We're going to raise the ground up a bit here, just so there's a bit of a variety in the terrain. And you can't raise the ground up around the counters. Probably should have done this first. So we'll just move those up into the air and then bring the ground up and then bring them back down again and get some paths in. So this is just behind the water terraces, and I want this to feel like an extension of the water terraces. So we're going to use the same paths, and I'm going to use some of the same motifs from the water terraces. So we're going to put a load of little gardens in the gaps between the paths. So we got some nice greenery in here, just using some of the faux rocks to line the edges of the paths. And then we'll do the same trick that we did in the Treetop Trail last week and sink some of these plant boards down. The way they combine with the rocks here, you get a really natural look that I really like, where it's just, if you sink it down to the right level, the plants seem to just sort of grow over and between the rocks. We'll repeat this all the way around here. We'll get some of the new palms in, and then we're going to continue that all the way down here so it actually joins up onto the water terraces. This is going to be a really wide path between where the tree frog oasis is and the flamingo habitat, and this will lead people into the rest of the park, and then we'll move on to the restaurant. Now, the best thing about the restaurant piece for me is the beautiful kitchen that it contains, and we're going to take advantage of that and build this restaurant with an open outdoor kitchen. So rather than use the restaurant in the normal way and have people going in and ordering and then disappearing and appearing on tables and stuff like that, we're going to have the kitchen out in the open. I'm going to cover up the little serving hatch that you see there and replace that with a screen with orders on it, so it looks like the head chef or whatever is coordinating things from there. And then we're going to have a courtyard out the front of it with tables. We're going to have a rooftop terrace with tables, and then we'll have an indoor part. And the great thing about the restaurant tables is you don't need to attach them to paths like all the other tables in the game, so you can be really creative about where you put them. I think as long as they're within 30 meters or 50 meters of the restaurant, you can basically put them wherever you like and the people will find their way to them. So the concept for this restaurant is that it would be table service. A lot of zoos that I look at, a lot of high budget zoos anyway, have loads of different types of restaurants. You've got some high-end restaurants. I know San Diego has an actual like fine dining restaurant in it. And then you have your sort of your standard restaurant. And then you've got little places where you can get like a burger and stuff like that as well. And we're going to have all those types of restaurant in this zoo. This is going to be called the Palm Cafe. And I'm actually going to go for like a North African vibe to it, which I think will sit really nicely with the water terraces. So we're going to put some tables in here for the courtyard at the front, and then we will move up and put some tables in on the rooftop terrace. Ignore all the plants there. That was an idea that didn't stay. There you go, got rid of those. We'll put a floor in instead. We're going to extend the top as well. So the final shape of the building is going to be really different to the actual restaurant. And then we're going to put a waterfall in. I thought this would make a really nice feature here, especially when we get the color right and this texture, which I've already spoken about when we built Iguana Falls, that I really like. We're going to use this again, but in white this time, and it really gives that vibe of a sort of a North African kind of build. We're going to use loads of these as pretty much all the walls, basically, all placed such that you can't see the water anywhere apart from the front one, obviously. There we go, that's the walls in. Starting to look interesting. It's quite a strange shape. Once it's all finished, I think it looks really nice. We'll start working on the door here and get this to fit in a bit better with the rest of the design. That back wall that you can see of the kitchen, which is really bright, that'll be covered up as well, so everything fits together really nicely. And we've got an outdoor open air, open plan kitchen, which I think looks really cool. There's loads of great stuff in there that Frontier have put in when they built it. I definitely wanted to feature that. So we're going to use some concrete panels here to cover up this back wall. And we'll position it so that it completely covers the back wall, but doesn't cover all the stuff on it, like the spoons and stuff like that. So we've still got that interesting look. And it just looks like the whole kitchen has been built outside. And like I said, we're going to cover up this serving hatch so that it's less of a feature of the build than it would be if we just used the kitchen normally. Do some more work on this side using these plaster pieces to bring it all together. And then we'll put in the palm that gives the cafe its name. I just like the name Palm Cafe. It's definitely more of a restaurant than a cafe, but you can have posh cafes that serve proper food, etc. Nothing wrong with that. We'll continue this motif around the top as well, just to sit everything in together nicely. And then the waterfall at the front is actually lower than the terrace, so we'll rotate these as well and get those lined up perfectly. There we go. And then we'll do some more work on the door, get a bit of glass in and a bit of a frame to start setting it into the build. And then we're going to move on to the roof and put these beautiful North African fence pieces in. I really like these. I've never had a build that sort of needed something this ornate in it before. So it was really fun to use these, a really good piece. And then we're going to put one of the African arches in over the waterfall. And this really sets it off once we get rid of the tribal designs, which are a bit over the top for this design. There we go. I think that's a really nice front to the restaurant. We'll put some of the, I think it's the new tropical umbrellas in above all the tables, just make the colours a bit more subtle, and copy those all the way around. Looking good. We'll get some of the new vines growing up the front of this waterfall here. If you've watched my channel for a while, you'll know the combination of white concrete or plaster and green foliage is probably my favourite thing to do in the game. So it was a lot of fun doing that here. And then we're going to get a screen in that I mentioned with the orders on it for the guy who's going to end up standing there. And then we'll put one of these North African lamps in, customize it a little bit, change the colours, put some decorations on it, and this will go right in the middle of the courtyard as a sort of centrepiece. Not that much need for lighting in the zoo, seeing as it's only going to be open during the day. And then we'll get the floor continued into what's going to be the inside part of the restaurant. We need space for quite a few tables in here. I haven't had this open for long enough to work out whether guests actually choose to sit inside more if it's, raining, and then sit outside more if it's sunny or anything like that. I'm not sure, but we definitely want a variety of different seatings, whether the guests in the game would actually care or not, just for the look of it. And now it's time for Franchise Masters. So this week's tip is about custom filters. These are so useful. I use these all the time. I have 2 custom filters set up at the moment. One called Tiny, which is all the smallest pieces in the game for when I need to do detail work. and one called Clutter, which is just all sorts of random objects that are great for adding clutter to builds. And I go into these all the time, so I'm going to show you how to make them in case you don't know. One of the things that regularly annoys me, which we're going to fix right now, is trying to find rope pieces. If you type rope into the search box, everything from the Europe pack, anything vaguely to do with Europe will show up, because obviously Europe has the word rope in it. So we're going to make a custom filter just for rope pieces. So you go to here and type in your new filter name, rope, and then we're going to go through and tag each of the rope pieces with this new filter. We'll just go through every rope piece. We're only going to have to do this once, and then this tiresome task will never need to be done again. And once we've got all of them tagged, if we now go back to the custom filters and select rope, there we go. Every rope piece in the game arranged for us, easy to select, and that is going to save us so much time in future. I hope you find that useful. Let's get back to the build. It's time to link the tables to the restaurant. So I've linked all the ones on the roof and the courtyard. Now we're going to link the indoor tables, and we have got the maximum 20 tables, so plenty of room for our guests in here. And then we'll do a bit of decorating on the inside. So I want this to be pretty simple because we have got a lot of work to get through today. So we're going to put some nice lights in. We've got some of the African lights on the wall. We're going to go with these conservation piece lights here and put the really modern, on-trend lampshades in there. I made this little plant pot with one of the new tropical pieces and one of the new ferns to sit on the front because I thought that was nice. So we're going to copy this inside as well. And then we're going to finish off this room with an absolutely amazing piece from the workshop made by one of Planet Zoo's best builders, in my opinion, Just Goron. This is a kind of serving area for, salads and things like that. It's basically a salad bar. And it's just, it's so well made. Just look at it. It's crazy. It's like frontier quality. He's made it all himself. I absolutely love this piece. I could potentially make this myself, but it probably wouldn't be as good, and it would take me about a month, and we don't have a month because we've got a lot to get done today. So I'm going to use this piece. It just sits in perfectly. I absolutely love that. That's the inside pretty much done. Let's move back outside. I had a cute little idea for the tables here, that they should have table numbers on it. So we're going to use this piece from the tropical pack and sink it down into the tables and recolor it, and it's going to look like each table has its number so the servers know where they're going. And the great thing about this piece is you've got the little circle on top, and it's such a small piece when you sink it in, it doesn't stick out the bottom of the table. So we can put this on all the tables, and it's just a nice little touch, which I really like. We're going to add a bit more decoration to the front of the open plan kitchen using the tiny little chains from the Grasslands pack, and then some of these conservation lampshades, the same as or similar to the ones on the inside. That looks nice, just a little bit of extra detail to the front here. We're going to run a path from the back of the picnic area all the way up to Amazonia so that our guests can get there from Amazonia to here. It's going to be pretty bare bones at the moment, but there'll be a whole new area of the zoo in there when it's done. Get some foliage around the back of this picnic area just so that we can have a nice backdrop for it. We'll sort that out properly when we build the area that's going to go here. Put some benches and ATMs, bins, and all that kind of stuff in there. And then we're going to do some final detailing on the food trucks. So JP Shakes here, our milkshake franchise, is going to get a little neon sign here, another thing I've never used before, but I think that fits really nicely on there. And then we're going to sneak a staff room into the restaurant, which I thought was really clever, until I hit play and realized all the guests on the roof were deeply unhappy being that close to a staff building. So you'll see I reconfigured the wall slightly in the final cinematics to get that into shape. And then we are really going to go to town on Beezy Beers. So we're going to build some taps for the beer to come out of when it's being served. Put a beer mat in. Also need to cover up that gulpy sign because we are not selling sodas here. So we'll use, it's one of the new tropical pack pieces that's recolorable, so that's really useful. And then this tap, which I think is from the conservation pack, to create the beer taps. We'll have a couple of those in, get those in the right place, and then cover up this gulpy sign with a modified version of the big sign from the roof. Just use a load of squares basically to cover up where it says gulpy, get it to be the right color, I put some wood in as well. I didn't put that in the build, but you can see some wood paneling in there so that the bar's a bit more impressive. There we go, got the sign, and that is the build done. Let's take a look at it. So here's the food trucks dedicated to BZ, Romana Palacios, and JP. Thanks for all your support, guys. Looking really good. I think they look really cute in those different colors. And here's the Palm Cafe itself. I struggled a lot to build this, I've got to be honest, but after hours of achieving nothing, suddenly it clicked, and I'm really happy with how it looks now. Got a nice overview of the area here. This is my new favourite view in the zoo through the open plan kitchen out onto the water terraces. I think that looks really beautiful. Here we are inside. You can see the new wall that I had to put in to be able to move the staff room. And this is the view from the roof terrace looking down onto the water terraces themselves. Really, really like this. I hope you guys like it. This is the important thing. Our guests are now in the green for happiness, so we have achieved our goal for today. So let's get up into the drone cam and take a look at where we are at the moment. So the island is going to pretty much fill the entire area that you see here, but everything we've built so far has been way off in the distance up there. Today we're going to almost fill the entire rest of the screen. We're going to start by building a huge triumphal arch to announce the entrance to the islands. This is based on a piece of architecture which is absolutely incredible called the Bali Gates in Gilimanuk in Bali, and it's just an absolutely incredible build. It's one of those buildings where when you look at it, it almost looks like it couldn't exist, like it wouldn't stand up, but I promise you it does. I'll put a link to a photo of the original in the description if you want to go and check it out. But it's something that I've been looking at for a long time, and to be honest, I wasn't quite sure if I'd be able to build it or not. It's pretty unique looking, but I'm really glad I attempted it because I think we've done a pretty good job when it's finished. So the arch is really unique. It goes over a road. It dates back quite some time, and it's the beginning of a trading harbour near a port, and it consists of 4 huge dragon statues on each side of the road, and then a temple suspended in the air above the road, all joined together by 4 arches. It looks absolutely incredible. I'm so excited to build it, and we're going to start by getting the dragons done. We're using some of the new tropical pieces, tropical statue pieces, and I really wish they'd given us some mirrored pieces, because trying to make wings using one fishtail which points in one direction is quite a challenge. But once it's all done, I think it looks pretty good. I just chucked loads of stuff in there, make it look really complex. There'll be some more parts added to it a bit later on. But I want to work on now getting the main plinth of the statue done so that this has got something to stand on. So we're using pretty much exclusively tropical pack pieces in this build, just to get that Indonesian kind of vibe going on, because they're so versatile now with the ability to change 2 different colors of stone and the moss as well. You can really get things to look exactly the way that you want it to. So we're going to have 2 levels on this part of the plinth as you look at it, so it's got a nice 3-dimensional look. So we use these brick pieces on either side of that step piece there, so that it goes in the middle, and then we'll just copy these round so it's the same all the way around, getting that nice sort of black, almost really dark rockwork look that they use a lot in Balinese architecture, which I really like. Don't know why it's that color. I don't know if it's volcanic rock or what really, but that seems to be the main feature of the colors in their architecture there, and it always looks so good. Use some more pieces here to make the top of the plinth look a bit more interesting. Want it to be really weighty at the top and then a lot slimmer at the bottom, and just getting it as close as possible to the reference images that I was using. Like I say, you can check that out yourself in a link in the description. This is starting to look nice. What we want to do now is start working on the arches themselves. So these arches are crazy. They are curved, and they basically look like giant serpents curving away from each statue, meeting in the middle high above the road, and then with a temple suspended on it. You'll see what I mean when we finished it, but it is, like I say, one of those buildings that looks like it shouldn't be able to stand up, but I promise you it does, and it has been there a very long time. So we're going to use loads more tropical pieces here to build up just one section of the arch. And once I've got one section the way that I want it to look, then we'll start actually arranging this into an archway, and then we can go in and start editing individual parts of the section so it's not all just looking the same all the way along. So like I said before about the colors, we can really get this to that sort of rich, dark Balinese color that we want. and then we will attach this to the back of the beginnings of this dragon here, and then start getting it to curve out into the middle of the road so that we can put the temple on it. So not 100% sure where it's going to go at this point, really just trying to make it sit into the statue and look like it's part of it rather than a separate piece. And once I've got that exactly how I want it, then we're going to start dragging it out and then rotating it. We're just going to do this by eye really. I'm not going to measure this. I'm just going to keep moving these pieces around and rotating them until it reaches the point in the middle of the road where I want it to, and it looks like the same sort of angle of curve as the original piece of architecture. So this is the final piece here. We'll get that in. It's not quite steep enough at this point, so I will rotate it in a second, and then we'll start putting some more decorations in to really get that sort of serpent dragon look to this tail. I absolutely love how this looks when it's finished. It's really cool, and these tropical pack pieces are just vital for this kind of stuff. We got some pieces from, I think these are base game, these are like the pieces from the India pack, or the India theme rather, or maybe no, it's the East Asian theme, isn't it? And these are going to make some of the decorations bigger and more impressive. This is a sort of a Chinese pool, but you're going to put in upside down to add a bit of interest to the top. And then we'll use these base pieces here to provide a base to the statue, so it's not just sort of sticking up out of the ground. The wooden platform, the brick platform at the bottom is just there so that we've got this on the grid so that we can get this rotated properly at the end of the build. So that'll be going, that's not going to stay there. And here we go, we're just going to try and get this to the exact right angle that I want. It needs to be really impressive and sort of soaring up. And then we'll select everything. This is where the brick pieces come into play, and then rotate this around so we've got 4 of them in exactly the right place so that we can build the temple in the gap between all the serpent tails here. So spin these pieces now into where they're going to sit on either side of the guest path. The guests are going to pass under this, whether they're going to the Gibbon Islands or to some of the new habitats we're going to start today. Left, right, forward, back, doesn't matter where, they're going to have to pass under this arch, which is exactly what we want. And then we're going to use this Indian temple piece from the base game, which is recolorable. This is such an amazing piece. And again, we've got this to the right kind of Balinese colour, and there you can see it beginning to take shape. I love this archway so much. It's one of my favourite things I've built for sure. We're going to try and replicate the circular base. We don't have a circular piece quite big enough. The individual pieces are all slightly too small, and using the standard curve pieces is too big. But just by fudging it a bit with loads of the pieces, you can get something that looks really good, as long as you don't look at it too closely. And then to seal the effect, we're going to place some more of these snake pieces all the way around the outside of it, so it looks like the tails are growing around the temple. Let's move on now and take care of the inhabitant of the temple, the monkey. So this is one of the Gibbon statues. We're going to put him in there and then start building the rest of the temple around him. Ignore those peacock feathers there. That's a little trick that I came up with for the front of the zoo, which I really liked, but I decided it wasn't quite what I was looking for here, so we'll get rid of those in a second. We're going to concentrate on these decorative pieces, which are very Balinese in style, and build the majority of the temple out of these, and just get that kind of spiky, complex look that they seem to favour in Bali. Use a few more stones and statue bases, etc., to start making it feel solid. So basically, once I've got one side that I'm happy with, we're just going to copy this round so that this temple looks pretty much the same, whatever angle you're looking at it from. We'll put some more pieces up on the roof to try and take this away from being an Indian style temple towards more of a Balinese style temple. And then we're going to use these rocks, which I'd completely forgotten about. These are the temple stone pieces from the South America pack. A few of them are recolorable, and they can come in really useful, so we can get a sort of crumbling old temple look going on here. We'll put a bit of decoration around the monkey's face as well. And we are almost done with the actual build of this archway. We'll take a quick look at where we are now, and there we go. I really like how that looks. Obviously, it's stood in the middle of nowhere at the moment, but once we get all the plants in, then this is going to look really impressive. We're going to pay close attention to the base of the columns first of all. I want these bits to look absolutely perfect and really sit into the landscape. And then we'll start doing loads more planting all the way around the rest of the area. And we also need to sort the paths out. So I tried loads and loads of different ideas for walls to go around the paths. But what I wanted was something good looking, but like it wouldn't cost the zoo too much to do all of it. And I decided the best idea would be a sort of dry stone wall effect. And happily, I'd already built one for Tecton Zoo for the Machu Picchu area. And so I put the blueprint into the map and just really hoped that it was recolorable. Otherwise I'd have to start from scratch, and happily it was. So I've managed to get it all to the correct color for this kind of Indonesian vibe. And then with the addition of a few pieces of moss for detail and to join it into the ground nicely, there we go. We're going to place this wall all the way around the area on both sides of the path, just so this area really gets its own kind of vibe to it, and just get that Balinese flavor going all the way around, and especially with the archway as well. I want it to feel like as you approach the archway, and especially as you cross under the archway and enter the area, that you really are getting into a whole different part in the zoo now after the Australian area that's going to come before this. Let's get on to the main part of the planting. So I thought this tree looked nice, put around that way. And then we're going to use some of these ferns, which, as you know, I absolutely love. And then loads of the new vines as well, growing up the sides of these statue plinths, which looks really cool. And again, you really want to make it look like it is part of the environment and it's emerging from the jungle rather than just being sort of stuck there. We'll get some bamboo in as well, just to sort of separate the entrance from the rest of it. Really cool custom tree from Romano Palacios's palm pack that we've used a lot in this area. And then we're just going to fill this in with jungle everywhere. And this is really starting to come together now. Looks really lush. What we need to do now is move on to that orange square that you see there. That is going to be a cassowary habitat, and that's what we're going to build now. I love cassowaries. They are the closest thing to a velociraptor that we're going to get on the planet at the moment. And if you're wondering why a bird from the Australia pack is going to be in the islands area, it's because cassowary are Indonesian birds. They live primarily in Indonesia. They also get down to Papua New Guinea. And then at some point in the fairly recent past, if I remember my research correctly, they either rafted or by some other means made their way to Australia. And there's a few forests on the very northern tip of Australia where they live, which is why you find them in the Australia pack. But they are predominantly an Indonesian bird, and they are going to be an amazing first animal for the area, or the first animal that the guests are going to see anyway. So we're going to build a fairly simple habitat for them. I want this to be really realistic and less sort of architectural than some of the habitats that we've done recently, just so we get a nice balance. So we're going to be using what's called a ha-ha ditch to keep the animals in. This is something that was invented in formal gardens in, I think, the late 17th century. I don't know if it was invented in England. I think the name certainly was, but it might have been invented by the French or something. I'm not sure who first came up with the idea. But basically, you sink a ditch into the ground and then have the ground at the same level as the path or wherever guests are going to be. So when you look at the habitat, there appears to be no separation between you and the animals, and then you can use the ditch to keep the animals in, because by the time they get to the bottom of the ditch, the wall is going to be too high for them to get over. So it's not like a moat where you ideally don't want the animals in there at all. The animals can get in there whenever they like, but when they're at the bottom, it's going to be too high for them to get out. That's going to enable us to use some actually fairly simple fencing in this habitat, and then disguise it with all the plants that we're going to have in here, and then just a few rocks to round it all off. I don't often use the in-game barriers, but I'm going to use the chain link here and then change the posts to be a different type of fence to the actual fence, because the log ones are a bit more substantial. We'll drop one of our forage box enrichments in, and then it's time for Franchise Masters. So, have you ever noticed when you're trying to place an enrichment item, you get it in exactly the right place, you place it down, and Planet Zoo edits the terrain and completely ruins everything you've done? Well, no more. All you need to do is get the Path tab open, hold down Control, and place a piece of path wherever you want to put the enrichment item. Then you can place the enrichment item like so. the terrain will not move, and then you can just delete the path piece, and there we go, no editing required, and the enrichment is in the perfect place. Onto the shelter. So this is a generic holding pen that I made a few weeks ago to place around the zoo next to habitats and just bring a bit of realism to the zoo in habitats where a separate holding area might be necessary. And we're going to use this and modify it to turn it into a shelter for the cassowaries. We're going to fill in the sides and make it a proper shelter and join the in-game barriers on so that they meet up exactly with it. And we'll get the keeper gate in there so the keepers will actually enter the habitat through this shelter. We're going to fill it in with some more concrete and then put some of the conservation wooden slats down the sides to soften the outline a bit. And this is at the back of the habitat, so it's going to get covered up with all the lovely plants that we're going to fill in the habitat with now. I want a slightly grassier area at the front here, then we're going to have some dustier areas behind it, make some paths in with the dirt tool so it looks like the cassowaries have sort of paths that they prefer to take around the habitat. We're going to sink some more of these stalactite pieces down to get some more interesting rock work in here. We want this habitat to be simple but also really realistic looking, so we need to do a lot of work with rocks and grass and things like that just to bring it all together so we don't have huge areas of blank terrain. We're going to drop one of our dragons in to give a bit of a focal point to the habitat, and that is a huge chunk of the island's built. Let's take a look at it. Now that is an entrance. I'm so happy with how that turned out. It looks really cool and really close to the original. Here's the cassowary in their habitat with the arch in the background. I just think that looks pretty splendid. Really happy with the habitat as well. Really nice and green and lush, but not too expensive looking. Probably one of the most realistic habitats in the zoo so far, I think. Let's take another look at the archway as the guests would pass underneath it. It's really impressive, leading them down towards the Gibbon Islands and the rest of the habitats down there. And let's see how far we've come today. Wow, that is definitely the most area that we have covered in a single episode, I think. We are looking at San Bernardino Zoo's brand new greenhouse. And if you're wondering why we have a greenhouse, today we're going to be adding one of the rarest animals in the world to the zoo. And they're going to be going in the area at the back of the islands that you can see here. It's the Proboscis monkey. I am so excited to add these into the zoo. I have never built anything for the Proboscis monkeys before. I've only ever seen them once when I did a zoo tour of somebody else's zoo. And they have some pretty particular needs. They are rare in the wild and they are even rarer in zoos. There isn't a single zoo outside Indonesia that holds them. I think Singapore Zoo is the only zoo I can name that actually has them. And the main reason for that is that they do not do well in zoos at all, primarily because, as I understand it, unless they can eat the exact plants that they eat on the island of Borneo where they live, then they have a nasty habit of dying. So most zoos, or almost all zoos, and no zoos outside of Indonesia keep them. So they're going to need a lot of looking after. And I thought it'd be really interesting to add them into San Bernardino Zoo in the islands area, which obviously is based on where they live. So there's a lot of things we need to think about in terms of this build. Firstly, it needs to be very well protected, which is why we are building a dome. The area that you're looking at is the temporary shelter that we built for the gibbons back when we first started the islands, which I was going to get rid of. Instead, we're going to modify it heavily because I actually really like the walls that we have here. It just didn't really work as a shelter. So this is now going to be a backdrop, and then we're going to cover it with a dome so that the monkeys are protected. This dome is based on the flying forest aviary for fruit bats that I built in the Moonlight World. We've just shrunk it down to size and made sure that it fits nicely over the habitat. The islands were pretty much designed to keep animals in via water, as they normally are when you build an island habitat, which is a bit of a problem for proboscis monkeys because those guys can swim and they really like swimming. They can even swim underwater. So we need a way to let them into the water without letting them out of the habitat and onto the paths among the guests. So that is where the dome comes in. It also means they can't be harmed by any native animals. No other animals can get into the habitat, just to make sure that they're safe. And the theme that we're going to go for with the habitat is a mangrove swamp. That is the main habitat that proboscis monkeys live in. I thought it'd be really cool to build them their own little mangrove swamp. So we're going to use a mixture of the mangrove trees and a load of extra lianas to really give it that sort of cluttered mangrovey look, get a lot more roots in there. And then we're going to use some of the mud walls with the strangler fig roots inside them that we've used quite a few times in the zoo, because that gives us that nice gnarly look that we want. So we'll use this to build up a shoreline. I want really good access for the monkeys into the water so they can swim around in front of the guests. So we're going to use a load of these and keep lowering them until we get a really smooth transition from the terrain to the water. It's a pretty sizable habitat, but I'll be designing it to encourage the monkeys to spend as much time as possible at the front of the habitat where the guests are for the best viewing opportunities. So we'll get a load of these in, and while we do that, I'll explain the greenhouse. So in order for the monkeys to have the food that they depend upon to survive, we're going to need to grow it. You can't be just importing huge amounts of vegetation in from Borneo every day. That is not cost effective. It's also really difficult to get it to grow, I think, outside of Borneo, which is why most zoos don't hold proboscis monkeys. The other thing, and I'm purely guessing here, but I imagine the vast majority of people who go to zoos have never heard of proboscis monkeys, and spending enormous amounts of money growing food for them in greenhouses designed especially for that purpose in order to hold an animal that most people have never heard of, that is also kind of ugly, is probably not cost effective for most zoos. Luckily this isn't a real zoo, so we can do whatever we want here. So I've spun some of the mud walls onto their sides so that we can use them in this direction, and this gives us a really interesting texture for the ground with all the roots sticking out as well, just to get that really mangrovey kind of feel. I'm not sure mangrovey is a word, but yeah, it's starting to look pretty interesting already. Let's raise the ground up to meet the mud walls so that we get a nice smooth look. A little bit more and I think we'll be fine. There we go. Okay, and then we'll move on to the first focal point in the habitat. What I want is a forage feeder right in the center so that the monkeys are in view of the guests. So we're going to do the path trick that we looked at last week to make sure we can keep the terrain where it is. Drop the forage pool in so it is slightly sunken, and then we'll delete the path and then do some work on the terrain to get it nicely covered up. We'll drop one of the custom mangrove trees created by Romano Palacios that we've used before in the background. We'll put a few of these in there just to give us a bit of variety with the mangroves that we've created. And then it's onto the wall. So I want this to look like an old broken down temple. So we're going to start deleting parts of the wall, adding decals, moving things around, slanting this so it looks like it's falling down, and just getting a really sort of decrepit kind of look to it. I think that will be a really interesting background to the habitat. And we're also going to delete some parts of the wall as well to let some more light in. There's going to be a shelter for the monkeys behind it and a few other things, but we don't want the guests to see those. So the wall pieces are going to do the job of keeping those hidden for us. Next up, we're going to transform the front of this pretty generic dome into something much more interesting for the guests. So we're going to replace the mesh at the bottom with glass to get a better viewing. So we'll just place some more metal in here to get that looking correct. Ignore the branches running up the dome. That was an experiment that we're going to get rid of in a minute. But we definitely need some much better viewing along here. I want 3 panels of glass to give a really nice wide viewing area. So there's the first one, and there's all 3 of them. That is going to work a lot better. Let's start setting it into the water now. So we'll get some grunge texture here and turn this into moss as we've done before so we can get that looking nice and natural, and put some plants in as well. We'll drop in one of the Balinese statues that we've used throughout the area for some continuity. I think that little dude looks pretty cool sat in there. And then we will get some climbing in. This will be covered up by a huge mangrove tree in a second. And then we'll move on to the shelter. We're going to use the generic shelter that we used in the cassowaries. It doesn't need to look amazing or themed because it's going to be hidden away behind these walls. And as I've said before, in real zoos, you don't spend money on things that can't be seen. And now it's time for Franchise Masters. So have you ever wanted to replace a piece that you've already put down with a different piece? Like, I want to change this 4 meter log for a 1 meter log. You can spend ages mucking around with it, or just select the piece, hit Ctrl X to copy, and then select the new piece that you want to replace it with. That will place that piece in the exact same position and rotation as the original piece. You can place it down, delete the original piece, and now you've got the new piece that you want in exactly the place that you want it. Easy. Onto the greenhouse. So I mentioned that we need a greenhouse to grow the food for the proboscis monkeys. So I'm going to build a classic glass house for that. I love these glass houses. I never really get the opportunity to build one. Got pretty close to it with the roof on the tropical house, but now we're going to go all out and build one of these. I want this to be visible from the path behind the habitat, just to sort of sell the idea that we are making the food for the proboscis monkeys here. So we're going to build this. I started off building it white as they usually are, but I decided to tone it down a little bit later on so it's not quite as striking. And then we're going to fill it with tamarind trees. The actual plants and berries that the proboscis monkeys eat in Borneo, we don't have any of them in Planet Zoo, but I looked them up, and the closest thing that we have in the game is the tamarind tree, because it's got the sort of red flowers on it, and it's quite tropical looking. So we're going to fill this greenhouse with them, and then do some detailing, and we're not going to go crazy with it. We're just going to make it so that when you see it from the path, it looks like a realistic greenhouse. And then we'll start working on the dome so that we can join the walls of the dome onto the greenhouse. This was not easy. The greenhouse is square and the dome is round. So joining those two together took a lot of mucking around with the various different pieces, but we got there in the end. And then we're going to do some more work on the wall and make this even more tumbled down. And we're going to make sure that the monkeys can actually get up on this wall and run around on it with some more climbing pieces later on, and covering it with the decals that I mentioned, so we really get that old tumble down wall kind of look to it. And the more pieces of the wall that we remove, the more light we get into the habitat as well, which is really important. We got some finishing touches to do, but the basics of the habitat are in, so it's time to join it up with the rest of the zoo. So we're going to do a load of work on the paths, most of it off camera, but you'll see in the drone shot at the end that we have almost finished the whole of the islands now. There's just a couple of habitats to go, which I think we will do in the next episode. I'm using mainly bamboo and then some of the jungle that we created to just fill everything in and make sure all the staff paths are covered up and the guest paths are really lush and have got that island feel. We're going to add some enrichment items onto the roofs to make sure that the monkeys actually do some climbing, and then put in the climbing to get them from the climbing frame onto the roofs. Add some nails into the log for realism, and then the final thing to do is to finish off the viewing area. You can see what we've started doing here, and now we're just going to add some more decorations in to give it that Indonesian kind of vibe. And then I thought I'd put some more structural support in as well, just because this part of the dome is glass rather than mesh. I have no idea what that would mean in real life, but I thought some sort of tension wires that would look cool, and just provide it with a bit more of a visible means of support. I'm using the European fan cable here, which is absolutely brilliant for making wires. You've also got the light cable if you need a slightly thinner wire. We'll move this across here, and that is the build pretty much done. Time to get the proboscis monkeys in. I haven't done one of these sequences in ages, and I thought you guys might like to see how the islands area is coming along. So here is our caretaker bringing the first of the proboscis monkeys into the habitat. Let's check it out. There we go. Kalimantan, by the way, is the word for Borneo in their native language. I love the splash of colour at the front of the habitat there. There's the greenhouse in the background, doing exactly what I wanted it to do, just peeking over the top of it. Let's check out the monkeys. They seem to be enjoying this habitat. We've got so much climbing in here. All the roots of the mangroves are climbable, along with all the actual climbing frames and all the other stuff that we have in here. And they're definitely enjoying the swimming pool that they have at the front as well. They are weirdly cute, or the females anyway. The male, not so much. We are so close to finishing the islands now. The next episode, we are either gonna complete the islands area or start a brand new area. I haven't decided yet. I hope you are as excited about that as I am. Before we go, let's check out the drone shots and see how far we've come on today. That's where we were, and this is where we are now, and this is our latest animal, the beautiful Asian water monitor. We're going to be building an amazing habitat for the water monitor today, and I've been planning this one for so long. We didn't even have the water monitor in the game when I started it. This dates right back to Tecton Zoo, and we're going to be building it here on the islands. Up in the aerial view, we can see that this habitat is opposite the cassowaries and just next to the small-clawed otters. Let's get building. The main feature of this habitat is going to be an extended underwater viewing gallery that extends all the way along this path here. I had this concept way back when I first started Tecton Zoo about 2 years ago now. It was one of the first habitat designs I came up with for the Nile monitor. I was so excited to build it until I realized the pretty obvious point that I should have realized earlier, that keeping Nile monitors outside in England would result in some very unhappy and fairly soon dead Nile monitors, and the habitat idea wouldn't work. So I had to abandon it. But I had the sketch kicking about ever since then, just waiting to be used when I had a warmer zoo to put it in, and today is the day. But rather than the Nile monitor, we're going to use the Asian water monitor because the modeling and the textures on these guys is amazing, and they spend even more time in the water and they can deep dive. The cinematics at the end of this episode are one of my favorites I've ever done, I think. They are so cool, these animals, so stick around for those. So we've got these glass barriers going the whole length of the path, and there's a few tricks I've used here to get them to look right. So firstly, the glass, we need it higher on the guest side of things to stop the monitors from climbing out, and then lower on the habitat side so that they can get from the land into the water. So you put it in with the barriers high on both sides. That enables you to put the water in where you want it, and then you can go in and lower the barriers just at the back where you want them to be lower. And now we're going to use some of the grass panels to join up the rockwork that we've put in and the terrain behind it. Obviously, we're going to be raising the terrain, so we can't get the terrain to actually join onto the water in Planet Zoo, so we need something to bridge that gap, and these grass panels do that really nicely. And I'm also using the mud walls with the strangler fig roots mixed in that we created for the giant otter habitat, because they make a really nice backdrop for this underwater viewing area. So we'll copy these all the way along until we get to the end, and these will join really nicely into those rocks. And you can see the big gap behind them where the terrain's a lot lower. So we'll be raising the terrain, and we'll get a really nice seamless look to it. Right, onto the terrain. So we're going to use the stamp tool to bring the terrain up to the level of the grass panels that we put in. Don't need to be too accurate here. I just want it to be the right height, and then get a nice bit of terrain to work with. So we'll copy this around, cover the whole area of the habitat. We'll put a temporary path in so that we can get staff in and out. This is going to be just a little staff path that will join onto the main path for the guests. I'm not worried too much about how this looks at the moment. Just want to get the habitat working. Going to be doing quite a lot of testing with the monitors to make sure that they've got enough room to swim and enough room to dive. Results of the first test are in. Haven't even put one in the habitat yet, but there's not enough water area for them, so I'm going to make this a little bit wider and then move all the rocks back into place, and we can see now that we've got enough space for them. And then we're going to start making it look nice. So we've already got that cool dragon statue that we made for the entrance to the area, which we've reused in a few habitats, but I want some new ones for this habitat, so we're going to make something similar using the same pieces from the tropical pack, but just make something a bit more water monitory and a bit less dragony. We'll have one of these at either end of the glass viewing area, and then we'll make a really simple Balinese style column to cover up the rest of the posts that join up the glass panels. But this time we're going to use some different pieces as well. So we've got the stone or concrete, I think it is, dwarf caiman statues from the aquatic pack, and they've got a really nice texture on them with the spikes on their tail. So I want to see if we can incorporate this into the statue. So we'll copy it, spin it upside down, get the color right so it suits the statue better, and then we get this kind of frilled effect on the neck of the lizard, which I really like. It's a shame we don't have the sort of monitor lizard body. We've got a monitor lizard head, but then we've only got human and snake bodies to use. So mixing up the snake bodies, the sort of snake slash fish tail, and then I put some human parts on just to serve as a base, and then we'll copy it to the end, and then we'll start building a wall. So if you remember this wall that we built for the otters, which I really like, this kind of Balinese orange and grey wall, I'm going to reuse this and then edit it heavily because I want a really dark kind of foreboding look to this habitat. So we're going to have one wall here as an extra viewing window. There'll be a little path down this side as well, and then we'll fill in the glass part and use that as the wall for the entire rest of the habitat. So once I've got the height correct, we'll fill it in and also get the colors correct. So we want a really dark grey and quite sort of faded look on this. That will go in nicely with the sort of vibe of the rest of the habitat that we're going to start building in a minute. And then we'll make a new version of the wall that doesn't have a viewing window in it, and use this to build the walls around the rest of the habitat. So we'll just start copying this one piece of wall around, It doesn't need to exactly meet the barriers. All those glass barriers you can see there will be replaced with null barriers in a second. And then we're going to bring across the tower from the Bali Gate entrance of this area and use this to create a temple that is the home of the water monitor. It effectively serves as their shelter. So we're going to have 4 of these towers positioned around a shelter building. Just get a really imposing temple-y kind of look, which I really love. This was one of my favourite habitats in the zoo before I'd even finished building it. I really like the way it looks. So we're going to copy these walls all the way around until we get the shape of the shelter right. You can see that big old lump of terrain there. We're going to need to put a retaining wall in to hold that up, or look like it's holding it up at least later on. And the path that you can just about see on the left here, that is a guest path. So the guests are going to be able to walk all the way around this habitat. They wouldn't really be paying too much attention to it on this side of it because it's just the back of it. But it means that we need to get the back looking as good as the front because it can be seen. As I've mentioned before, that's sort of my rule when I build my zoos. If you can see it from the guest path, then that needs to be top priority, 100% looking amazing. If you can see it from an aerial view, then pretty much same again, it's got to look really good. If you can't see it from an aerial view or from a guest path, then I don't really care. We don't need to put too much work into it as long as it looks okay. Now this is starting to look really good already. I'm very happy with how this is coming along. So let's do some landscaping. So first of all, I'm just going to put a load of rock at the bottom of the water part of the habitat. This is going to be covered up later with something more interesting, but parts of it will poke through. So I want that to look good. And then we're going to put some dirt and sand to erase the bits of grass that are remaining at the edge of the viewing gallery here. And then we'll start putting some plants in. So we're going to use, again, just a modified version of the bits of jungle that we've been placing all around this part of the zoo. The Scaevola bushes, I absolutely love these bushes. They're perfect for covering up parts of habitats and just making them look more interesting. Now we've got some slightly jagged bits of terrain there where the actual terrain joins the grass panels. So we'll get all of that covered up with plants as well, so none of those can be seen. Maybe copy a few of these rocks over as well to use those to cover up bits and just start to get a really natural looking kind of almost a riverbank effect. And we'll bring in some of the tropical leaf litter as well, which is such a great piece. One of my favourite pieces from the latest pack. And that, again, that'll just cover up some of those jagged gaps. And when we're finished, there'll be nothing that you can see at all there. It'll be a completely seamless transition from terrain to grass panel, and then rock, and then water. So speaking of rocks, we'll put a rock in there as well, and then do some terrain painting, get little bits of grass in as well. The dring grass seemed to work best here. And as always, we concentrate mainly on plants from the correct biome and continent for the animals, but we can also mix in ones that are just from the correct biome and not the right continent. It'll only knock about 1 or 2% off the animal's happiness, and that's more important for me anyway, to make the habitat look good than to have the animals all on 100% happiness. I'm happy with like 98%, not a problem. I don't know if you guys get this, but if there's like one blade of grass sticking out of a rock rather than the ground, then I can't be doing with it. I have to move it and get it precisely positioned. Maybe that's just me. Let's move on to the shelter. So we'll copy the towers across and then get some more of this wall in there and get this into the right place, like so. And then we'll get this even darker so it fits in better with the towers. Get really almost a black on the walls there. Copy this across. It's definitely high enough to keep the monitors in, but we need a roof on it as well so it actually functions as a shelter. Now most of the roofs that come with the tropical pack are huge, so what I'm going to do is just use the eaves, the eave pieces, to create the sides of the roof that you can actually see from the guest path. So copy these across here, and we'll do that all the way around. And then for the top of the roof, I'm actually going to make a flat roof using the Arctic roof piece, because the wood on that piece actually matches in colour the eaves of the tropical pack pieces really nicely, and it fits in really well, especially when you see it from an aerial view. They go together and make a really seamless roof. So we'll copy these across and then start working on the shape. You can see it's a really irregular shape, this roof, the way the wall at the back curves around. So we're not going to be able to build this as we would do normally. So what we're going to do is take the each individual piece of the Arctic roof, disconnect it from its group, and then join it onto the groups of the individual wall pieces. That'll spin it automatically into the right angle for us, and then if we do that all the way around and then make some final adjustments, get them to join up exactly with the eaves, put some end pieces on as well and cover up any issues with a few of the basket ferns, then if we take a look at it now, we've got a really seamless looking roof there, even though it's all grid pieces. Pretty happy with that. Now we need to get the monitors to be able to go in and out of the shelter, always useful. So we will delete some of this wall and put an arch piece in, and then we'll colour the arch piece so that it matches the rest of the wall and use some of the panel pieces to fill in the gaps like so. We'll try and get that slightly offset from the arch, get a more of an interesting look to it. So it's just slightly behind it. Copy that across to the other side, and then we need to move these decorations as well. So I'm going to delete half of them and then just have one on each side, nicely centered, so that it forms a nice sort of display. So we'll get that in exactly the right place, copy it across, get rid of the last one, and that's the archway done. Then we'll put a concrete floor inside it, so just make it look more realistic, easy to clean obviously, get that the right colour, sort the terrain out so it's perfectly flat. We'll make a little custom fern on the outside here just to cover up this last little bit of grass panel that you can see. So just copy two of the basket ferns and spin them around a bit. And then we'll move on to that retaining wall that I mentioned. So this is one of my favourite blueprint pieces. This is by Toves, who's an amazing builder, a really good YouTuber as well. Check his channel out if you haven't seen it already, Toves Plays. He's made this amazing gabion wall. We do have these as one of the barriers in the game, but they are not great. Being diplomatic about it, they are probably my least favourite of all the in-game barriers. I have literally never used them, put them down once, thought nope, and never again. But luckily Toves made this amazing blueprint, so we can just copy this all the way around the parts of the terrain that are raised to make it look realistic. I'm also going to use it to join this path in as well. So we're going to cover up these path borders and do a load of changes to the terrain and planting. And eventually we'll have this path so it's actually sat into the surrounding terrain and looking really natural rather than this sort of weird floating thing that we've got at the moment. I'm going to change it as well to the new tropical path, that sort of concrete / grass combo. It works really nicely. And when we're finished, the back of this habitat is going to look just as good as the front, albeit less sort of architecturally interesting. If you're wondering how this is all working, that is all the power and water that we need for this habitat and most of the others. That's just next to the Treetop Trail. We also need to make sure that the monitors can't escape. They're really good at climbing, and these walls are fairly climbable. So we're going to put some overhanging anti-climb mesh barriers in here. I built these a while ago. I think they were an original idea for the Otters, but I decided to go in a different direction. But I had one of them hanging about. Always a good idea to keep anything you build if it's good, even if you don't need it. You might need it later. And I managed to use those again here. And then we're going to mesh over the gaps in the tower as well. So if the monitors manage to get into those, they're not going to just escape. I really like this effect. It's quite of a sort of almost an austere kind of look of this black rock with the mesh behind it. We're going to put some custom hot wire in as well, just to make sure that they don't climb up the outside of the shelter, get onto the roof and escape that way. So we'll just place one line of that across here. This is the only part that can get to it. And then the last thing that we're going to do before we are finished is bring across the route arrangement that we made for the giant otter habitat and put this on the base of the underwater area. I love how this looks. You'll see it in the cinematics in a second. It's just the finishing touch and I really like it. Let's check out the finished habitat. There's the hot wire and the walls of the shelter, but maybe we should zoom out a bit. There we go. I really like this habitat, especially in that light. This is the guest view from the start of the path, where when the monitor's swimming on the surface, they're at eye level. And then at the bottom of the path, where the path goes down and the water deepens, when they swim underwater, they're at eye level, which I really like. It's feeding time, so let's take a look at him with his underwater fish feeder. They look so cool underwater. I had a lot of fun filming this little sequence. Took a lot of fiddling about to get it all to work properly, but I am so pleased with the finished result. It's actually really lucky that I couldn't build this in Tecton Zoo because it's so much better with the water monitors than it would have been with the Nile monitors. This is where we started today, and this is where we are now. There is just one habitat to go in the islands, which we will do next week, and it is all complete. Today we have two very important things to do. We are going to finish the islands with a brand new animal, and in order to get that animal, we are going on a rescue mission. This is the last remaining Malayan tapir at our Tecton Zoo. I've been winding down this habitat in order to build something new, and she is all on her own. So today we're going to build her a brand new home in the islands where she can meet some new friends and start a family. So saddle up, let's get building. So this is where we're going to be building the Malayan tapir habitat. This is the last remaining bit of space on the islands, and we're going to build today's habitat a little differently to the others. We're going to build it completely from scratch, so we're not going to use any of the mud walls or the little patches of jungle that we created or any of the things that we've been using as time savers throughout this area. I want to build the entire thing from scratch so that you guys can see sort of exactly how everything gets built. And we're going to start off with a nice simple wooden fence. And I want this habitat to be a really realistic hoofstock habitat like you'll see in most zoos. So not every habitat needs to cost millions. You want some habitats which are like some wooden fences, some stone walls, some terrain, and just looking super realistic. That's what we're going for here. So we're going to make this little fence with some of the East Asian wood pieces, which I think are from the base game. I really like them because they're not perfectly straight, which makes it look a bit more interesting. Some of the hinges, and then we'll get some mesh in for the bottom as well to make it more secure. And once we've built this, we're going to run this along the front side of the path here. So this path curves around behind the Cassowary and leads out to the Gibbon Islands, and it's quite a big space, so we definitely want something in here, and I thought a hoofstock habitat would be perfect. So we'll copy that piece of fence across, and then we'll delete the right hand post because we won't need that. And then once we've got rid of that, we can use this piece to build the whole rest of the fence. So bring this right the way across the path so that the whole part of the path is viewing for the habitat. Get to the end here, and then we'll use something different for the rest of the habitat to make it interesting. But I wanted some nice viewing for the guests here, so this wooden fence makes sense. We're going to have a pool as well for the tapir, which will be right at the front of the habitat, and then we're going to build a viewing gallery for the guests right in front of this pool, so they've got good viewing on it. Now the terrain in this part of the islands is raised up for reasons that will become clear when we build the Australian area that is going to join onto it. So the default level for the water is not where it would be normally. It's sort of below the start of the ground level. So we're going to need to dig quite a deep pit here to get the water in so that we've got enough of a level for the tapir. And I'm just using these walls to measure the total amount of water that we need in the habitat and make sure that the pool is big enough without being too big. So we'll get rid of that now, fill it in with the water, and then we can start working on making it look good rather than just a hole in the ground. So we'll do some terrain painting, get it nice and muddy, and then progress from the sort of wet looking mud to the dry looking mud as we go around the edges. And then we will start filling it in. So we won't just chuck in one of the mud rules, we'll build this from scratch using the stalactite pieces, same as we did for the Gibbon Islands. These get a really nice natural rocky look to the edge of the habitat. So we'll just put random rotation on and start copying this piece around. And if we cover the whole edge of the pool with this, we're going to get a really nice natural look to it. And again, we want it to look sort of natural but not super expensive. We're also going to put some concrete into the bottom of the pool as well so that it again looks more realistic and it would be easier to clean, etc. So just a couple more of these pieces to go, and I think we'll be done with the side of the pool. There we go. So let's put some concrete in at the bottom. Just use the normal concrete floor piece for this. Get it to the right level, and then we'll just copy it around. Doesn't matter if it matches the edges because you won't be able to see it outside of the pool, so we can just keep this on the grid and copy this all the way around here. Let's move on to the viewing gallery. So we're going to build the back wall for this pool and the floor of the viewing gallery as one piece to make it nice and cohesive. So we're just going to use one of the concrete walls and then one of the concrete panels, join those together, and then we can get that to extend up into the path where the guests will be and down into the pool where the tapirs will be, and that'll give us a nice cohesive look. And while I'm building that, we should probably talk about the Malayan tapir in this game. I know they are probably the least popular animal in the game because they are basically just a reskin of the Baird's tapir. My kind of take on that is, yes, I would like them to be fixed, but really the only kind of major problem with them is that their snouts are too small. And to be honest with you, I can live with that. They are one of my favourite animals, the Malayan tapir. I've been a big fan of them ever since I was a little kid, and I always enjoy putting them into my zoos, regardless of the size of their nose. The opponents of the Malayan tapir in this game are pretty vocal. I'd be interested to know what you guys think, so let me know in the comments. Are you mad about the Malayan tapir, or do you just not really care that much like me? Let me know. All right, back to the build. So we're going to switch the fences out at the viewing gallery for some glass to give people a better view into it. So obviously it's below where the viewing gallery is and what level the guests are going to be at. So we'll make some adjustments to this, get this to look the way that we want it, put a little bit of concrete at the bottom of the glass so that you get a join for the glass to go into. Once we get the right color, there we go. And then we'll basically just copy this over the remaining bits of fence in front of where the viewing gallery is, and then we'll get a roof on. So we're going to use some of the new tropical pieces for the roof, the Indonesian thatch, which is really nice. And we're just going to do something really simple here. We'll make the angle of the roof exactly match the fence, copy them across, and then we'll get a really seamless looking roof. It's basically just made out of 3 of the same roof pieces, and we'll copy another couple in just to hide the gaps between them. Now I want to make sure that they are the exact right height for our guests, which means it is time for Franchise Masters. So if you ever want to make sure something is the correct height, if you go into the Explore Cam mode using the toggle on the bottom right, then you can actually walk around the zoo and be at the exact height of a guest and make sure that everything feels real and everything feels at the right height. I'm going to use the Indonesian lamppost for the main part of the support and then just recolor it to make the design a bit more subtle, and then we'll drop one of the stone pieces for the base and then copy that around so that we've got the rest of the structure, and then we'll move on to the back wall of the habitat. So I want a stone wall here, so we're going to use one of these Twilight Pack pieces and recolor that to get that sort of Balinese kind of vibe that we've been using throughout this area. And then we will use one of the trellis pieces to extend the height of it. So the tapir needs a fence of 2 meters high or more. We need to make sure that this is going to be tall enough to keep them in the habitat. So we'll probably throw a few more pieces on here as well, just to make sure it's the right height. Again, nothing too crazy, nothing expensive, just a bit of stone or concrete and some sticks. This is starting to look quite cute, but we want some more in here, a bit more height. So we use this piece to provide that. And also I want the sticks that are coming up through it to be a bit more extensive, just so that we can get quite a busy looking fence that doesn't have too many gaps in it. Again, it'll be hidden away sort of at the back of the habitat, so you're not really going to see it very much, but it will be visible in places, so it's important that it looks good. All right, fence done. Let's join everything up. I have had loads of comments recently asking for tutorials or just how to get better at Planet Zoo, basically. So in a few days' time, I'm going to have a new type of video out for you, which I hope you guys will find useful, where basically I'm going to have this entire habitat build in real time in one video, so you can follow along from start to finish and build the entire habitat yourself. And that is the main reason that I haven't used any sort of prefabs in this build. So when you watch that video, you'll be able to see absolutely everything from scratch. And I hope that will be useful for learning how to do various techniques in terms of fences, rocks, and things like that. So look out for that in a few days' time. And speaking of rocks, we're just going to make a little arrangement of some rocks here that we can use to fill in the ditch at the front of the habitat that's going to prevent the tapirs from jumping the fence. And we can also use them throughout the habitat for decoration. Next up, we need to do some terrain painting. So you can see the habitat's basically just grass at the moment. We want this to look realistic, much more dry and dusty. So we're going to use both types of dirt, some of the coarse sand, and just make sure that we get a really natural look in here. So we'll put some sand running through the middle of it. Any parts of it that are going to be wet or are going to get disturbed a lot, we can use some of the heavier dirt like here and around the edges of their pool. We'll chuck in a few more rocks, and that is the basics of the habitat done. Let's move on to the tapir shelter. So we've got a fairly sizable habitat here, and I want to keep it that way. I don't want the shelter to take up any of the space for the tapir. So we're going to build the shelter behind the wall, and then create an opening for them to get in and out, basically. And keeping with the theme of trying to keep this habitat pretty cheap, we will be doing a fairly standard brick build, and then I imagine it would be either painted or treated to get that sort of very dark look rather than your standard orange bricks. We'll put some brick columns in on each of the corners of the shelter to make it look a bit more interesting, but again, this is going to be pretty much hidden. There's going to be loads of foliage in front of this, so you won't really see it, but we still want it to look pretty good. So we'll do a bit of decorating, and once we've got these all done, we'll get onto the roof. So we're going to put a corrugated roof in, really cheap building material, and because it's a flat roof, the guests won't be able to see it. I think I'm going to have to make it a little bit higher as well so that the tapir can get in and out of it with the hitboxes in the game. So we'll raise it up a bit, and then we'll start reconfiguring these walls just so that the tapir can get in and out of the shelter, and it looks nice and natural. Later on, we'll put a few sort of odds and ends, a bit of clutter in here as well, just to make it look more lived in and realistic, and then we'll move the shelter back into place so that it lines up nicely with the wall. Alright, on to the last leg of the build, which is the foliage. So we're going to create a plant palette of all the plants that will look good in the habitat and which the tapir will be happy with or fairly happy with, and then we can start placing them in there. So we're going to start with this palm tree, which looks kind of Californian, but the green bit at the top, I think that's quite specific to some sort of tropical plant rather than what they have in California, if I've got my very limited botanical skills correct. So we're going to cover that up with some reeds, which also gives us a really nice look of a different kind of palm tree. We're going to group that and then place that around the habitat a few times because I think that looks really good. We use the Scavola bushes as always to cover up some gaps and get them growing into the back wall, which always looks good. Drop a mangrove tree into the pool for some interest. Start covering up the shelter with bamboo so it's less visible, and then we're going to use the custard apple tree to completely cover the back wall of the habitat. Not just this tree, we'll mix in a few others as well, but basically so that from the guest viewing on the path, instead of being able to see way across the rest of the empty map, you're sort of hemmed in and you're basically just looking at the habitat. We'll do that with the staff path as well, and that'll keep focus on the habitat rather than the map behind. And now we're going to have some fun with an enrichment item. So we use sprinklers a lot in this zoo, and normally we cover them with the sort of monkey cage thing that we made. I want to try and do something different with this one. So once we've sunk it into the ground, we're going to recolor it just so it's a bit more of a generic looking sprinkler, and then we're actually going to attach a hose pipe to it for the first time. So we're going to use these little pipes and use these to simulate the hose pipe, so that rather than the sprinkler just sort of sitting in the middle of the habitat on its own like they normally are, we are going to actually have it attached to something. So we're going to have the hose pipe go off into these bushes here, and then we'll put an actual hose pipe on the outside of the habitat, and again recolor that, and then we'll continue this pipe going over the wall of the habitat and then attaching to the hose pipe. So this is kind of ridiculous because you're not going to be able to see this from the path, but I really wanted to just have a hose pipe that actually looks like it was attached to something, so that the sprinkler wasn't just sat on its own magically generating water in the middle of the habitat like it normally is. Alright, time to finish off the viewing area and then we're done. So we're going to drop some of the hanging baskets into here, and then we'll join those up to the viewing gallery with the tiny little chain piece from the, I think it was from the conservation pack. No, the Grasslands Animal Pack. That's a really nice little piece. And then we're going to extend the concrete on the floor underneath the viewing area, just so that it covers the whole viewing area, which makes a lot more sense than the way it is now. And then once we've copied all of these in, the last thing that we're going to do is to make this piece of concrete sit perfectly into the sandy path that goes past it. So we're going to use one of the grunge decals. We'll line this up with the edge of the path, and then we'll recolor it so that the main part of the grunge color matches the concrete, and then the little highlights in it match the color of the sand. And once you do that, you get a really nice sort of melding between the path and the viewing gallery, where it looks like the sand is sort of spilling over onto the concrete as it would do IRL. And yeah, it's just a look that I'm really happy with. I think it looks much better than the just having the concrete there on its own. We'll copy this all the way around and make sure that everything is covered and everything is looking clean. And that is the habitat done. This really looks like a hoofstock habitat that you would see in a real zoo. Really happy with how that's turned out. Let's get our tapir in. There she is, in a new home. No longer all lonesome in Tecton Zoo. We're going to get a male in as well to keep her company, and we should have some baby tapir pretty soon. I think it's a simple but really effective habitat. Very natural looking, no huge amounts of money spent on it, kind of dusty, but also pretty good for the tapir. Let's jump into the drone cam and check out where we were when we started this area, and then where we are now that it's finished. That is quite a difference. I'm really happy with this area. I really hope you guys like it. We'll be moving on, I think, to a desert house for porcupines, meerkats, and sandcats just behind the water terraces. Let's go. So I'll tell you all about the plans for the desert house in a second, but firstly, let's cover off what we're going to do today. So today we're going to build habitats for the meerkats and for the African crested porcupine, and build the exterior of the desert house itself. So we have got a lot to get through. We're going to start with the meerkat habitat first of all, and then we'll get on to the building, and then we'll get on to the porcupines, which are absolutely amazing, by the way, as are the new camera options in this update. Oh my god, I spent so long filming the cinematics for this episode. Even if you are not a content creator, I would highly recommend playing with them, because you're going to have so many amazing views of your zoo. It doesn't matter if nobody else is going to watch them, you're going to have a lot of fun just doing this. I know a lot of people enjoy game photography, and this, I've been asking for a camera mode or better camera modes in Planet Zoo for a long time, and we have finally got them, and they do not disappoint. So this is going to be the meerkat habitat here. This is going to be inspired slightly by my own meerkat habitat in Tecton Zoo. I really liked that one back when I built it, but that was a long time ago, and I think we can do a much better job of it now. So the reason we're building this big circle here is that originally this was going to be a mixed habitat for porcupine and meerkat, which is one of the things I found out in my research. I kind of assumed porcupines would be kept on their own, especially the African crested ones, what with the whole enormous spikes thing. But it turns out they are so confident in their ability to do some serious damage to anyone trying to attack them that they're actually really chilled. As long as you don't attack them, then they're not going to give you any problems. And meerkat and porcupine is quite a popular mix in zoos. But the problem is the space requirements of the porcupine are pretty sizable, and the cute little habitat I was trying to build did not work at this size. So we'll shrink it down to meerkat size in a second. And speaking of the meerkats, let's pop over to Tecton Zoo and grab a few of our meerkats here, one of the beta females and a few males, to start our new little tribe. And then we'll get back to San Bernardino and start working on the desert house itself. The meerkat habitat that we've just started is going to sit in a desert garden just outside the desert house, and the house is going to be heavily inspired by a recent trip I made to Chester Zoo here in England. It's an absolutely amazing zoo. I loved it. And one of the things I really noticed when I was there, apart from how gorgeous the whole place is that you're walking around on a path, there's plants everywhere, and then suddenly you're inside a building, and a lot of the habitats start inside a building and then end outside a building, or vice versa. There's loads of different viewing opportunities, and I really wanted to try and replicate that here. So the porcupine habitat is going to be an indoor and outdoor habitat with two areas. We're going to start with the building here. I'm getting the roof in. The building is going to be a very modern white building, almost Tecton Zoo style, but a bit more modern looking than that. And the idea is that it's going to be sort of like a blank canvas, so that the habitats that cover the front of the building are what catches the eye, and the building just sort of sits there in the background. Now it's going to have an extensive interior as well as an exterior, but the interior will be what we concentrate on next week, along with the sandcat habitat and maybe some exhibits. So I've just put the first piece of floor in there, and we're going to rotate that round, and that leads me very nicely into this week's Franchise Masters. So we've all seen this happen in our builds, crazy flickering on the pieces when you have two pieces in the same space. So how do we fix it? Now you can solve this very easily indeed. All you need to do is take one of the pieces or sets of pieces like we have here, select them, and then just move them up or down by 1 pixel. That is all you need to do. So we've moved this down by 1 pixel, and bingo, no more flickering, problem solved. All right, back to the desert house. So we're going to rotate this round to form the roof and the floor of the building. This building is going to form a big semicircle that lines up nicely with the circular meerkat habitat. and then we're going to have habitats both in and outside of it, and they will also be circular. There's going to be a very circular theme to this build. And with the basics of the building done, let's get back to the meerkats. So we're going to sink the terrain down a little bit in here just to give a bit more height and give us some room to build with. And then we're going to do some terrain painting. So I'll fill it all in with coarse sand and then draw in some highlights with the fine sand, and then some lowlights, I guess you'd call them, with the soil, just so we can get some nice variety in the habitat. We want this to look as interesting as possible, and doing that with desert builds is really difficult. You can't just fill it with beautiful green plants, long grass, etc. You've got a lot of sand to play with, so it's pretty tough to make it look interesting, but we are going to do our best to succeed on that today. I don't do a lot of desert builds, so this has been a real learning experience for me. We're going to get the paths in, going to run them right around that habitat there, and then into the building and past the beginnings of the two other habitats that you can see there. We've got the porcupines on the left here, and then we've got the sandcats on the right. We won't be looking at the sandcat anymore in this episode. We're just going to concentrate on finishing the meerkat and building the porcupine habitats. So we're going to lay the barriers in here using the Z key to rotate them so they're in exactly the right place. We're going to have low glass barriers just a little bit above this wall here. I want the wall to be really low so that people get good views of the porcupines. We also need to make sure that they're not going to be reaching in and getting stabbed. So we'll run a path from the back of the picnic area out into this area and put the paths in. So you can see there's going to be probably 3 entrances into this area eventually. Right now there's going to be 2, one from the Palm Cafe and one from the picnic area. So we're going to use these Africa pieces to hide the glass barriers. Looking good, that looks nice and smooth. And then we're going to use these 2 pieces here to build the meerkat habitat. So this is the mud walls with the strangler fig roots that we used in Amazonia. And this is a burrow. I want to do something interesting with these. So the first thing we're going to do is recolor the mud walls to get us more of a sort of sandy appearance and get it fitting more of the desert theme. And we're going to put some of the new plants on as well. So in this update, we have got quite a few, I think 9 new plants I counted. All of them deserty, obviously. We've got some really nice bushes like this. Zoos use things like this quite a lot as a sort of secondary barrier. So if you fill somewhere with old branches, gnarly old plants like this, if they're big enough and the animals can't get through them, then you can restrict access to various places by using those. So we're going to put those in, and then I'm going to have multiple burrows in this habitat. I'd like to have 3 or 4, but the most we can fit in with the hitboxes is 2 of them. But we'll have 1 at each end of this outcrop that I'm building here. This again is inspired by Chester Zoo. They have a wall for their elephants which has loads of little sort of holes and crevices in it, where I presume they hide food as an enrichment item, and I was really taken with how that looked. I really liked it. That is a sort of inspiration for this. Just wanted more than 1 burrow, so rather than it being like a centerpiece, we've just got little holes in this wall that the meerkats could get in and out of. These burrows wouldn't actually go underground if this was a real zoo. This would lead into the back of this wall here, which we're going to turn into a sort of small shelter for the meerkats, which the keepers would have access to for cleaning and things like that. And obviously we've copied and pasted this wall, so we're going to do lots of new roots and spinning around the stalactites and things like that to get a sort of unique look to it and make sure it doesn't look copy and pasted when we're finished. We'll put these walls all the way around here and put some concrete in the roof, and that'll be the shelter pretty much finished. So it is a little close to the edge now that we've made it bigger, so we'll just go ahead and move that into the center again, get that in the right spot, and then we're going to take the tops of these stalactite pieces, cut off the bottom parts, and use this to put a base in. So if we just copy these right around the edges, so they're just poking out a bit like that, we get a really nice natural rocky outcrop kind of look, rather than it just sort of raising up out of the terrain out of nowhere. And then we're going to build up some rock work so that the meerkats can actually get up on top of their shelter. We know they like to do their sort of sentry duty thing, where they find the highest point nearby and climb up it so they can keep a watch out for eagles, etc. So we're going to let them get up there using these rocks, and then we'll muck around with the colours until we can get it to match the rock work behind it. There we go. That'll get the meerkats up there. Pop in a tree and a few more bits of vegetation, not too much, like I said earlier, with this being a desert build, but a few bits of dring grass and stuff like that, just poking out, should do the trick. And then it's on to the porcupine habitat. So in order to prevent people getting quilled, I don't know if that's a term or not, we're going to dig a little ditch here so that the habitat is lower at the front, to get a bit more space between the guests and the porcupines. And then same as the meerkats, we will do some terrain painting to get a nice varied looking but still deserty terrain in here. And then in my research, one of the things I found out was that porcupines are really keen diggers, and the African crested porcupine is probably the strongest of all of them. So the best way to do their habitat is to provide them with a substrate that they can dig in, like the sand that we've got here, but make sure that underneath it you have a floor of concrete, so that once they've dug through the sand, they can't just then carry on digging into the earth and escape. So I thought it'd be fun to have a little bit of the habitat where it looks like the porcupines have dug down to that level, and the zoo haven't filled it back up again yet. So just a bit of concrete down there and some decals should sell that idea. And then it's on to my favorite part of the habitat. So one of the reference images I found when I was researching this, it looked like the back of the porcupine's habitat was made out of one enormous giant log, almost like the tree log viewing gallery in Jurassic World, if you've seen that. And when I looked really closely at it, I could see it was like poured concrete or some sort of molded thing just to make it look like that, but it was really effective. I wanted to have something similar in this habitat. So we're going to use a load of the tree trunks and the fake tree trunk as well, this one here, to create a big log wall that's going to cover the back of the habitat and have an archway in it that lets the porcupines get from outside to inside. This took quite a lot of building, but I'm really happy with the final result. So basically just loads and loads and loads of tree trunks. I use the fake one as the base, and then I cover it in the real tree trunks, and then just make sure they're all rotated and spun round and moved into the right position so that they are just poking out like this one here. And then that gives us that sort of log wood texture across the whole thing, but also you have little bits of sort of concrete poking out as well, and it just looks really effective when it's done, especially with the archway that we're going to build in a second. So I'll show you a little bit of this, but this took a long time, so I'll cut most of it out. Just want you guys to see sort of how I do the first section of it, and then we're just going to copy and modify it all the way along the back of the habitat until we've got the shape that we want. And then we're going to put some plants on it. It might look here like the porcupines can just sort of walk up onto this and then escape over the glass barrier. So that is where the plants come in with the secondary barrier. So we're going to use loads of the new dead bushes like this one and completely cover the top of this with spiky, gnarly undergrowth that the porcupines would not want to go anywhere near, almost as spiky as them. So once this is all the way along the top, they won't be able to climb out of here. We'll have some more on the bottom as well, just to make sure that they are safely contained. Looking good. Okay, now we're going to do something I wanted to do ever since the Tropical Pack came out, which is to use the new bark pieces to make some hollowed out tree trunks. This is where the porcupines are going to sleep. Because they're nocturnal, a lot of time in zoos, obviously they're going to be asleep at the time that the guests are there. So you want to make sure to encourage them to sleep somewhere where the guests can see them. So we're going to rotate this bark around in order to make a tree log. We'll copy it to make it a bit bigger as well. I very much doubt the porcupines are going to actually fit inside this in-game with the hitboxes, but we might be able to get them to sleep in front of it using the sleeping hay. So we'll put this into the habitat and join it up to all the trunks that we have at the back already to make it look nice and natural. Get it to the right position. You can see the sleeping hay there. And then we're going to start chopping bits of the trunk off and replacing them with one of the other bits of tree bark that's a bit smaller so we can get a nice natural look to it. And if the porcupines decide to have a little sleep inside here, then the guests will still be able to see them even though they're asleep. Like I said, I've been wanting to do this for ages, ever since these pieces were added into the game, so really happy that I managed to get them into this build and perfectly suited for the porcupines as well. Alright, next up we need to give the porcupines the ability to get from the inside to the outside parts of their habitat, and we're going to do that with an archway. But we're going to build this archway using a very similar technique to what we did to the wood at the back of the habitat, and try and get like a wooden, natural looking archway. Not that wood would ever grow like this as far as I'm aware, but it's gonna sit in nicely with everything else we've got, and it's a really nice effect when it's done. So more of the bark pieces. This time we're going to have them further apart, and we're going to use them to make an arch rather than a trunk. So we'll spin them around on this axis this time, and once we've got this to the correct length so that it joins between the two big trunks on either side at the back there, then we can cut half of it off and just use this to create the archway. So if we spin this round and then get it the right way so that we've got the bark side rather than the wood side facing forwards, we can then move this up into where it needs to go. And you can see already the beginnings of the archway that we're going to build here. This desert house is going to be called, and you will see this when we finish the building itself at the end of this episode, the Katmai Desert House. Kat is my contact at Frontier. She is a wonderful human being. She's been enormously helpful to me, and I just wanted to dedicate the building to her. And in American zoos, which is where we are here, it's pretty common to name exhibits after people or companies that have sponsored them. So I figured it would be quite a nice American sounding name for the habitat as well if it had a sponsor. So thank you, Kat. The final stage of the porcupine build is to make a little tree protector. So porcupines love to gnaw things, being rodents. So we're going to make a little cage for the tree in their habitat just to make sure that they don't eat it all. Put it over the tree, and then we'll put a little bit of greenery. Going to allow myself a couple of green plants here just for a splash of colour. And that's pretty much the porcupines done. Two more things to do before we see our porcupines and meerkats in action. Firstly is the desert garden itself. So there's going to be little pockets of desert garden all over this little area. And I'm just going to show you how I build one of them, and then you'll see all of them in the cinematics at the end. But we're going to put a Joshua tree and some cactuses or cacti in there, and then we'll use rocks to put a little border in. This will take us round to the keeper gate for the porcupines. And then I'm going to copy a arrangement I saw in the desert house at Kew Gardens here in England, as closely as I can with what we've got in the game. So this is how their cacti were sort of arranged, and a few other plants in their desert house. Not a botanist myself, so I'm relying on their skills. But if I can make it look like theirs, then I figure I'm going to have a pretty good looking desert garden. We'll get rid of all that grass. That's not appropriate. There we go. Get the sand in, and then we'll get some more different grasses, some rocks, and a few of the drier, more deserty plants. A few century plants for a splash of colour as well. One of the new bushes, we'll just sink that under there. I think this is new. We've now got 6 of these. I think we only had 3 originally, but I could be wrong. There we go. We need a backdrop for the garden as well. So this big white wall is a little overbearing. So we're going to cover it up with my favourite piece in the game, the bronze statue plinth, which I use a lot recently, as you've probably noticed. We use that for a base for this building as well, and cover the walls with it. And that leads me on to the final part of the build. And oh my god, I love the new camera options so much in this game. The entrance. So I decided to hop into Sandbox and see if it was possible to build an entire entrance using only one piece, and it turns out it is. So having deleted what I'd built originally for the arch and mucked around to get this, which I really like, then we're going to hop back into the proper zoo now and put the Katmai Desert House entrance in place. That looks so much better than what I had there before, which is why I didn't show you me building it. Let's check out the finished habitats. Did I mention the new camera options? Oh wow, I love them so much. Here's the meerkat habitat, this guy just popping up to say hello, and here is the porcupines. I'm so happy with the back of this habitat, the way the logs run all the way across the back and then go up into the archway. And oh my god, the porcupines are so cool in this game. Frontier have really knocked it out of the park with these guys, the way their quills move. As they move, and the way they move their quills when they're not moving. This guy is absolutely loving that little water fountain we put in. Here's an overview of the habitat. I cannot wait to get the sandcats in next week. So we're going to put the barriers in for the sandcat habitat here. This is going to mirror, in terms of the shape of it, the porcupine habitat that we did last week, but then on the inside we're going to go for a completely different vibe. So instead of the sort of scrubby grassland that we did for the porcupines, we're going to go for pure desert here. The sandcats live in deserts all the way across Africa and the Middle East. and they live like in the middle of the desert, as far away from humans and most other animals as possible. It's all just sand and a few rocks where they live, and they just trot about eating insects and little snakes and things like that. So we want to get a really deserty vibe going on in the habitat, which is appropriate for the desert house. We're going to mesh over the top as well to stop them from climbing out. They wouldn't have that much opportunity to climb out with it being glass fronted, but always important to err on the side of caution with cats. So just put a load of mesh pieces along here, and then we will move on to the inside. So this is the porcupine habitat. We didn't see the inside of it last week, so I'll show you how I built that, and that also applies for the sand cats. So I've just raised the terrain to bring it up above the floor that's in here, and then we're going to cover it all in coarse sand, and then start drawing in some highlights with the dry sand, and also start digging away around this enrichment item, as we've done many times before, to get a nice realistic little food part for them. And then we're going to copy across the rocks from the meerkat habitat and modify those to go around the burrow. So we get a nice natural little sort of rocky look to it, so it's not just a burrow stuck in the middle of the habitat. And once we've done that, I want to work on that back wall. So we've just got this big expanse of white plaster. So I'm going to use a trick that we used for the cranes, which is to take a screenshot from my Planet Wild series and use that as a backdrop. So in one of the episodes of Planet Wild, we were in a fairly deserty environment, the Hawanib River Valley in Africa. And I really like the way that looked. So I'm going to take a screenshot from that episode. We're going to position this billboard really carefully so that it exactly meets this back wall inside the glass. And then we will add the screenshot, and then we'll have a really nice backdrop. And it always looks so much better when it's a photo taken in Planet Zoo rather than a photo taken in real life. It just sits in a lot better. We've got some more work to do on the inside, but we want to sort the outside out next. So going to just use literally one plaster block from the Africa pack with a nice color scheme. We're going to exactly copy this around the bottom of the glass so that the glass isn't just disappearing into the floor, and it looks like a proper habitat and a proper build rather than just the sort of in-game barriers in a circle around a habitat. Once we finish that, we'll copy this up into the ceiling, and then the glass joins nicely into the ceiling as well. It's really simple, but pretty happy with that. Let's move on to the sand cats. The first thing we're going to do in the sand cat habitat is raise the terrain so that it's almost level with the external wall. That's going to bring the cats, because these guys are tiny, that is going to bring the cats up to the eye level of the guests and provide a much better viewing experience. These guys are actually slightly smaller than your average house cat, except for their heads, which are really big. They've got really wide heads, almost like a palace cat, but a lot cuter and less angry looking than those guys. And then we're gonna join the sand inside to the walls with some rocks. So because of the paths here, I've already put all the paths in. That was not fun, but I've managed to get them exactly where I want them, going all the way around all three of the habitats here in a really nice curve, and I do not want to change those. So because they're already there, we can't get the sand up to this height right next to the walls where the paths are. So we're going to cover it up with rocks, and later on we'll recolor these rocks so they're exactly the same color as the sand, and we get a really nice seamless look. And then we'll put more rocks on top of them that are a different color, so that it actually looks like rock work. We're going to raise it up slightly coming towards the end here, because we are again obviously going to need to join the outside of the habitat to the inside of the habitat, like we did with the porcupines, but in a completely different style. So we'll play around with these colors until we get the rocks that sit really nicely into the sand. There we go. And then we'll copy this across, do a little bit more work on it later. They could be a bit lighter, and then we'll start building up some actual rocks. So the sandcats have got some new sort of enrichment animations that no other animals have, with the cardboard box, which they like to climb inside, and the rubbing pad as well. They'll also chase the tennis balls around. So I want to make sure that we get the correct placement for the enrichment items so that the animals can get to them and we can get a good view of them. So I'm going to build up some rocks here that we can put a cardboard box on, and then the cats can climb up to it. I want lots of height differences in this habitat. I'm pretty sure IRL that the sand cats don't do as much climbing as many cats do, because they live in the desert. There's not much in the way of trees to climb, just a few rocks, maybe the odd bush. So I'm not sure how much climbing they do in the wild, but they certainly do climb. and we want to take full advantage of that in this habitat. So I'll put the cardboard box right at the top here, and then we'll arrange these rocks so they look really natural, and there's a pathway all the way up that the cats can walk up. And then later on we'll put some branches and stuff in so they can also climb up here. So when it's finished they can walk, climb or jump to get up to here, however they fancy. That'll give a nice sort of variety. And then I also want to have it look like there's a burrow that takes them from inside to outside. So I've built up the terrain under the rocks so we can put a burrow in here. We'll get this in the right position, and then we'll get rid of all the terrain, and that means the game allows us to put a burrow up here. You can see it's built the terrain up. We'll just flatten that back down again, and now we've got a usable burrow here, and we'll put another one on the inside, and it will sort of look like the cats can get inside to outside through the burrow in a little tunnel, as well as just going through the archway that we'll build later. But now it's time to make the habitat look gorgeous. So I kept the porcupines and the meerkats pretty simple with the white concrete. I thought it was a nice contrast with all the sand and the sort of browny, deserty plants that we have. But one of the places that the sandcats can be found is Morocco. And I've been to Morocco. I stayed in an absolutely beautiful riad in Marrakesh, and some of the architecture in there was amazing, and I wanted to replicate that. I thought it would be kind of appropriate, seeing as that's one of the environments that they live. And one of the architectural features there was this sort of bronzed metalwork with intricate designs on it, lining all the walls like a trim. And as luck would have it, my favorite piece in the game features exactly that. So I'm going to see if I can use this piece to liven up the walls of this habitat. It's kind of tricky because this piece is huge. There are 0 other pieces in the game like this, and we need to curve it. So it's going to take a bit of doing, but with the right angle and with copying it around, mirroring it, turning it upside down, copying it on top of each other, etc., we can get something that looks really cool. And then we'll copy this down to the bottom as well and provide sort of a shelf to keep guests slightly away from the glass. Then we're going to take some of the classic pieces in the game, like this lamppost and a few other lampposts and fountains and things, and construct some columns to cover up the glass dividers. This is a planter. It's actually got soil in it, so we'll need to cover that up. But once we've got all these pieces mixed together, and chuck in a couple of pieces from the tropical pack as well, because they're recolorable, so you can get them to fit this sort of bronze look, like this one here. Then we're going to have a really nice, slightly North African or Moroccan at least looking architecture. So we'll copy this across to cover up the other glass dividers, add one more little piece from the tropical pack to tie everything together, and then it's time for Franchise Masters. So something I've touched on before, but I thought it was worth explaining properly, is the staff traversable area. So if we look at our porcupine habitat here and check out the staff traversable area, you can see all the blue where they can access is on the inside, and they cannot get out to the outside because this little archway for the porcupines is too low for them. Obviously IRL, they could just bend down or climb over the wall or whatever, but in Planet Zoo they can't get in here, and that is fine. The way you make it work is that for the part of the area that they can't access, like the outside here, do not put any food in there. You can put as many toy enrichment items as you like in there, and they will reset themselves automatically when the keeper enters the habitat. They will clean it even if they can't get out there using their magic vacuuming pooper scoopers. As long as all the food and all the water is in the parts of the habitat that they can access, you'll be good to go. Knowing that enables you to make much more interesting habitats because you don't need to worry about the staff traversable area. I hope that's useful. Let's get back to the build. Alright, so we're going to join the outside of the habitat to the inside of the habitat now. And as I said, we're going to do this in a bit more of a deserty fashion than we did with the porcupines. So we're going to use the faux rock arch, sunk down into the ground so it's nice and in keeping with the size of the little sandcats. And then we're going to use some of the desert rocks to build a big archway. They're going to be able to walk over this archway, and they're going to be able to walk through this archway. So we just need to get the faux rocks to the exact same color as the desert rocks. There we go. And then put some more of them in. And we're going to end up with this big expanse of rock where they can go under it, they can go over it, they can climb down either side. Gives them loads of opportunities for climbing and traversing the habitat, and should make for a really dynamic viewing experience when it's done. And then on the inside, this is the other burrow. So it looks like they've got an alternate pathway through there. And again, we're just going to join this in to the ground with loads of the desert rocks and get a nice seamless look to it by burying them into the ground, spinning them around, using loads of different types of rocks. Later on, we use some of the stalactites as well, just to really sort of sell the idea that this is a natural looking rock formation. And then we'll do some more work on the barriers. So I'm going to use this gorgeous piece from the Africa pack to liven up the barriers a little bit. We're going to use the natural curve of the glass to do most of the work for us. Just place them on the glass, and then we can select them all and move them up into the position that we want them in at the top here. Then we're going to put another screenshot in for the backdrop of this habitat, this time using a screenshot from the Monument Valley episode of Planet Wild, which is in Montana and Arizona rather than Africa, but it's just a really nice deserty looking background, which I thought really suited this habitat. We'll drop those stalactites in as well, like I mentioned, along with a few bushes, and just really start to make this look natural. Now, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this water pipe. We have to use it all the time. You can put bowls in, and sometimes I do, but it means the keepers have to refill them, which takes loads of time. So normally this is the best option, but it is dull. So I decided to try and actually do something with it rather than just hide it somewhere like I normally do, because we've got this North African fountain from the Africa pack, and it is a really nice piece. I don't think I've ever used it before, but it's really nicely designed. So I decided to see if I could do something with this and make it fit in with the water pipe. So we're going to recolor the water tap so that it matches the tap on this piece here, and then I'm just going to go crazy with rotating this and create some sort of weird sculpture thing. I had no idea what I was doing when I was doing this. I was just sort of copying it around and seeing what happened. Let me know in the comments what you think of it. I can't decide if it is just absolutely bizarre or if it's really cool, but I decided to leave it in there because it's a lot more interesting than the standard water pipe. We've just cloned it and rotated it loads of times, recolored it, and we end up with something that is unique at the very least. And it just sits into the habitat and prevents us from having to look at that water pipe again. So we're going to copy a few more of these stalactites around so we get little rocky outcrops throughout the habitat. And then we're going to put in some little sleeping boxes for the cats. So I built this little sleeping box quite a while ago for the red panda habitat in the Moonlight World, but I don't think I actually ended up using it. No, I don't think I showed it in the video either, because I ended up going in a different direction with a little tree house for them. But I really kind of like the design of it, the way it's got a circular hole, which obviously is not something you see very often in Planet Zoo, just made from loads of the smallest wood pieces in the game. So we'll put these up here with some little ladders for them to climb up, and that is the sandcats done. Let's take a look at it. Here's the exterior of the habitat. I'm really happy with this. I love the sort of burnished metal look of the surround. And here's the sandcats. I've got to say, I was a little bit worried about them when I saw the screenshot that Frontier posted. They look kind of weird, but in game, I'm happy to report they look really cool. They are super cute. Their animations are amazing. One of the smallest animals in the game. Look at these guys having a little fight. Yeah, really, really happy with these guys. Let's take them outside, see what we've got out there. Here he comes. So I gave him loads of different options to go with. As I said in the build, they can come up on these rocks here and then attack this little cardboard box. They can walk all the way across the archway. It looks really nice in the evening light. I'm really happy with this addition to the desert house. Today we're going to be adding 4 new animals into our zoo, including 3 from the brand new Arid Animal Pack. So we're going to be adding the Addax, the Dharma Gazelle, the Desert Horned Viper, and the beautiful Scimitar Horned Oryx from the Conservation Pack, which I've never used before either. Very excited to add those in here. And in keeping with the African theme of this house, we're going to be building the interior in a kind of a Moroccan style. And it is, when it's finished, easily, I think, the best interior I've ever made. I am very happy with it indeed. And we're going to be doing probably the most important part of it right here, which is creating a set of panels which are going to go on the wall all the way around the back of the building and allow the guests a huge panoramic view of the 2 big habitats that we're going to have at the back of the building and the Desert Viper as well. So both the habitats are going to be outside, but the guests will still be inside the building as they view them through some beautiful Moroccan-style lattice work that we're going to build here. Now, over in North Africa and the Middle East, they really know how to do interiors. It's absolutely amazing. Some of the stuff that they have over there, it's incredibly intricate. We're not going to be able to get that level of intricacy in Planet Zoo, but we're going to get as close as we can. And it's all about experimenting with these lattice panels. They've got beautiful shapes within them with all the cross beams and then some of the curves. and it's all about just sort of placing them and experimenting and working out how we can mix these together to make a really beautiful pattern that is going to give that sort of North African vibe that we want. And then we need to sort of build it into a wall that's all going to look like one cohesive piece, even though it's made from loads of different pieces. So almost everything I'm using here is from the Africa Pack, which is one of my favorites DLCs in terms of the building stuff that it provides. And it gave us meerkats, and you know, what more do you need than amazing building pieces and meerkats? So I'm going to do a lot of work here in the first part of this episode on getting basically one wall panel absolutely perfect. So we've got the North African arch, we've got loads of the lattice panels, and we've got a few different sizes of the concrete pillars as well. What I need to do is extend this archway, the decorative archway at the top, down into the floor so that it looks like one cohesive piece. So we're going to use all the different sizes of concrete to match up perfectly with the archway and extend it down to the floor. We need to come up with two different designs for this panel. One, which is going to be the centerpiece panel, where the horned viper exhibit that you can see in the background there is going to sit so that the guests have a good view of that. And then another one, which is going to stretch around the back of the building and provide windows onto the habitats outside. There's a lot of work to do on this panel to get it to look as good as I want it to. So while I'm doing that, let's talk about the building itself. So the interior of this building is designed to be cool and dark so that it encourages the porcupines and the sandcats to live inside to be as active as possible during the day. They're both nocturnal, but they will be active during the day if it is not too bright. So we want to keep it, you know, cool and dark to encourage that. And it'll also be good for the visitors with this being set in South California, you know, on a bright sunny day, which, let's face it, is most days there. Then the ability to come into a building of stone and plaster that's cool. The light is shaded by all the fabric that we have on the windows outside. You can see the shafts of light coming in here that prevent most of the sun from coming in. And the angle that I built this building at, the sun shines on the front of the building to illuminate the outside habitats for the meerkats, etc. And it will shine over the building and illuminate the habitats at the back that we will build in a couple of minutes. But the interior of the building is protected from the sunshine, which keeps it nice and cool in here. The panels are starting to look really nice now, so let's copy these all the way around the back of the building. There's no easy way to do this. You just have to do it one at a time and manually rotate them into place until they look completely seamless. And you end up with something like this, which I am really happy with. I think this looks really beautiful. Let's move on to the exhibit. So this is where the horned viper is going to go, and we're going to change this central panel here so that it provides a perfect view into the snakes. And we're also going to plant a garden behind this exhibit so that you can see it through the exhibit box itself. So normally, if you've watched my channel, you know what the main thing that I do with these exhibit boxes is to try and disguise them, put loads of them together, making it look like one big habitat, or cover up most of it so it looks like a little terrarium. But for possibly the first time ever, I'm actually going to keep this the normal size and keep it open at the back, which I never normally do, because that way we're going to build so that this rock work inside the habitat, which we're going to do some custom stuff to in a minute, will sit in with the habitats on either side and look like one big expanse of African desert. Now, I want to talk briefly about the exhibit information boxes that we have here. These get kind of a mixed reception. They're actually one of my favorite pieces because they, for once, are actually kind of an appropriate size, which is quite rare in Planet Zoo. I wish we had habitat information boards this size. They're a bit of a weird shape, but this is what I always do with them. You just rotate them so that the front is almost flat, and then sink it into the exhibit, and you get a really natural looking sign like you'd see in a real zoo. Something that you won't get in a real zoo is a glass cube with no entry or exit points with animals in it. So what I'm going to do is build a little sort of tube where the keepers can put one of those grabby things in to get snakes in and out. I believe that is how it is done sometimes in zoos. I know some older zoo habitats had things like this, especially with something like a viper where it's venomous. It prevents the keepers from having to actually touch them. So we'll just make a little one of those and put it in the back so it actually looks like you could get snakes in and out of here. We'll put a bit of stained glass in above this panel for a splash of color. All right, it's onto the habitats. So this is going to be the scimitar horned oryx habitat on the sort of right-hand side of the building as you look at it it from the front. We're going to be using the pile of modified Zooves mud walls, rocks, the new foliage, etc. that we created for the meerkat habitat as a back wall for the habitat. It's got a really nice natural look to it. And as always, we'll go in and make some little adjustments to each piece so it doesn't look copy and pasted. And then we will copy and paste the whole of that over to the other side to serve as the habitat for the addax. And then we're going to copy it another time, and this time sink it way down into the ground so that we get some rocks up against the walls where the guests are. Dig in a trench and fill it with water so that we can keep the animals away from the building. And then we're going to go back to the exhibit and start customizing it and making it look as beautiful as we want it to. There's really interesting rock work in this exhibit as it is, but it is very much just rock and sand. So I thought some plants and a bit of grass would make it look a lot nicer. And you can see behind it, we've planted some trees to give a nice vista as you look at it. And then the most important thing is to put one of the aquatic lights in and turn it on. And as you can see, once we do that, it really brings the habitat to life and looks so much better than it does normally. Now let's get on to detailing the habitats. The main feature of these habitats is going to be some tall, dead trees which are going to line the back of the habitat. I got this idea from a zoo. I think it's in France. I can't remember the name of the zoo, so please let me know in the comments if you recognize it. You will if you've been there or seen photographs. The entire zoo is built in a set of quarries, and it has just these huge, tall, dead trees, just trunks standing up everywhere. It looks really cool, really unique look. So I decided to use that for this habitat. We don't have any sort of trees that work like that in the game. All the dead trees are basically pines, and they've got that very sort of northern look to them, which is not going to work at all in a desert habitat. So we're going to have to make custom ones, and I'm going to make all of them out of the climbing branches from the habitat panel. These are really nice pieces, but they are very small, so we're going to combine loads of them together, and then some of the little white birch branches as well. We don't need to worry too much about the joins or the colour. These are going to sit at the back of the habitat, and you'll see in the cinematics at the end that they look absolutely amazing back there. Get too close to them and you can sort of see where the, a white birch meets a sort of browner tree and things like that. But out where they are at the back here, they look really good. So we'll place those all across the habitat. We'll do the same on the other one, and then we're going to use one of them to make a little custom feeder as well. So we've got the suspended forage feeder here. We'll cover it up with a branch, add in one of the brackets from the Europe pack to hold it up, get the colour right so it sits in nicely with the piece itself, and just a really nice little custom feeder for our oryx. Now we want the habitats themselves to be really dusty and bare for obvious reasons, so how do we get some colour in here? What I'm going to do is continue the garden that we started building behind the exhibit, and then use these cute little fences that we made for the Malayan tapir habitat to keep the oryx away from them so they don't start munching on all the leaves. And then we're free to get a lot more interesting plants and a lot more colour in this little section here, which will be visible through one of the panels that the guests can look through. These are all still desert plants, but they're the kind of thing that Hoofstock would definitely take an interest in munching away on, so we'll put them behind a fence and keep them safe. That's looking pretty nice. We are so close to being finished now. I can't wait for you to see the final building. We've just got one more thing to do, which is to keep the guests away from the windows, which I guess technically they could just climb through. I really like the barrier in-game that you can use, but that is going to screw up their navigation. It prevents them from going past it, and if they're near it, you can get all sorts of crazy stuff going on with the guests. So I'm just going to build my own that looks a bit like it, but with a bit more of a North African style. So we use the fence pieces and some of the North African ropes, and then we just need to copy this all the way down the building really, and then we can take a look at the finished desert house. So here we go into the Katmai desert house, and we can see the interior. This, like I said at the start, I think is my favorite interior I have ever done. Really happy with that. Let's check out the animals. We've got the addax here, and I love how we're starting to get vistas in the zoo, like the Jaguar Dome in the background there. It's so cool that you can see other parts of the zoo from each area that you're in. Here's the horned viper in its little custom box that we built. We've got the scimitar horned oryx, and we can see some of the Dharma gazelle there as well. Let's jump into the drone cam and see how this building came together. We have done a lot of work over the last few weeks. We got a brand new area of the zoo completed.
And that is 100 years of San Bernardino Zoo built. This is what it looks like at the moment. I really hope you enjoyed that. Part 2 will be out very soon with the next 100 years. Bye.